Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's about 8:18, so we're going to go ahead and get started this morning. Hello, I'm Dana Parr. I'm chair of the Longview Chamber, and I just want to say thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for working with us after this historic winter storm we've had. So just welcome to the East Texas Coalition in Austin trip. So we've got a lot of good information, a lot of good panels going to happen this afternoon. But I do want to thank everyone that helped make this happen. I want to thank all of our chambers, and Jill McCartney at the Kilgore Chamber, and Shelby Glover with the Lindale Chamber, Kelly Hall with the Longview Chamber, and Henry Bell with the Tyler Chamber, and all of their staff. We have had meetings for a long time trying to make this happen, and it is here, and we are excited. So thank you to y'all for making this happen. And I also want to say welcome and good morning to the people that are joining us virtually today. We're glad you're with us. So a few housekeeping rules that we need to attend to. On the screens, you'll see our sponsors, and those are going to rotate out all day. So just look over those and just know they help make today possible. But we do want to thank our presenting sponsor, and that's ABC Auto. Okay, bathroom location. Out the back and to the left. So you know where you're going. Somebody said just there's the patio. I'm like, no, don't do that. So, and we do have some breaks scheduled, a little longer than normal. And then we're going to have lunch, and here we'll have a box lunch again. Then this afternoon, we'll have more panel discussions. And then this evening, we've got our reception from 6 to 8. So you don't want to miss that, featuring Senator Brian Hughes. So I do ask that you take your cell phones out, mute those for the attendees and the speakers. Let's give them our full attention. So be sure your phone is muted. And on the back of our name tags, you can see there's our agenda. So that'll on the front tell you who you are, and on the back tell you where we are. So that's handy. And for everyone's health and safety is our main concern this morning. We're not going to be passing around a microphone during towards the end of the panel discussion for questions, but we have allowed for longer breaks. So with those breaks, you can visit with the panelists and ask any questions that you may have. So I'd like to give a little history on this coalition trip and how it all began. Kelly Hall of the Longview Chamber and Henry Bell of the Tyler Chamber have known each other for over 35 years. And since Kelly was at the Greenville Chamber, Kelly had watched from afar what the Tyler Chamber had going on, and she knew they had a very strong governmental affairs program. So when she came to Longview, she reached out to Henry and saw this as an opportunity to do something big, some great things for East Texas. So, and as we all know, as a region, our voice is stronger when we come together. And that is when the East Texas Coalition trip to Austin was born. So since its inception in 2007, this visit has proven very impactful with respect to networking and policymaking for our East Texas region. So that leads us on to our next topic here. So we have some chamber chairs up here, and we're going to have the first panel discussion. So inside your briefing packets that were emailed on Friday, there is our joint 2021 public policy statements, and those are also out on the table for you. Like I said previously, our chambers came together and we hashed through this, and we worked to align on key issues that are best for our area. Now, while we do value everyone's individual voice, the ultimate goal is the development of a unified voice for our East Texas region. So in years past, you may remember the policy statement was a couple of stapled pages there. But this year we were able to consolidate it down to one page, which a lot of people recommended for us. And that's to our benefit and for our state policymakers, so they can easily see where we stand as a region on these important topics. So our regional alignment needs to be known at the state and national levels. And those topics are As you can see there, our top priority for the region is the development of a medical school in East Texas within the University of Texas system. We've got education, energy and economic development, general business and technology, healthcare, and transportation and infrastructure. So that's what we're going to talk a little bit about this morning, and how those came to be and why they're important to us. So I'll share a little bit about our chairmen up here. So those bios are in that packet that was emailed out. I'll start with myself. I'm Dana Parr. I'm a lifelong East Texan. I graduated from Gladewater High School and attended Stephen F. Austin State University and received a BBA in accounting. So I started my professional career in Dallas with Southwest Securities. And while I was there, we became a publicly traded broker-dealer. And then I worked in the financial and regulatory department of this group. So that was very interesting. In 2004, I returned to Longview. I took a position with Copeland Insurance Group. And here in the last 3 years, I started Advanta Insurance Partners. So I'm the president and founder of that insurance agency. So as a business owner, I know the importance of policies for small business and large business. And I'm honored. Again, thank you. This is my second year to serve as chairman for the Longview Chamber, so I appreciate that. Thank you. Next, we have Mark Robinson. He has recently returned to East Texas after spending several years in South Texas and South Bend, Indiana. After graduating from Texas Baptist College in Longview, Mark and his bride moved back to his hometown of Corpus Christi. In 2006, he began his career at American Electric Power as an electric equipment mechanic and soon decided to further his education in the Texas A&M University Corpus Christi Master's Program. So today, Mark is representing the Kilgore Area Chamber as chairman of the board. And then we have Roy Martinez. Roy is an accomplished senior executive and board member with more than 25 years of success spanning banking, transportation, and freight. He is currently the president of Swan Transportation Services, a full-service freight brokerage company. He is serving as chair of the Tyler Area Chamber of Commerce and executive board member of the Tyler Economic Development Council. After attending Tyler Junior College, Mr. Martinez attained his MBA and his BBA from the University of Texas at Tyler. Thank you all for being up here this morning. So I'm going to speak briefly about education on our public policy statements. So we support, you can see one of the topics there, support measures, including rural broadband that gives school districts flexibility to meet the needs of their students for pre-K to 12. I was actually at a dinner last night with several of the superintendents, and it is critical to have broadband for these students. And nothing has shown that more than this pandemic. It has really brought to light that divide. So many of our students are still not back in that traditional school setting, and they've got to continue to utilize that online learning. So we need to make sure all students have reliable access to the internet for their education. Our education system also needs to support reskilling and upskilling for today's workforce and working Texans. In the future, Texas needs to be lifelong learners who engage with the education system throughout their careers to keep their skills fresh as the job market evolves. We also need to protect the college career military readiness formula indicator in our school systems with effective job-related instruction and experience in career technology education. We want our students to be prepared no matter what path they take. The better we prepare them, the better for our economic sustainability and growth in the future. We support workforce development. Workforce development, it's an interconnected set of solutions to meet employment needs. So it can be changes to culture, changes to attitude, and changes to people's potential that help to positively influence a business's future success. A strong public education system undergirds a strong society. With a growing and increasingly diverse population in Texas, we rely on our public school systems to prepare students not only to be effective workers, but also to be engaged, productive members of society. So this can be development that is aimed at graduates at the high school level, or those already in the workforce. So as you know, some of you may have heard Gap Inc. recently announced plans to open a new state-of-the-art customer experience center in Longview. We want to be able to provide them or anyone else that looks at moving into our region with skilled labor necessary to meet their needs for growth and their plans for their future. We want to have a trained workforce for our existing business, as well as attract potential new business to our region. We need a stronger, skilled workforce to be considered as one of the best places to do business, both nationally and internationally. So that's my soapbox about education. I've got a 15-year-old, and he had to read 60 pages of Hamlet this weekend. So, it doesn't matter what they're working on. It's what prepares them for the future. Transportation and infrastructure. So we all know the importance of transportation and infrastructure traveling down here to Austin, because some of us had better experiences than others on the highways this weekend. So the last fuel tax for Texas, the last fuel tax increase was in 1991, 30 years ago. So some of the challenges we are facing is an aging transportation infrastructure. Cars are more fuel efficient. There's the increasing population in our state that's using our roads and highways. Not to mention electric cars are on the rise. So as the population increase in Dallas and Austin and the metro areas, East Texas does not want to lose our funding for transportation. We want to support new legislation that provides a reliable and permanent funding solution that is critical to planning and programming of these transportation projects. Communities, whether we like it or not, communities are judged on the quality and state of their roads. We need infrastructure that supports tourism, that helps businesses distribute goods and services. And as always, public safety is top of mind when we talk about transportation. So I know you've heard enough from me. I'm going to pass it on to Mark here and let him talk about his topics.
Well, thank you, Dana. Appreciate that. And I know there's probably a couple people over there in the corner. There we go. I sat at that table last year and I realized I couldn't see several people. So very good to have everybody here this year. I always like to start with a thank you. Thank you, Dana, for the introductions. Thank you to all of you who traveled. I know that this is a weird year. Last year was probably a weirder year, but this year is definitely following in its tracks with Snowmageddon and everything else that we've endured. So thank you very much for readjusting your schedules to come a week later than we anticipated. And I know for some of you, it allowed you to come when you weren't able to come last week. So thank you for that. Thank you for everybody that's putting everything together. I know Stephanie and Suzanne are probably outside. There you go. I saw Stephanie peek up. They do so much work for us on the front end and on the back end of getting everything put together. And I think it's John on the camera. We've got our audio guys over here, Ty and Grace Jackson. We really get to enjoy a neat event because they do such a good job. So if we could give them a hand for everything that they do. Okay, now I can jump into what I'm supposed to. So I'm the chair for the Kilgore Area Chamber of Commerce. I also have the pleasure of serving on the Longview Chamber of Commerce as well as the Henderson Chamber of Commerce, right, Bonnie? You wouldn't let me live if I didn't say that. Okay, very good. And from the Kilgore Area Chamber of Commerce, our perspective and the two things that we are very passionate about is energy and economic development, as well as general business and technology. Let's talk a little bit about energy, shall we? It's been an interesting couple of weeks in the energy sector, hasn't it? 90% of Texas saw massive outages. We saw pipes bursting due to an intense cold storm that we have not seen in any of our lifetimes, and hopefully won't again in any of our lifetimes. But negative temperatures below freezing for over 4 or 5 days put us in a very interesting place in the energy market. Thankfully, in East Texas, the majority of us did very well. We're really being looked to as the model. So how do we continue to build on that success? How do we look at that and say, this is what energy ought to look like? And I know that we in our company and our executive team have been drawn into some of those conversations. it's a great time to advocate for what our history is, right? Oil, natural gas, lignite, looking for those stable baseline generation. That's not a perfect answer, right? Because a lot of the generation that was down was natural gas, right? So there's a lot of conversation around weatherization, on-site storage, ties to other grids, and that type of a thing. But it's great to be a part of that conversation and to be able to advocate for what is our history. You think about, especially when I come from my Kilgore lens, and you go through the world's richest acre, what our heritage is, and we truly believe that those industries still provide a huge benefit and can be an absolute success story going into the next several decades. And so we want to be a part of how do we advocate for who we are and what we've always been able to provide, not only for our local communities, but for our state and for our nation. Also looking at that through a balanced lens, right? I don't know what your investments look like, but I highly doubt that you put all your investments in one stock. And just like Bitcoin, let's just all go Bitcoin, put all your money in Bitcoin, and maybe you win big and maybe you lose big. Coal, natural gas, solar, wind, it's not a great idea to put all of it, all of your investments in one technology. We really do need to look at diversification. We need to look at it on an attraction basis for economic development. We need to look at it on reliability. We need to look at it for affordability. And so energy is a huge deal to everybody. My wife made a comment, oh, gas prices are going up. And I was like, yes. And she looked at me like I was crazy. No, that's really good for us. And she said, okay, that means stocks are going up and that we get to open up some more wells. And it's like, all right, good. You're learning this, right? Is that we're one of the few areas in the nation that when gas prices go up, we start getting kind of excited because of what it means for our communities. And so, but again, having a balanced portfolio of our energy and understanding that we do need some renewables. We do need, but we don't need to overpenalize our coal and our natural gas and our baseline generation. So staying a part of that conversation. Economic development is such a big deal. And I've got to send a shout out to Longview. They just had the GAP announcement, and I'm going to kind of pick on, and Natalie Lynch is on the LECO board, and maybe some others. Hopefully I'm not missing anybody, but they landed a huge project just this last week. I think Thursday was the announcement. It's going to be by 2026, it's over 1,000 jobs, $140 million. It's going to be their flagship e-commerce sales location. That's a huge deal. How do we get that? By coming to Austin and advocating for economic development. That 4A, 4B tax opportunities where we gather that money and then we look at those opportunities, then we say, okay, how do we create a space where an extremely large company, it's not all extremely large companies. We work with local businesses. We work with retention as well as attraction and expansion. All right. But how do we do the land studies? How do we make sure that we have the environmental studies ahead of time? How do we make sure that we're prepared so that when they come into our community, it's yes. Can you do this? Yes. Can you do this? Yes. I mean, the fact that we as a community could answer yes to so many things. And I truly believe that landing, whether it's Tyler or Kilgore or Henderson or Gladewater or Longview, whoever it is in our East Texas footprint that lands a large project like that, it's truly good for everybody in our community. And it's good. I mean, those folks are going to live within a 30, 45-minute spread. They're going to find a place to live. And so that's going to bring up so much of our sales tax, as well as our real estate tax. And so just excited about that. But that's why we advocate. That's why we come to Austin. And I talk to our folks when we're working through public policy and say, this is the end result of why we go down and we build relationships like so many were doing last night over dinner. And that we'll be doing tonight over dinner and over some hors d'oeuvres and just spending some time talking to our legislators, because economic development is so crucially important to us being able to have that competition and compete with other areas like Atlanta's, the Tulsas, that where we can grab those opportunities. So and then lastly, but definitely not least, is general business and technology. It has been a tough year. Last year was a very tough year, specifically for our small businesses. And Chambers, before we get so excited about the large businesses, and those are great wins, we're built by our small businesses, our communities, our quality of life, our restaurants, our places that we go to spend a little bit of money, but have a lot of fun with our families. Those are our small businesses. And there's a lot of roadblocks. And I love that when we had COVID and PPP funding and idle loans, and people were just like, what do I do? Where do I go? When we had a lot of those webcasts and webinars where it's like, okay, this is where you go. This is the link you click on. This is what you say when you need to. I knew that churches, small business loans, or small businesses, they were coming to those websites. And each one of our chambers did such a great job of advocating for our small businesses and our large commercial industrial as well. So great job. As we're here, continue to look for ways that if there's complicated tax systems that you as a small business or your small businesses are having a hard time, they may be struggling with, let's talk to our legislators about how do we remove those roadblocks so that our small businesses, our commercial, our industrial businesses can all succeed, because that's truly our job as a chamber, right? Our job is to bring value to our members. That's the reason why we exist. So again, if there's any way that we can advocate for you, whether it's Kilgore Chamber or any of the participating chambers, please let us know. And thank you for coming and building relationships. This is, we sat with Travis Clardy last night. He said, I've been to 2 meetings this year. He said, we were 45 days into session and I've only had 2 major meetings. He said, that is unheard of. He said, it's just nuts. So he said, thank you for coming. I truly believe that our power being a part of this group is going to be exponential because we're one of the few that came. So thank you. And I'm going to pass it on to Roy. I hope I didn't take too much of your time.
You're good. You can keep going. See if this makes us
No,
work.
it's definitely your turn.
Well, good morning, everyone. Is it okay if I stand? Because I'm pretty short.
Go for it.
I can't see everybody over here, so
I'm not laughing.
yeah, you are. It's okay. I do too. It's all right. Well, good morning, and Dana, Mark, thank y'all very much. Great comments there, and I'm really, I would just in conjunction saying thank all of y'all for coming. Thank you for being here, and really thank you for all the work you do each and every day. That even when you're not here, you're contributing. That's the biggest piece. This is great. This is a sign of support. This is a sign of saying we can come together. Let's make a voice so we can keep where we live a great place. So thank you for being here. We all heard the phrase, it takes a village. I've said that, you heard it. But the thing about it is it takes a village to exist, but to thrive, to be able to capitalize and create a great environment, it takes individuals who are engaged in those villages. And that's what we're doing today. That's what we're doing the next couple of days. We've done it all year. So the couple of things that I get to talk about a little bit is obviously our top priority was the medical school. It's always been there. We're right there, guys. This is going to be great. You know, the impact of it right now, what we see in the East Texas region, it's a $1.7 billion a year impact. 1.7 billion in over 21,000 jobs. That's growth. That's impactful to all of us, right? That's something that's going to say, hey, we're putting ourselves on the map again, and we're growing. Create value for those that are around us. Create value for those we represent, for those that we care about. So I'm excited about it. I hope you all are too. The way it's being put together, we're grateful for the support we have. We've got the Board of Regents, Kevin Eltive, has really been helpful in this piece. They call it the Tyler model right now. We have the resources with the UT Health Science Center, UT Texas, and the University of Texas. Combining those entities together creates so much momentum. It's unbelievable what it's going to do for us. We have the resources. We actually have the contributions that are not just coming and saying, hey, state, we want you to fund us. We're locally providing funds there. I believe the number is about $100 million that's already been given from the community to move this forward. The system has given $80 million already. We're giving 100. We're saying, let's get behind this. It's going to be a great value, not just for today, but for years and years to come. So we're excited about that component. So we're here to help push that along, make sure they understand that we're grateful for the resources that are provided to us, and we're going to use those in a very efficient and effective manner. That's the goal. Now, shifting over to the higher education part, the combination of these two things with the med school, the system, the hospitals, that's nothing but going to increase the rankings of the education, the higher education. So for the East Texas area, I know we have Tyler Junior College, you have UT Tyler. Dana mentioned that's where I went. I had no idea that 20-something years later, I'd be standing here talking about how valuable that is, and it's great. We need to capitalize on those, continue to improve those, influence our legislators to say, let's not stop a good thing, okay? Keep funding it the way you have. Let us work really well with the resources we have. So the more we're engaged, the better those will be, the better we support our higher education. We don't want things to go sideways, so we all have to stay engaged in that. Something that did come up, and you talked about there, that broadband, was listening to and heard this, education has changed. The COVID that we've gone through, the snowpocalypse, everything you can think about, it's changed. It's not going and sitting in the classroom only, but these higher education facilities have to change a little bit. So it's going to be a little bit of a difference for us going forward. And we want to continue to support that, but this broadband piece is huge. We've realized that it's not just a Zoom call. It's well beyond that. It's making sure the pipeline is getting out there to those families and those households. I think it's like 1.6 million households that do not have reliable broadband. Okay, that's 1.6 million that don't have it, that we can't communicate with, we can't share, we can't stay in touch with. Some of the most impactful things are not just sharing information in an email or saying, hey, here's your grades, or even just a Zoom call. It's being able to continue that with those educators, having the relationships with the students, with this higher ed, saying, we know where you're going, we have an idea, let us continue to help. For me personally, some of the biggest impacts were those professors who had the time to sit down with me, who were engaged and wanted me to succeed, but had a belief in us. So it wasn't just a grade. It wasn't just something I emailed to you. It was sitting down with them, but sometimes you're going to have to do that online. And that's just the way it's going to change. So it's going to be rolled in to the higher education and the process and the curriculum. So we need support to continue to push that because it's moving fast. I'll say it again, it's moving really fast. And what we've just gone through has really expedited the way we do business. So between the healthcare and between the higher education, we're here to support those things. We're here to make sure that we're on the same page, let's call it. Because the more we can influence the legislators on what we're trying to accomplish and get behind what they can provide for us, we're going to make this thing great, all of us combined. So I'm grateful for all of y'all being here, grateful for everybody being able to come together. These priorities that were put together from everyone, that's a lot of work, but it can be done. So thank you all for being here. Appreciate it.
We have a minute here, Mark, so I've got a question for you. What you were so involved in the governmental affairs programs for a couple of chambers. How do you get involved?
Okay, so you said we have 1 minute?
No, you've got 9.
9 minutes. Okay, all right, very good. Are you gonna have a question for Roy too? Or
might.
you might.
No.
Okay, very good. No, so the question is, how do we get engaged in this process? Because Roy kind of ended with, this is a lot of information, and it is, but you should have seen what was on these pages before we got down to fit all of this. David's laughing because David knows. You're talking about 13 pages from one chamber, 30 pages from another chamber, 1 page from another chamber, right? And we're all trying to come together, and we have East Texas Coalition meetings throughout the year where we take what our public policy committees have agreed upon. So you'll have your local public policy, and then you'll have your regional public policy, right? The regional are basically the things we can all agree on, because every chamber is a little different, just like your kids. Every chamber is just a little bit different. We all got a little bit different personality. We definitely have different priorities, right? Kilgore area is different than Lindale, is different than Tyler, is different than Longview. All right. And so we all come up with our own local public policy that's really based on, and when you talk with your legislators in those groups in that setting, yeah, you're saying this is what's important for Longview. This is important for Henderson. This is important for Lindale. But when we come together as a group, we can agree on some really high level things like education, transportation. I-20 is pretty important to every single one of our communities. The rural connectivity, all of us have rural aspects to our larger communities and our MSA groups. And so I would say, Dana, to answer your question, talk to your governmental affairs chair, see how you can plug into the conversation. Specifically, if you have some legislative wants or needs, something that is absolutely eating your business lunch and saying this is creating such roadblocks, such headaches, how do we go about removing this? The legislative team is a great way. The governmental affairs and public policy teams are a great place to start. You go in there and say, what can we do to answer this need that if I'm experiencing it, especially if it's HR, if you're experiencing it, many of our industrial and commercial and small business groups are also experiencing that. And so tie in, be a part of, I call it the sausage making, because truly going through public policy, I give a lot of kudos to our team. It is really hard to go through and talk about why is this a priority? And sometimes it's years old and we have to take it apart and we have to replace it. And so to get to this one-page joint public policy is very important. We're very proud of this document because it takes a lot of work. But plug into your governmental affairs. I argue, and I'm a little biased, but I argue that advocacy is I think it's the most important thing that your chamber does. Advocacy. It's also usually the least funded. And so we need to tie in more, because such an impact with the stroke of a pen, the unintended consequences of well-meaning people can absolutely put a business out of business if we're not careful. And so let's engage with our governmental affairs team. Public policy is very important for the life of our businesses. Okay. That's my
Thank
answer.
you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you. No,
Absolutely.
like I mentioned previously, we do, as Mark said too, we have individual voices, but we are stronger when we come together as a region. And that's what we're here for these next 2 days, is to make our voices heard and let them know what we want, what we need in East Texas to grow our businesses. So I know we're kind of limited on attendance this year, and I do appreciate everyone that has come. And 2 years, maybe we'll be back to where we were and things will be back to whatever normal that is in 2023. So I just want to say thank you again. Thank you for your time. We're going to wrap this up, and I'm going to pass this over to Roy so he can start our next panelist discussion. So thank you, guys. Thank you for listening this morning.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you,
Appreciate
everybody.
it. Got to change gears here for a second now. Would you take a seat, pick one? The two in the middle probably great if you want that. So now we're moving on to our next section here of the agenda, and we're going to have the pleasure of introducing Dr. Vance, Ginn, and Lisa Craven. Thank you very, very much for attending. So we're going to do a panel here. It's going to be on the state budget and the appropriations process of this. So the way this will work for us is each of them are going to have a period of about 20 minutes to speak and share with us their thoughts, what they're doing, and what's going on in their worlds. And then after that, I'll have some questions that have been submitted that I'll be able to ask them in the Q&A session. So we're looking forward to that. But so what we have is Vance Ginn is a chief economist at the Texas Public Policy Foundation. He's earned his doctorate in economics at Texas Tech University. I think you probably have some fans here. I've seen a few. And has an accomplished career as a policy director and university lecturer with experience in public policy, academia, and government. And from 2019 to 2020, he served as the associate director of the economic policy of the Office of Management and Budget at the executive office of the president during the Trump administration. So thank you very much for being here. And we have Lisa Craven. Lisa, she is the EWTG, it's the Executive Women in Texas Government Program Director, and has over 27 years of state service, having worked in both the Senate and in the House. She served as chief of staff for then Senator Hager from 2007 to 14, and worked in the House of Representatives from 1989 to 2007, beginning her career as a Capitol tour guide in 1986. So you know where all the things are. We'll just say it that way. And since January 15, Lisa has served as chief of staff for the Comptroller of Public Accounts with Glenn Hager. So thank you all very much for joining us today. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and give y'all some time to speak and give us your thoughts on where you're at. So we'd like to start. Lisa, we'll let you go first. Should be on for you.
I don't, oh yeah, it
There you
is.
go.
I just wasn't holding it close enough. Well, thank you so much for having me. I'm happy to be here this morning with all of you. As Roy said, I have been with Glenn Hager. I've worked for him for now 14, 15 years. And a couple of years ago, he appointed me as deputy controller. So basically that just means I'm the executive director of the controller's office. I sign a lot of documents on behalf of the controller's office every day, but kind of run the day in and day out of that office. I think y'all want to talk a little about the budget and the appropriations process. So I'll just speak to our role in that. We do lots of other things at the controller's office. Our primary responsibility is as the tax collector for the state of Texas, and we do a lot of other activities as part of that I can happy to answer questions about, but I think we want to focus mainly on the budget process. So our main role in that is a constitutional requirement that the controller provide the legislature with a biennial revenue estimate. We do that every year in January, right before the legislative session starts. So we do that on the Monday before they start session on Tuesday. Basically, that number tells the legislature how much money they have to spend in the upcoming 2-year budget. And I like to point out that when the controller issues that BRE in January, he is actually predicting how much revenue the state is going to have for the next 2.5 years. And so that number that he's giving in January starts in September of this year and goes through August 31st of 2023. So you can imagine how difficult that task is in normal circumstances, let alone a Russian-Saudi oil war, a global pandemic, and recent weather incidents in Texas, all that affect the economy in very different ways. And so we like to throw it out to everybody that if you have a crystal ball that would allow us to predict that number any better, we are open to any and all suggestions, including crystal balls. But so he issued that number in January. We told the legislature that in general revenue related dollars, they have $112.83 billion to spend this coming biennium. That's a little less than last biennium, but it's not due to decreased tax collections. Our tax revenue collections are going to increase a little bit over the next biennium. It's really due in large part to two major things. One is we started the current biennium that we're in right now with a surplus. We had $4.8 billion when the legislature came into town in January of 2019. So they started it with money in the bank, so to speak. This year, they're starting with $940 million short. So they have a deficit starting this biennium. The other thing that we have to account for are the transfers to the ESF and the highway fund. So those tax collections have continued to grow, but that money has to be 75% of everything collected above the 1987 amount has to be split and goes equally to the highway fund and the rainy day fund. And then we have a constitutional requirement that we make whole the Texas Tomorrow Fund. That was the original prepaid college tuition fund that the state opened up that closed. We still have about 34,000 kids in that program that haven't aged out. And so since the voters voted to make that constitutionally guaranteed, that money has to come off the top of the estimate. So that's $271 million for the next 2-year biennium. And that number will slowly taper down as kids age out of that program. But until it does, we've got to take that money out of the top. So that's how we get from What we had last session was 119 billion to 113 billion for this session. So that's kind of where that number differentiates. We did not account for the budget reductions that leadership called for from state agencies. So there was a 5% budget reduction. That's not accounted for in the BRE. We can't account for that in our accounting system until the legislature takes action in that, and they'll do that in a supplemental bill. That could be close to $1 billion, about $900 million, if all of those are enacted. So that could get us out of that shortfall. We also didn't account for the latest bill that Congress is debating right now, because it hadn't happened, and we don't count on them until it actually happens. But if there's some additional dollars that flow down to the state, that could be beneficial. And then the last thing I guess I'll talk about, well, I have two things. Well, I lost my train of thought. I thought of something, and then I thought, oh no, I just need to talk about the other thing. Some of the federal dollars that have come down, we're hoping to do some GR swaps with that, meaning that there are a lot of strings attached to that money and how we can spend it. But some of the things that we can spend it on, we could free up general revenue dollars and make those available for other purposes. So there's about $3 billion of federal dollars that we hope to be able to switch. So it's still going to be a tough budget for this upcoming session, but we feel like it's manageable, and there are lots of tools available to the legislature to get through it and get us to another conservative, principled budget that Texas is known for. And then the last thing I'll talk about on our role is we do the certification revenue estimate at the end of session. So during this whole process, we're tracking anything that spends money or raises revenue. And at the end, the controller has to certify the budget before it goes to the governor for his approval or veto. So that's the kind of back end role that we play, and we're monitoring all of that, and we do a cost out of the bill throughout the session as things are happening. And that's the number that really counts, is the controller certification revenue estimate. They have to stay within what he says is available for spending. So I'll end there, and I'm happy to answer questions as we go.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, it's great to be here. Thank you, Roy, and for the East Texas Coalition for inviting me. It's also a pleasure to be here with Lisa. Kind of followed your work, and I know we've chatted in the past before, so it's good to see you. It's also good to see people in person. We don't get this too often, you know what I mean? So it is really good to see people here and see your smiling, beautiful faces. You don't often get to see that either. So that's certainly a blessing. And thank y'all for all coming down to the Capitol. As I'm sure that you all love the East Texas part more, but thank you for being here for at least a little bit. I live up in Round Rock. I'm not from this area. I grew up in Houston, but it's a pleasure to be here with you all. So as Roy said, I'm the chief economist at the Texas Public Policy Foundation, which TVPF, if you haven't heard of us, we're a 501c3 nonprofit, nonpartisan research institute here in Austin. And we do a lot of different work. We were founded on school choice and tort reform back in 1989. Things have changed a little bit now. Now we have about 100 people, a couple blocks south, or is that north of here? Not too far. But we really work on a lot of different things. And I've been at the foundation since 2013, worked a lot on the state budget, tax reform, property tax reform, occupational licensing reforms, things of that nature. And as Roy said, I went to Texas Tech University, got my Ph.D. in economics there. And it's kind of interesting because a couple of years ago, I got a call from the deputy director of OMB, the White House, Russ Vogt. And I had met him one time for like 20 minutes. And he said, hey, were you looking for a job, or would you be interested in a job at the White House? And I said, well, I'm a free market economist, so I'm always on the market, right? I'm always looking for a job. And he said, okay, we're good. So I had an interview. Didn't really know what the position was going to be. I just thought it was going to be a staff economist. And then as we were talking, I was like, what is this job? And he said, it's chief economist at OMB. I almost fell out of my seat. I was like, are you serious? A guy from Houston, a first generation college student who went to Texas Tech, may be able to go and be the chief economist of OMB. And so I did move my family up there in June of 2019, 1,300 miles. Lived in McLean, Virginia for a year. My first time to ever live outside of Texas, where I actually had to pay income taxes, which is horrible. I never want to do that again. See, I had additional amount come out of my paycheck, and I was like, oh my goodness, what have I done? You know, but I was up there for about a year. That's about all I can handle from the swamp and in that area. But I was able to help write the president's fiscal year 21 budget, where we found $4.6 trillion in savings. It still didn't balance the budget until 15 years because they have a massive problem in DC in their federal budget. And with the Comptroller, bless them, right? They have to forecast over 2.5 years. With a president's budget, you have to forecast over 10 years. We did a revenue cycle over 10 years, and that was part of my job, looking at those economic assumptions. So not only do you need one crystal ball, you probably need 5 to figure out what the heck's going on. But it was an interesting experience to kind of get that intel and get that insight along the way. And there was a little thing called an impeachment, and then COVID hit. And when COVID hit, that was a big part of my team's job to figure out what was going on with the economy. And again, try to figure out what's going on with the economy with so much uncertainty that's going on was really difficult. And then providing information to Fauci and Birx and the overall task force of where things were heading with cases and fatalities and everything else. It was quite the experience. I mean, again, I was was able to go into the situation room a couple times to give information. Never thought in my life that would ever happen, right? You never know what one day to the next can be. And so I feel, blessed to have had that opportunity, but I'm also blessed to be back in Texas, right? Where things really happen and where we can really make a difference overall and being optimistic about the future and about Texans and making sure that we're as prosperous as possible. There's a lot of different measures that you can look at, but one is the Economic Freedom North America Index by the Fraser Institute. And they show that based on government spending, taxation, and regulation, Texas ranks the 4th most free state in the nation. Of course, what do we want to be? First, we want to be number 1 in Texas. That's what we do in Texas, right? So we've got a little bit to go. New Hampshire is number 1 on this ranking. Florida is actually number 2. But we've got some things that we need to do. But with that said, I think we've been heading in the right direction for a while now in Texas. And there's always things that we could improve on and thinking about the budget. And so one of the things that I've worked on for a couple of sessions now is what TPF has called a conservative Texas budget. It is a budget that takes the amount that was appropriated in the prior budget cycle, prior legislative session, and then it increases it by population growth plus inflation. So you have more people that's coming into Texas. You have inflation, which is highly correlated with people's wages. And so that gives you a good measure of the average taxpayer's ability to pay for their government. I'm not necessarily as worried about how much the legislature wants to spend. I'm more worried about how much can we afford as taxpayers and make sure that more money stays in our pocket so you have more money in the productive private sector so we can grow. And as you grow, what is the side effect of that? Taxes. So there will be more taxes in the process as well. And so when you look back, going back to 2015, that legislative session, and you take the 5 budgets before that, okay? And we have a biennial budget cycle. So think about these 2-year cycles for the budget. The average growth rate of each one of those biennial budgets was 12%. 12%. The average growth in population plus inflation was 7%. So the budget was growing 5 percentage points faster than the average taxpayer's ability to pay. Well, in 2015, there were some changes in the legislature. There was also, this is when we started putting out the conservative Texas budget to try to match what the average taxpayer's ability to pay was. And so there was just a lot of changes that went on. But since that time, there have been 3 budgets that have passed. So the average budget increase over that three periods was 5.5%, so less than half of those prior 5. And population growth plus inflation was 6.3%. So during the last 3 budget cycles, not only has the rate of growth of the budget fallen in half, but we're now below the average taxpayer's ability to pay, meaning that we're catching up to where we were before because we were growing too fast for a while. So you've got to catch up. Y'all know about compounding and all those things that are going on. So we're heading in the right direction. In that period of time, you've also seen some major cuts to the margins tax. Y'all remember back in 2015, the business margins tax was cut 25%. The rates were anyway. And then you also had a property tax relief at that time as well. Even last session, there was property tax relief of $5 billion that went to bring down the school maintenance and operations property tax. So that was a larger part that the Texas legislature put towards schools and school districts so that way you can compress the school M&O property tax. which I think was another good thing there overall. And so as we're looking at all this, we've got to also consider what happened in the state's economy. The state's economy during COVID, right? The first quarter we contracted by about 5%. The second quarter, whenever things were shut down, right? The lockdowns and everything else that took place, that's really where you saw the hit in the Texas economy, but also across the nation. More so, even though it actually started in the first quarter in March, with the Texas economy contracted by 29% on an annualized basis, 29%. Just let that sink in. I mean, it's a substantial decline in our overall economy. And we saw the unemployment rate reach almost 14%, as we were at 3.5% in February of 2020. A year ago, we were at 5%. So huge hit to our economy, huge hit to Texas families and businesses all across this great state. And in the third quarter, things started to pick back up. We were opening up a little bit more. Things were improving some on the COVID situation, which are all good news. The economy expanded by 29% in the third quarter. That's the latest data that we have information from the Bureau of Economic Analysis out so far. But we're still down about 3.6% compared to the peak of the fourth quarter of 2019. So we've still got a ways to go. So you fast forward to what's happening most recently. In December, the unemployment rate was 7.2%. We'll get some more information out, I believe, I think it's next week. We'll get the next jobs report for Texas, but the unemployment rate is still 7.2%. 500,000 people are still unemployed in the private sector compared to where we were in February, much less the increase in the labor force over that period. So we've still got a ways to go, which also indicates some of the needs for the legislature whenever they're creating their budget. And it's over a biennial budget period, it's $251 billion. That's the one that's been proposed so far. And our conservative Texas budget, at least from TPF's point of view, would be $246.8 billion. That's for an increase of population growth plus inflation. But part of that $251 billion includes $6 billion to maintain the property tax relief from last session in House Bill 3. So if you exclude the $6 billion, you get down to $245 billion, because the $6 billion isn't going to grow government, at least from our perspective. So it shouldn't be counted in there. You also have a lot of money from the federal government, as Lisa said, for COVID relief. And there's another discussion going on right now with potentially another $1.9 billion. Within that overall amount, there's money for education, transportation, healthcare, and there's also about $350 billion for state and local governments. And so if you added all those things together, Texas could receive about $45 billion. But out of the part that could be more flexible funding, if you will, the $350 billion, the state could receive $17 billion. As the latest numbers, these could change. And then the local governments could receive $10 billion. So $27 billion, which is about, we received $11 billion from the first CARES Act. So it's almost 3 times the amount. And at a time when the state's budget is already basically flush, it's balanced because of the good work that's been done by the legislature, by the state leaders, of calling for some state agencies to have 5% in reductions. They've been able to deal with this in a conservative approach that I hope will continue, so that more money can stay in our pockets and in your businesses and other businesses, so we can grow the economy. That's what's so important about this, because the future of America, the future of the world, is not necessarily what happens in DC. It is to a certain extent, but I really believe it's what happens in Texas. We continue to lead the way with our entrepreneurial spirit, our innovation, and things that are going to set us apart as we move forward. And so I'm hopeful that if Congress, in all their wisdom, that's a joke, but I'm an economist, so I don't have good jokes, okay? But Congress, in all their wisdom, wants to send us more money. I'm hopeful that we can do it and use it in a pro-growth way. We should be thinking about how can we provide additional tax relief so that we can withstand sort of situations that take place, like this electrical grid issue that's been going on right now. And many of us were without power. I was out of power for 3 days. And man, that was a couple weeks ago now, right? Seemed like time kind of sat still for a little bit. But what else can we do with tax relief? Is it business margins taxes that affects a lot of businesses? Is it property tax relief? Is it a way to shore up some of our pension funds that have some massive unfunded liabilities going on there? Is there something with education and school choice and healthcare? What can we do in our healthcare situation that's not taking it in a direction of expanding Medicaid to believe will be a bad decision for the state to go. But are there other ways that we can have a Texas way that's more market-based oriented, and instead of government expanding within the Medicaid program itself? So I'm hopeful that I can give you a more optimistic look at Texas as we continue to grow. We're going to overcome some of these challenges. And I believe it really goes on to keeping Texas Texan so that we can do that with a conservative budget approach, with tax relief where we can, with regulatory relief, and allowing for us to have as much growth as possible within this institution that we call Texas. So look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Give them a round of applause for that, please. All right, so we'll get into some of the questions here, and we'll circle back to some of the things y'all have mentioned. But I want to kind of start out with basic and really education for all of us. And Lisa, this is really for you. If you can kind of just describe the comptroller's role in the budget process, and then if you would also include the legislative budget board and how that works together. It's a very unique situation for Texas. So.
Yes. So probably the simplest way to explain the two is we're the revenue side and the LBB is the expenditure side. And that's very simplistic way to explain it, but I think it goes to the heart of it. The controller, as I said, we present the BRE and we do the certification at the end. And so it's really his number of how much we expect there to be in the treasury to pay for everything that the legislature wants to do. The LBB works with the legislature on what those expenditures should be. And so that I think is as each agency comes forward, they present their request. The LBB goes through those, explains them for the legislature. We don't have any role in that. We're just like any other state agency coming before the legislature asking for our budget. To that point, Comptroller Hager is currently, as we speak, before the House Appropriations Committee asking for our budget. And then I'm going to do it tomorrow for the judiciary. We pay the bills for all the district judges and state judges in the state. So I'll do that part tomorrow, but we go just like any other state agency and ask for that money. I think one of the unique things we have in our ask and what we do is we actually bring in the revenue for the state of Texas. So those budget cuts affect us in a different way than maybe other agencies that are serving taxpayers in a different way. If we can't hire people to go out and audit and enforce tax collections, then that has an impact on state revenue. And so that's a balance that we try to be very careful with at the controller's office, but it is our job. It is what he often says he doesn't like to advertise too loudly that he's the tax collector because there's a story in the Bible about being stoned, but he is that. And that is the job. And so it's something that we take very seriously. And, we try to have good customer service, and we figure if everybody's paying their fair share, then it's a level playing field for everyone. And so that's been our approach since he was elected in 2015 on tax collection. But and then I'll just mention briefly, every bill that comes before the legislature has attached to it when it gets a committee hearing a fiscal note. And that is those fiscal notes belong to the LBB, and that basically is the cost of the bill. If it costs any money or if it raises any money, it's in that fiscal note. And there's also a impact to local governments as part of that fiscal note process. We do anything that increases revenue or that affects anything at our agency, and then we give that information to LBB. And that's the way it works with every state agency. So if there's something at Health and Human Services Commission, they give input to the LBB on what they think it will cost them to implement something. But the fiscal note belongs to the LBB. They tend to overrule most other state agencies on what those costs will be. They don't tend to overrule us on what we think costs will be, mainly because we have that certification hammer at the end. And so we use our costs when we're certifying stuff. And so that's another piece of the LBB controller kind of back and forth. What did I miss? What do you have to add on that?
Nothing really. I think you hit on the key points.
Yeah. That's kind of a high level of that interchange.
Well, and I think that's crucial just for all of us to kind of understand this process as a whole and what does it take So I think that's an education for all of us and doesn't hurt. We're not in it every single
Yeah.
day. So to understand that, then we know better how to react and utilize what we have with your tools.
And
Go ahead.
I think it's an interesting statistic, but of that all funds number that the legislature uses, it's like 270 billion is what's available in all funds this year. 80% of that is dedicated either by federal strings or by constitutional or statutorily dedicated accounts. And so only about 20% of the money is what's available for the legislature to appropriate each session. So that's what everybody's fighting over, is that 20% of where it goes. And so but it takes all session. I mean, it's not, that 20% isn't insignificant, but it's not the whole number. A lot of the budget is already earmarked or dedicated for certain purposes.
Okay. So there's some flexibility, but it's not the whole budget. So when we talk about the 250 plus billion, it's not the entire thing that's at play. 20%. Okay. Well, Vance, you talked about how you look at what we can afford, right? What can the taxpayers afford? And it's interesting, but we also know there has to be really good communication. And I say, we talk about effective communication. That's just, it's not saying something, right? It's also listening to understand, right? So what are some of the ways that the business leaders can provide you with information that to help you with your efforts to say, okay, how do we get the economy where it needs to be? You say we still have some ground to cover. What's the best way to get that to you? How do we share that with you?
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, one way to do it is my email, vginn@texaspolicy.com. You can send it my way. But I think it's also important to talk with your state legislators, talk with your state leaders to give them insight on how your business is challenged. What are the challenges that you're facing? Is it really a tax issue? Is it the property taxes, margins taxes, things of that nature? Is it a regulatory issue? Because that is some of that holding you back, like occupational licensing, for example, in your particular area. What are the challenges as far as skill sets go? You know, oftentimes, well, at least before COVID hit, there was a shortage in some areas of where some businesses said, look, I just can't find workers who fit the skill set that I'm looking for. So how can we overcome some of those challenges? I know something that we're working on at the Texas Public Policy Foundation is looking at career and technical education, CTE. How can we be able to expand that in some capacity to start to fill some of those needs across the economy? And again, you know, in occupational licensing, what sort of barriers are holding people back in those areas as well? So I think reaching out to your legislators, doing what you're all doing now, and learning more about what's going on at the Capitol, I think is very important part of this process.
The only thing I would add to that is involvement in your community organizations like your chambers. I know the Comptroller visits a lot of, you know, he's doing a lot of Zoom meetings now, but, you know, he talks to groups all the time. And as part of that, you know, he wants questions and feedback and information about what's happening in your individual community. I know from our perspective, we're looking at economic numbers that are of the whole state. And so when we can drill down and get information about what's actually happening in communities, that helps us, you know, hone those numbers and gives us a better perspective on what consumer confidence is going to be. You know, how is the economy going to rebound? And the way it rebounds in East Texas may not be the way it rebounds in the Permian Basin. And so we've got to be able to look at all that stuff. So I would say, you know, what you're doing now, involvement in your local communities and your chambers and those kinds of things, because then they come and talk to their legislators and they talk to folks who are in the budget process. And so all of that information just helps make better decisions. The more information people have, the better.
Well, I think that's good. That kind of plays right into one of our components here that we want to support is the continuing for funding the educational formulas that say we want to be able to provide the technical skills that are out there so we can answer the questions that come back. So if we don't have the skills for our labor force, they don't all learn the same way. And we have this, you know, the 60 by 30 that's still in play. We want that 60% to have a certification or higher education, secondary certification by 2030. Well, we want to continue that path. We don't want to stop there. So that's crucial for all of us. We want to stay on there. But go ahead.
We do a publication every month at the Comptroller's office that we call fiscal notes. You know, we're economists too, so we don't have great humor, but you know, a play on the fiscal notes we do for the legislature. But in those every month, we take different elements of things that affect the economy of Texas and do what we call a deep dive. It's not a super deep dive. It is usually 2 articles. It's bound with a staple. I always say anything that is bound by a staple is easy to read and digestible. It's not a textbook. And so we've done some economic analysis on the impact of community colleges on the Texas economy. It was, I think, the June, July issue of Fiscal Notes, and you can sign up for that on our website. We send it out via a listserv, or you can just go occasionally and check it and read the ones that are of interest. But in that, we talked about the economic impact of community colleges, and it's about almost $10 billion annually of economic impact that community colleges make in Texas, and provides a lot of jobs, and the importance of that as we grow higher education in Texas. And that includes workforce development, like technical training that Vince was talking about, but also, or Vance was talking about, but the other, sorry about that. I knew what I was doing as soon as I said it. We experience the same thing at our office. We have hard to fill positions in highly technical IT positions in the Comptroller's office. You wouldn't think that cybersecurity would be a big thing for us, but we hold a lot of sensitive taxpayer data. And so we take cybersecurity very seriously at our office, but we have a hard time filling those positions because there just aren't enough people in that field to work there. And so we're, trying to be creative, and we're partnering with community colleges and universities across the state who have expertise in cybersecurity, trying to get a pipeline of those kids into our office so that they think Comptroller's office, hey, that's a good place to go to work to do this top level cybersecurity stuff. So, thinking outside the box on some of that stuff too.
And Roy, if I could mention something, you mentioned about how not every person learns the same way in their unique education, whether it's CTE or for your university and things of that nature, which is so important. I think it's spot on. But I would hope that we could also look at that from the K through 12 sort of standpoint as well. That not everybody learns the same way. And one of the things that I see is going to be a challenge for Texas, not only the COVID situation itself from the healthcare, but also on the education front, is when you have fewer kids that are going to class in the classroom and are learning, doing virtual ed, which works great for some, but doesn't work great for everyone. What is going to be the effect of that on our kids, on our students, on the people who go to college thereafter? I think it is a major challenge that if we aren't able to address it as quickly as possible, could be a much longer term issue as well. Each year of education adds a certain amount in lifetime earnings, but it's not just the earnings, right? It's also the education that they're gaining. It's the social interaction. I went to homeschool, so that's probably why I'm an economist, but I don't have the best social interaction. But that worked well for me. Okay. I was able to stay on target with what I needed to do, but that doesn't work well for everyone. So I talked to some of my nephew who's 15, and he's having a really tough time doing virtual ed. He's depressed. He's not turning in his schoolwork like he normally would. That is going to have a ripple effect throughout our entire economy. So we also need to figure out a way with these discussions about education is how can we not only provide what I would think of education freedom, we're giving kids and parents the opportunity to do what's best for each one of their children, but also how can we begin to open up these schools again? Because there is going to be a huge discussion with HB 3, House Bill 3 was the big school finance reform last session, of fully funding it. But how many of those kids are going to go back? There's a certain growth rate that they're expecting about, it's 37,000 kids per year is their annual enrollment growth. But are all those kids going to go back to our virtual now? Those are things that we've got to be able to consider when we're trying to hold harmless along the way.
And I think that's a great point. And the virtual learning, obviously, it's going to change everything. It is. Now, I've been real fortunate. I actually get to perform as an adjunct professor for a little while at UT Tyler. Thoroughly enjoyed it. And part of the way I did it and the way I was able to do it was my role was I'm not a lecturer, but what I could do is I could bring in the real world experience from business people, community leaders, municipality leaders, and some of them in this room actually helped me by coming and speaking to the class, having a session where the Q&A was. Well, that was a creative way to say, I'm exposing the students to something that was different, to spur a spark, have a spark, right? So the creativity just to say, how do you learn? How do you get your interest up and engagement? So that's the kind of things that we need to be considering to saying it's not just one way. So the question on that is, with those community colleges, with the higher education and in the K through 12, is there ways to have benchmarks and metrics for those who are going to utilize? I mean, we want to be efficient and we want to be impactful and have some effect. Is there ways that the state says, okay, how do we measure up those who might be doing better? And let's say, go back to the Bible, give the one who does really well, give them more. And we feel we're pretty confident, we're creative. How do we do that? And can we do that to give more funding to those who are creative?
I don't know the answer to that, but Commissioner Morath was testifying the other day, and he was talking about that very issue. And one of the statistics that he used was that about 30% of the kids who are doing virtual, or 30% of the kids are doing better at virtual, either college or K through 12. But that means 70% of the kids are not doing better at virtual. And I think the other interesting thing that he noted was that divide between the education gap that Vance talked about a little bit with, that the gap growing wider, is his expectation was that rural Texas was going to perform better in the education outcomes than urban Texas, because more kids are back in school physically and getting that social interaction and getting that face-to-face instruction and the value of that. And so I think we're going to see attempts to measure that for a while after, post-COVID, but I don't know what those metrics are. And I'm not a big proponent of more testing. So
Yeah.
I don't know what the answer to that is.
And I would agree. We want to kind of reduce the reliance on those high stakes standardized tests, because of those things. Go ahead, Vance.
I think that those are great points. I agree. And I think the other thing is for teachers, our best teachers should be able to be paid more. And I think part of that was in HB3 last session was to figure out a way to come up with different metrics for them to be paid more and determine how that would look over time. I think it's something that we need to continue to look at and figure out, where these kids should go. I mean, ultimately it should be up on the parents. The parents should be the ultimate accountability, in my view, for their students, for their kids and where they're going to go. I mean, it was a choice that we made, that we were able to make for our son who was in kindergarten going to public school or private school. Well, we put him in private school because basically the principal said that we're going to keep schools open in person unless the governor shuts everything down. So we didn't have to have that same sort of uncertainty with a lot of the public schools of whether or not they were going to be in class. And I just think it's so important for them to be in class. And fortunately, we were blessed to have that opportunity to do that. But unfortunately, there's a lot of people who do not. And so how do we deal with these education gaps? I think what you'll see is a lot of those who are in the lower income areas, there's going to be even a wider gap in the educational system, which will then lead to other gaps further on that we've really got to take into consideration.
Well, and I will say this, with this entire group here, I think they ought to be very proud, and we're grateful that our education in the K through 12 and all of East Texas has remained open, has remained face-to-face learning, because it's so important. We get it, we understand it, but I think I think there's a congratulatory to them and to all those who've been working at it, is they've been able to be creative to say, how do we create an environment where we can stay safe, get through this, not just stop and freeze. We went through a freeze, but not do that, and work all the way through. So I would like to say thank you to all of you who have supported the education, the K through 12 through all of East Texas to stay face to face. We don't want to lose that, and we want to continue to push that. So I agree, and I think this group here knows it's crucial. And as a parent too, I've got a 17 and 12-year-old, and hey, let's get them in the classroom sometimes. Okay, there's only so much I can do at home. That's all I want to do. So I thank you on that piece of it. Changing gears over now just a little bit into, let's go to some of the questions that we also had. It looks like a pushback in retracting some of the highway expansion improvement projects through the last year because of the expectation of COVID. Are those things going to come back online? How do you see that coming for the budget there?
That's really a tech stock question. So
You have any friends over there we can talk to?
okay. Yeah, you might want to make some calls over there. I expect those will come back. I mean, what we've seen just across the economy in Texas, and I mean, if you just look around Austin and the number of cranes in the air, the construction projects have gone, forward full blast. And so I would expect that we'll see those transportation projects be, continued or pick up pace shortly. I know TxDOT is always concerned about their funding sources, and there are, that they get those transfers to the state highway fund, and then they get a portion of the sales tax. After we reach the $5 billion mark, they get the next $2.5 billion in sales tax. And so they're always concerned about that money coming in, and they don't want to let projects without knowing they've got the money for that. And so there's some things they do in their budget to ensure that they can pay for the projects that they have going on. But I would expect that we'll see those. The funding is continuing to flow to them. We haven't seen a decline in that funding. So.
Well, what about on the shifting over to and some of the pressures that our local governments face are supporting with the police and the hospitals and courts, but the mental health challenge, and it's a large component of what we're facing right now. What about funding there? What do you all see? Are we going to continue to get more and hopefully establish where we can support and address the issue? We've seen it. I saw it even last week with our freeze and going out and helping some of those who are out in the cold. A lot of them were, and speaking to them, they're mentally challenged was the issue. And we want to be able to have a cohesive or at least a comprehensive solution. Is there anything that might be coming our way to the East Texas market for funding or somewhere to say, yes, that's important, we got to fund that? Is there something you can say on that? Vance, you might be able to.
Well, I mean, it's definitely my area of expertise, but I know that Chair Jane Nelson of Senate Finance, this has been one of her biggest topics is with mental health. And I know there's been a lot of talk about that in her committee in Senate Finance. And so I'm sure that there will continue to be funding in that area. One of the other things that we've been looking at TVPF is community care and community care within the community, right? Having help with those mental health issues, and how can we start continue to expand those opportunities as well? And so I'm hopeful that we can be able to cover these issues in a number of venues relative to just being from the government side of things, because there are many people who are struggling, and especially during COVID and being alone and those sort of areas. I think there's something that we really need to look at.
So, Lisa, I know there was some information about the legislation over the last couple of years with the Waiver decision that's going to change kind of the revenue piece and the sales tax generation. Can you expand upon that? And is there more runway there?
Oh, this is my wheelhouse. TxDOT and mental health, not so much, but Wayfair, I can go to town. So yes, last session, the legislature passed House Bill 1525, which was a result of the Supreme Court decision on Wayfair that dealt with the collection of internet sales tax. And so we had a couple of pieces of legislation that dealt with marketplace and the collection of internet sales tax. when we did the fiscal note on that originally, we thought it would bring in about $500 million annually to the state treasury. And that's money we hadn't seen before. So we started collecting that in November of 2019. And so we've had a full year of collections for internet sales tax. And as you can imagine, in April, when the pandemic was in full swing, everything switched to online purchasing. You know, everybody was getting Amazon packages on their front doorstep, and they were doing, delivery of just about anything you can imagine. And so lucky for Texas, they passed that law and put it in place. There are a lot of other states across the country who are kicking themselves because they didn't. And so they are not looking, they're not in the same shape that we are in Texas. So as of November, we had collected $1.3 billion in sales tax on online purchases. And so we far exceeded our expectations. In January, February, we thought we were going to be above our $500 million number, but once the pandemic happened, it just accelerated. I mean, Jane Nelson had a conversation with my boss, and he said, "What would you do without that?" And she said, "I would, I don't know." She said, I don't know what kind of shape we'd be in if we didn't have that. She said, "I am so happy we did it when we did it." And so lucky for Texas, we have that, that piece of the pie. And we expect and that's all new revenue. That's not counted as previously collected revenue. So that's new sales tax into the coffers. And we expect that will continue post-pandemic. You know, people have become comfortable ordering things online and doing curbside and those kinds of things. And so we expect that will be a pretty steady number going forward. And it's really one of the things that has saved our sales tax number in all of this. And I guess I should have talked about this, but over 60% of the tax revenue that comes in is sales tax. And so that's the big Goliath in the revenue collections is sales tax. And so the Wayfair piece of it was a big part. The other thing we've seen, and Vance can talk about this too, but we've been following all kind of economic indicators that, you know, there was no good historical example to look at for a global pandemic for us and trying to predict what the economy was going to do. So we've been looking at all kind of things that we never looked at before, like traveler throughput and open table reservations and box office sales, and you name it. We've tried to get our arms around any piece of data that we can to figure out what the economy is going to do. But what we saw in sales tax was that, and other taxes like mixed beverage taxes, we saw certain industries were hit harder than others. So the obvious ones, restaurants, hotels, box office, those kinds of things were very hard hit by the pandemic. Anything that requires close personal face-to-face interaction, those taxes are down more than 40% in most of those industries. What we didn't expect and what we were surprised, but pleasantly surprised about, was how well sales tax held up in other areas that we didn't predict. And those are things like sporting goods sales tax and home improvements. And so our analysis of that is that as June and July came and people were thinking, hey, this might last for a while, the money that they would have spent on vacations, they instead spent on staycations and were fixing up their homes. They were buying sports equipment, doing things that you could do outdoors that were socially distanced. If you tried to buy any exercise equipment, you couldn't find it because there was such a high demand. And that really helped buoy our sales tax numbers from the summer really into the fall. Now you're still seeing lots of people spending money on those kinds of things. And so while the numbers are still down in mixed beverage tax, gross receipts, mixed beverage, hotel occupancy, motor vehicle rentals, those kinds of things that are related to travel, we've seen an increase in the other areas that's really helped Texas be where they are. And again, that goes back to diversified economy, all of the things that Texas has put in place that kind of helps us through this pandemic. But that is really where we are with all of that. So you want to talk about some of those economic things that y'all are following?
Yeah, no, go ahead. I think that's kind of the changing dynamic of how business and economies have morphed over time. And this is one of these that's kind of a great new way to be able to take advantage of where people are buying the sales tax that come in differently. We need to take advantage of that. But go ahead.
No, I think that all makes sense, of course. And it's interesting too, because we were looking at a lot of those indicators, open tables and things of that nature. Also looking at the number of weekly jobless claims, unemployment claims, which are still at an elevated level right now, even as state revenue continues to roll in at a faster clip than what the Comptroller had estimated back in July of last year. There was a substantial improvement to that picture the beginning of session in January. And the Texas Comptroller Glenn Hager has also suggested that he may come out with an update later. That's not for sure, but he's at least said that. He could.
He said that a lot. Yeah.
He just said that. There's so much. The two words I always know from the Comptroller is going to say is uncertainty and unprecedented. Right.
Yes. We've said often, don't try to do a drinking game if he's with uncertainty and unprecedented if he's speaking.
Yeah.
It's not going to go well for you.
Yeah. So, which is right though, because it is unprecedented and there is still so much uncertainty that's going on. And it's actually what I think is quite remarkable about the Texas economy and just the vigor that there is still in it, even as we're not at full capacity, right? Because within the governor's restrictions in place, the most that you could be at capacity is 75% across the state. And about 2 months ago, whenever the COVID cases were up quite a bit and hospitalizations were up, 88% of Texans lived in a trauma service area that had at 50% capacity. So in fact, for about a month, a little bit more than a month, the state's economy was really only running at half speed. We were running at 50%. A lot of those trauma service areas are now open again. I was just looking earlier, only 2 of them are now at the more restricted level. The rest are at 75% as COVID-19 hospitalizations have been down to 15% or less, right, within these trauma service areas. But it still means that we're only at 75% capacity. And as you might know from some of your businesses and some of your members, even if you're at 75% capacity, you oftentimes have to run at lower than that capacity. For example, a lot of the restaurants, I go to Eureka, it's right down the road here pretty often, and talk to them and say, what do y'all look like right now when we're at 75% capacity? And they say, look, we still have to be at 50% capacity because we don't have the space to continue to have the social distancing requirement plus that. So it still keeps you at some level of capacity constrained. And so one of the things that I've been looking at is, in TUPF, we call it our responsible recovery agenda, which is make sure that we practice fiscal restraint, provide tax relief and regulatory relief to allow for more economic growth over time. But another part of that is to reopen. I mean, the faster that we can get to reopening in a safe way, where we're targeting resources to vulnerable populations, right? I think that will also help us to be a juggernaut again, to get the unemployment rate back down. I mean, the unemployment rate is 7.2% right now. Maybe it might have fallen a little bit in January. We won't know that until next week. But 7.2% is still twice what it was in February of 2020 when it was 3.5%. So it still shows that there is a lot of room for improvement across the state. Many people are still struggling, businesses and families. And so I'm hopeful that we can get back to that level as quickly as possible. And fortunately, the Texas Comptroller with the revenue picture, the budget picture so far looks good. Let's continue to maintain these things for the state of Texas.
I thought of something else I need to say.
You have a microphone.
As I'm sitting here, my head is just. So he keeps saying he needs a couple more months of data. He's been saying that for going on a year now. So after a couple more months of data, we hope to have a better revenue picture for the leadership. And we've done that every session that he's been there. We have constant communication with the leadership because we want to give them the most accurate number possible so that they can make the best possible decisions on that. back on the Wayfair piece, I want to talk just a little bit about it because there's a state portion of sales tax and there's a local portion of sales tax, and that local portion of sales tax is really important to the local jurisdictions. And so that's the 6.25% is the state share. Locals can have up to 2 cents of that sales tax. So a couple things on that. One of the things that the Comptroller is currently before the legislature asking for right now is some of our money back that we had been allocated by the legislature last session to do an IT project for us. It's a GIS system. Basically, it's like a GPS system for local jurisdictions so that we could ensure that the correct amount of local tax is being collected in every jurisdiction. That money comes to the state and then we send it back to the locals for their use. But Texas has so many jurisdictions. If you take in the hospital districts and mud districts and all of those kinds of things, there's so many local jurisdictions that it's sometimes hard to know if you're collecting the right amount. So this would be a system for retailers to be able to make sure they're collecting the right amount of local tax so that the local jurisdictions are getting their fair share. The other piece of that, and this is something that we're working on in our rules right now, is we believe that if you pay for something online and it's delivered to your home, then your local taxing jurisdiction should receive that local sales tax. However, that is not always the case. And sometimes there are agreements in place that local portion of the sales tax goes to a fulfillment center or the place where the item was shipped from rather than where it is received. And so there will be some discussion this session by the legislature about that very issue. And your local members have been very vocal about that from East Texas because they believe that it's a fairness in taxation issue, and that when you order something, you believe that your local government is getting that 2 cents, and that's where that 2 cents should go. And so I would just put that kind of on your watch list. Senator Nichols, when Comptroller Hager was in front of the committee, he was the first one to light up his light and ask about local sales tax going to local jurisdiction. And so afterwards, Lynn was in the office and he said, "Did you see Nichols?" And I'm like, "Yeah, he's on it. Don't worry. He's all over the issue and going to make sure that local jurisdictions receive their fair share." But that's the other piece of that Wayfair decision is now that people aren't going into a store to buy it, making sure that tax revenue follows the product and the consumer
to the
end use. Yeah.
Into that local. Well,
Yeah.
that just kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, the idea
Yeah,
is,
it's kind of common sense, but if we could legislate common sense, we would all be
be a lot easier, right? Yeah.
and we'd all be in a better situation.
I think some people get in the way sometimes. We're not sure what's going on there. Now, with the other type of the outside influences on the budget, obviously we've had these COVID and the relief and a lot of Fed funds coming in. You spoke about that, but how is that really impacting the budget and the economy? And if we get this next nearly $2 trillion piece that you talked about, what does it look like for us as another shot in the arm, let's say, or what is the influences that you see happening with that coming in?
Yes, I mean, there's a lot of different things that's in the $1.9 trillion package now. I mean, part of that is a $1,400 amount in tax rebates for people. There's also a plus up or an additional amount for unemployment insurance. I believe the latest version is $600, $400 or $600 a week. 400. Okay, $400 a week. Get them confused. There was at one point a $600 plus up, but $400 plus up in this one. Then you have the state and local portion, and there's a little bit more money that would be added to PPP. So there's a lot of money that's been kind of went into the CARES 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0 is what I like to call them. So there's been a massive amount of money that's went in there. And then it's a question of which one of these are what I would consider to be pro-growth, that are allowing for more economic growth, job creation, and that sort of thing. Part of it is, I think, when you think about the checks, and you think about the unemployment insurance, to expand those from the federal level, because the state unemployment insurance program is really what usually funds people who are unemployed. These are additional amounts that are being added by the federal government, starting with the CARES 1.0 last year. right? So these are additional amounts for that. And there are some behavioral effects that happen there. Whenever you receive more money being unemployed, then that changes your behavior, whether or not you want labor or leisure. And so some people will choose to stay home and get the unemployment benefits versus going to work. However, it's a little bit different dynamic given what normal economic literature would say, because a lot of places are shut down. So there's not the same demand for those workers as there ordinarily would be when you had the economy reopened. And so in my mind, there is somewhat of an incentive that's going to be out there for states to stay shut down longer than they otherwise would, because more and more money is going to be in people's pockets. And I'm not sure that that's a good thing. From my perspective, I think it's a pretty big cost to the taxpayer. The budget deficit for last year was $3.1 trillion, T with the T, trillion, right? This year is probably going to be another $3 trillion. The national debt's at $28 trillion. Some people say, well, that doesn't matter. We just need to put money out there, but those dollars do matter. We don't. What I like to say is, high taxes and deficits are always and everywhere a spending problem. We've got a major spending problem in DC, and the more that we become dependent and kind of high on this drug of more spending out there, I think we're worse off we're going to be over time. There's an argument that says, well, interest rates are so low. They are. Interest rates are really low right now, historically speaking. But y'all know just last year, the interest on the debt was $350 billion. $350 billion. That's more than the entire state's budget over a 2-year period. And that's just interest on the debt. I don't care if you're a progressive or conservative or libertarian, we could come up with better ways of spending $350 billion. I would like for it to be more in taxpayers' pockets, but we could figure out better allocation of those dollars. And so when we're looking at Congress and all of their wisdom, again, of thinking how much they want to put out there, let's be sure that we're careful of how those dollars are spent. That's why I said earlier, if Texas is going to receive $17 billion or $45 billion or how much ever that money is going to be, let's make sure that we're spending it wisely and remembering the taxpayer in that part of the process. A lot of this, is end up going to states like California. California, though, had a $60 billion deficit not too long ago, but then with these couple of rounds of COVID relief from Congress, they now are expecting a $15 billion surplus. So there's not a huge shortage in tax receipts right now. I don't really know why there's more money being sent out to state and local governments other than, buy them off, right? Rent seeking, as we call it in economics. You give out funds out there for other measures. And so I'm hopeful that we can start to have a better discussion about how much spending is going on, because we can't continue to live within this cycle, and we need to get people back to work. That's where you get the prosperity, the dignity, the self-sufficiency. So one thing that we're also looking at this session is I'm leading what's called the Opportunity Project. And how can we, with our safety net programs, how can we make sure that the dollars that are actually going to the people that they're intended to go to? Too often, they can go to other programs, they can go to bureaucracy, they can also go to people who aren't meant to receive those funds, like SNAP, for example, or even Medicaid. How can we make sure that those people are the ones that actually get them? And so that way, they can hopefully get off of those programs. And two of these programs, how can we make sure that we're not just counting the number of people that are enrolled, but how many people are permanently getting off, right? Not because they're kicked off, but because they're actually living that prosperous life and not being on these programs long term. And so I hope, kind of a long-winded answer to say, I think within Congress is stuff I hope we're looking at, how can we best be moving to a pro-growth policy approach afterwards.
Well, and continue on that for a minute. So we have the 87th biennium. We have this impact, right? Looking forward, though, what we don't want to do is get complacent or reliant upon these external impacts. So what is there anything that we can do or that can be done to protect the 88th from having the reliance or seeing those things? I know there's a lot of indicators, but what can we do?
I think the most important thing, and I think the legislature will do it, is to take a conservative approach on the spending this session. Coming into a session with a deficit is not ideal, and it makes the budgeting that much harder. So if they can show restraint, which they have done in the past, and use the tools that are available to them to produce a conservative budget, which Texas is known for, then I think we'll be fine for the next biennium. And they have lots of tools available to them, including the rainy day fund, which will be at the end of this biennium in 2023 at $11.6 billion. Now, we've got to maintain a sufficient balance of 7% in that. So 8.6 has to stay in the bank, but they've got some money there. Traditionally, they have not liked to use that for ongoing expenses. They like to use it for one-time, infusion into something like we did with the property tax relief. But and if they take that same approach to the federal funds to use them for one-time expenditures, I think we'll be okay coming out of this budget. But next budget cycle could be challenging as well, depending on what they do this session. And I think they all know that.
Yeah. And I agree with that. And I think too, it's just be really important to figure out where those dollars are going. I mean, it might even be something that we could have a website from the Comptroller's office or LBB that says, here are where the federal dollars are. But
we have enough to do.
I know, but have some level of transparency because we saw this after the American Recovery Investment Act, the Obama administration in 2009, where Texas received a lot of money and filled gaps, like in education, for example. And then when those dollars went away, then there's these holes. And so we've got to be careful now of when these dollars come in, that if we're filling any gaps within GR, general revenue, or something along those lines, let's make sure we're accounting for those in some capacity. The type of budgeting that I like to do is the conservative Texas budget is I've actually exclude a lot of those values that are coming in. Now, I know that the state can't do that, but from a taxpayer's perspective, those should be one-time funds that do not go in the baseline budget. In other words, they shouldn't artificially increase the base to then build off with next cycle. You should exclude those and build that into over time, because that is what's really funding the state is general revenue, sales taxes, things of that nature. And so we've got to be mindful of those as we move forward.
Very good there. So in that same vein, though, to think about this, is there anything in the healthcare side that you see coming down the pipe that could impact the changes or negatively impact some of the costs for affordable healthcare with us? Do you see anything in your world right now that could be negative to us?
No, I mean, uncertainty. It's
There's that word again. Okay.
I think it depends on how the vaccine rollout continues, and how quickly and efficiently that gets out, as to how quickly the economy opens back up, and those kinds of things. And we're all just in a waiting game on all of that. And so that's just kind of where.
So some of the thought that I was thinking is with these one-time funds and those extraordinary items, we don't want it to cut into the baseline of the healthcare support that we're getting. And that's kind of where I see that going.
Yeah, I'm sure no one in this office, in this room, will be surprised that federal money comes with a lot of strings. I mean, they tell us how we can spend it, and so they're basically buckets of money that they're earmarking. Some of those have to go directly to response to COVID. So those are things like your PPE, vaccine distribution, those kinds of things. They have to be directly attributable to a COVID response. And then there's money directly to businesses and individuals. That's the unemployment money. That's the PPP loans, those things. And then the third bucket that's in this latest bill is some discretionary money that would come to the states. And that would be the piece of the pie that we would caution leadership to be very careful on how they spend it and not have it become part of what we call the base budget. And so, our conversations is, we believe those things should be set up to help small businesses and do those kinds of things that may gaps where the PPP is not reaching businesses, but not have them become part of the base budget. Basically have them be a pass through through the budget to businesses and individuals in the economy. But that's not our decision to make.
One other thing I wanted to add, that you were talking about the business part of it. So businesses pay taxes for that employment insurance compensation. And right now, given so many people were on unemployment or are still on unemployment, Texas received from the federal government unemployment, loans. There's a trust fund loan And right now we owe, the latest I've seen was $6.4 billion for this amount. And that's got to come from somewhere as well. Whether it be from the budget itself, maybe the federal funds, I'm not sure how much flexibility they'll have to do something like that, or that could be a substantial increase in taxes on our businesses at a time when many of them are already hard pressed for other things that are going on. So that's something to consider. Within healthcare, what's kind of interesting is that with the CARES, I guess CARES 1.0, there was a 5 percentage point increase to our FMAP, Federal Medicaid Assistance Program, or Matching Assistance Program. And basically we get whatever we normally would get plus 5 percentage points. And what that's done is that's put more of the healthcare spending from the state to the federal government, which is going to be interesting too, because we usually have a supplemental bill every session that backfills whatever wasn't appropriated for, but was spent during that biennium. And normally it's, I don't know, a couple $1 billion, at least recently, it's been around a couple billion. That may actually be negative, but you can call it maybe a de-appropriation or something like that, because we received so much money for the Medicaid program. So that'll be something interesting to watch. What's also interesting though, too, on the healthcare front is that whenever that expansion was put in place, and it's an emergency declaration by the Health and Human Services Secretary in DC, that 5% increase in FMAP also meant though that you couldn't, someone could not age out or income out or basically be kicked off Medicaid for whatever reason until the emergency declaration is expired by the Health and Human Services Secretary. And so that is something else we need to watch. How long will that go on? You know, I was looking at this the other day. There are natural disasters or some sort of emergency declaration that are still in place, that have been put in place over the last 100 years. 31 of them are still in place today. So will this be something that's made permanent? I'm not sure, but this will be more at the federal level, but something for us to watch in the healthcare front.
Very good. Okay, we went through the ice storm. Okay, this is kind of a deal. Now, given the recent challenges, right? We had energy, electricity. You were out. I was out for a few days. No water, no electricity. So there's now some concern that legislation, whether at the state or the federal level, is going to, I guess, let's say, impose that our energy generation grid is going to have to be interconnected with other grids. And if that takes place, if there is something of that nature, has it been thought about what that could impact on the budget? You know, if another grid doesn't, or a state, if you will, regulates themselves to not produce as much energy, and then they have a reliance on what we produce, how does that work? Is there be any thought or consideration there yet?
I mean, I'm not trying to think about how it influenced the budget itself. I don't know that it would have a huge hit to the budget. To think maybe about some of the revenue, but then that would be production, like severance taxes on natural gas and oil.
Okay.
But I think that there needs to be a careful consideration of what the next steps will be when we're thinking about what just happened 2 weeks ago. And I know that the legislature is already doing that. They met last Thursday and Friday, I think for like 25 hours over just those 2 days to really consider what happened and what we should do moving forward. It seems to be so far a combination of things from my perspective. Is one, it was a once in a lifetime weather event. I mean, I've lived in Texas my whole life, as probably many of you have. I've never seen anything like that in Round Rock. And so I'm hopeful that that won't happen again. However, we need to be prepared, whether it be the state or just from our family's perspective and communities. And that was one of the beautiful things that I saw was Texans helping Texans, right? We stayed at a friend's house who also had a little, had a 5-year-old, and we stayed there for a while, having our own little daycare, kids running around, and it was interesting. But the other thing is, it seems to be some sort of grid mismanagement, whether that's on PUC, whether that's on ERCOT. I think all that needs to come under consideration, but we need to figure out what was going on there and how the electricity generation was moving across the state over that period. And then from my view, I think that there was some policy issues over time where we've been giving Chapter 313 tax abatements to more wind and solar plants over other types of plants. And so at the margin, which I'm an economist, I think at the margin, that's going to incentivize more of those being put online relative to others. And I think that's something else that we need to look at, and instead having all the above energy production filled without picking winners and losers within the policy part of it.
Good. Okay.
Well, I guess I'll mention 313 is up for renewal this time, and that is administered in the Comptroller's office. So we'll be in the middle of that, and that will be a policy debate that the legislature will decide whether or not to continue those economic incentive programs for mainly for solar and wind, but a lot of pipelines and others get 313 agreements through our office. And yeah, they'll be in the legislature. There was a lot of discussion last week. I think probably the big takeaway from those 2 days of hearings was, there needs to be better communication between, not just between the entities, but with the public as well as to what's coming and how those things work. And I'll just point out that in 2011, which was the last time we had rolling blackouts in Texas, in February of 2011, Comptroller Hager, after that incident, he was a senator then, passed a bill to look at weatherization of generation facilities. And so now I'm not sure that those inspections were occurring like they should have, and that companies invested in that weatherization like they should have. But almost 10 years to the day from when the last rolling blackouts in Texas happened, or when those hearings happened, this winter event occurred. And so I hope that the legislature doesn't forget about it as the business of session moves on. And, there are a lot of competing interests for their time and their attention. And I think it's really important for Texans who were individually affected that, we learn lessons and figure out how to do it better. And that's the way Texas has always been. But, it's easy in the heat of session to move on to the next big issue that needs attention. And so I hope that they will focus on those events. And so
Keep the big picture, keep us going. Is there anything that you want to leave us with as far as maybe a good question we didn't ask? Okay.
No, I can't think of anything.
I mean, I think it was a great discussion. I appreciate the invitation and everything.
Well, we're very thankful to have y'all here. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for answering the questions. Thank you for giving us an insight to how things are working in the process itself. So with that, we're going to leave you with a gift, if we will. So
What?
Not a gag gift. I don't think it is. They didn't tell me how heavy these were.
Is it an umbrella? I might need that today.
That's right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Lisa, Vance, thank y'all very, very much. We appreciate it. Thank y'all. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here this morning again. So we're going to take a break until 10:45. So go ahead and do what you got to do. Take the realistic breaks that we need. Thank y'all. See y'all back here at 10:45.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. All right. I love always getting to start a panel after we've had a break. Because if there's one thing that we do well in East Texas, it's have a conversation and network with everybody. And since most of us haven't seen each other for months on end, we could have just had a networking conference today and it would have been really good. The funny part is, I don't know how many of you all have found yourselves at a Brookshire's aisle in East Texas, and you're at the grocery store and you're just trying to get in and out. And for those of us who are at the end of the day, and we may not look quite as well as we'd like to, having a mask has been kind of nice until someone says, "Hi, Mary Elizabeth," and you're thinking, I need that voice. Could you say that again? Because I have no idea who they are. And so I practice, Pat Stacy, my smile underneath my mask and hope that my eyes look happy to see that person. And so it is really nice to be able to look at you all and see your faces. it's an exciting time to be down here. And I just have to tell you, this is the best panel ever. You will never be able to hear another panel that is better than the one that you're going to hear today on healthcare. So I wanted them to kind of get an idea about who's in the room. So how many of you have been able to get 1 or 2 vaccines for COVID so far? Raise your hands. Those are the old people in the room. Okay. Or they were the people that were in the emergency room when we were at the end of the day and we needed to use up those vaccines, because we don't waste vaccines in East Texas, do we? No, we don't. I have a list of people who say, call me at the end of the day if you have a vaccine. And they always get to the hospital faster than ever. The other thing is, I want to know how many of you who have had a family member go through COVID or had a friend that's been hospitalized. That's the impact that we're feeling from COVID out there. How many of you are business owners and have had to cut back, or have a friend who had to cut back on their services that they are providing out there due to the pandemic that we've been through? Lots of hands going up. How many of you know someone that's unemployed that had a great job a couple of months ago, last summer, maybe even in the fall? A lot of our friends and families are looking for new jobs. I worry about those college graduates that are out there. Is that a healthcare issue? Absolutely, it's a healthcare issue. We just heard the panel from some consulting groups and others who talked about the appropriations process and where we were with the money and what our comptroller was going to be saying. They talked about a lot of businesses. Some, talked a lot about how we're all buying more health equipment, and because we aren't going to the gym, so we're buying at home, but we're not getting, the liquor industry is not real happy with what we're not buying. I just want you to know, this whole panel of women, we pulled out something that we have not pulled out in a long time. We suddenly pulled out our tube of lipsticks and all said, we better put some lipstick on. And then we laughed and said, I wonder if those companies are still in business, or if this is just old lipstick that we have in our purse. It affects people and businesses in lots of different ways. Lipstick sales are not going to put us back into a strong economy unless you happen to be one of those companies that was relying on all of that to happen. Dry cleanings aren't having to dig out the lipsticks out of our husband's suit pockets anymore. So what are we going to be talking about today with this healthcare panel? We're not going to be talking about long lines here and there, although we can do that too, and we'll discuss that in some of the questions. You got 3 panelists. I've told them they have 15 minutes because they will easily talk 20 minutes. So to keep it on time, I told them 15. They've got 20 minutes to do their presentations. I'm going to introduce them all right now, and then we'll flow through this just kind of as a reminder of who they are. But our first panelist to my left, to your right, is Jennifer Banda. Jennifer Banda is an East Texas person. She's a 6th generation person from Sulphur Springs, Hopkins County. Kind of between Hunt County and Texarkana along I-30, and they zip right through there all along that way. Jennifer, I'm very happy to say, is a graduate from the University of Texas, Plan 2, very smart young lady that came out of the Hopkins public school system. But she also is an attorney by trade and also graduated from the University of Texas. There might be a little trend going here with the UT, because I too graduated from the University of Texas, and I too got my master's from the University of Texas at Tyler. So far, Jennifer, we're doing great. The question was asked earlier, Richard, about how do you get active in your chamber? What do I need to do? Jennifer's a prime example of how to make that happen. Not the chamber, but it's where she got to today. She's worked for a former Speaker of the Texas House of Representatives. She's worked for a committee of the Texas House. She's also worked and been the legal counsel for a senator's office. She's also been in Washington, D.C. She's worked for a number of agencies as their general counsels. And now she is an executive vice president of the Texas Hospital Association in charge of public policy. Every Tuesday at 10 a.m. It's a good thing this meeting was on Monday. Every Tuesday at 10 a.m., Jennifer calls a meeting together of all the hospitals, 360 hospitals across the state, who get on to hear what Jennifer is telling us, what we need to be doing and how it's going to work. She has a whole team and a plethora of people that she works with the Texas Hospital Association. We're one of the largest hospital associations in the country. So she works with Washington, she works with Texas, and she's on the line with all the agencies. So you're going to love hearing what Jennifer has to say. And she's going to kind of give us the overview of healthcare, some special pieces of legislation and funding issues, and touch on COVID also. And then there's Nora Belcher. Nora and I have known each other for a long time. I longer than Nora because I am the elder citizen here on this panel. I've known Jennifer since she was a little girl in Sulphur Springs. We used to knock on doors together for her dad, who was running for Congress and was a congressman. Okay, so Nora and I have known each other since she was part of the State Office of Rural Health, back when they developed critical access hospitals. For the people with UT that are here, and I saw some of them earlier here, they've got critical access hospitals. We have critical access hospitals. They are the lifeblood of what's keeping rural America's hospitals open. But Nora didn't stay with that agency. She grew and grew and grew. She, of course, is also a graduate of the University of Texas with a degree in government. So another trend that it continues to be there. But she has gone on and worked with a number of not-for-profit groups out there, and she has put together programs that have focused on not just the big 6 cities, although they too like what she's doing, but she has walked the walk, talked the talk. She's been in the trenches with rural America. Okay, Nora, in East Texas, we don't think of Tyler and Longview, Texarkana, or Lindale or Kilgore as being rural America. Those are other places in East Texas, but they're not us, or they're out in West Texas. But in reality, versus the big cities that you're in, they look at us as being rural America. Nora is our lifeblood for the eTexas project on healthcare initiatives. She is everything that is tele. If it's telehealth, telemedicine, tele this, teleeducation, it's got Nora's name by it. And she has built a strong reputation and a very strong agency of not-for-profit groups so that her phone number is on direct dial from all the legislative offices, and they know her well. She's done a great job. And Nora, thank you for joining us today. Then Brittani Bilse. Many of you have seen Brittani for a number of years. And why have you seen Brittani? Because she comes from Henderson, Texas. So she is right here with us in Northeast Texas. But the great news is after she went to Baylor, what can I say? We had to go to Baylor. Yeah. They do have the #1 basketball team, I'm reminded. So Brittani, with that, you get points here. She has a degree in business from Baylor University, but then also got her master's in journalism and communications. Some of you met her first when she worked on Senator Eltoff's campaign. She was that sweet little girl that was there just straight out of college. And she was working on the campaign with us and did an enormously great job for the senator, so much so that she came on to staff with the senator's office. People in the Capitol got to know her. They loved her. Other offices, senators' offices, House members' committees, speakers' offices, lieutenant governors, all of those people wanted Brittani on their team, and she hopped and jumped through a plethora of those, including over to HHSC. And finally, I said, Brittani, if I'm your mentor, do not stay in state government. Go make money somewhere and go open your consulting firm. They'll pay you more. So she did, and she had a fabulous consulting company, and she organized the whole state, small hospitals, mid-sized hospitals, large hospitals, on what we call the Medicaid waiver, the 1115 Medicaid waiver. DSRIP, DSRIP, she's become an acronym genius. That program has brought the lifeblood of keeping hospitals open. Got that? The programs that she's worked on have kept hospitals open for Medicaid programs. Takes what you should be charging for Medicaid, what the state and federal government pay you, and she went and found ways to get us money in between there. They're in a hospital, a physician's office, a nursing home, an EMS system that doesn't have Brittani's cell phone on speed dial until the middle of November, when the state said, you need to get back on our team, and they made her the state it's not state director, but state director for Medicaid 1115 waiver programs. So all of us who hired her as a consultant, we had to give up our contracts, and she's not taking our calls anymore because then it's all public information. So I am loving this opportunity for them. That's who your panel is. And I'm going to step back and I'm going to let each of them start. They've got 20 minutes to go through this. I've got a plethora of questions to ask you afterwards that some of these people have asked me about, but Jennifer, you're on. Thank you for being here.
All right, test. There we go. It is wonderful to see everyone in person. Thank you for having all 3 of us today. Thank you, Mary Elizabeth, for bringing us here. It's nice to be in person. It's so nice to start a meeting by not asking everyone to put themselves on mute. And, you can put your questions in the chat box. Like, we can actually talk. It's amazing. So thank you for having us here for that. And to talk about that, I will talk a little bit. Let's see if this is loaded. There it is. I'm going to talk a little bit, as Mary Elizabeth said, about some of the overview, generally what we're looking at this session in terms of, kind of what we expect across the board, and then a little bit of what we expect for healthcare. And then I will turn it over to these ladies who can go a lot further into the weeds a lot better than I can. So Mary Elizabeth mentioned it, but I am with the Texas Hospital Association. We represent almost 500 hospitals across the state. Big, small, rural, urban, suburban, private hospitals, not-for-profit hospitals, public hospitals. So really my role here in Austin is to represent those hospitals here at the Capitol in Austin, Capitol in Washington, D.C. And then I work a whole lot with other stakeholders like Nora, who work for hospitals on behalf of eHealth and all of the things she's doing to try to make sure we continue to be able to provide the care we can, even in an unprecedented, nobody knew it was coming pandemic. And then work with Brittani in terms of funding for our members. So it's a pleasure for us to be here together today. Obviously, I will just start with a slide about elections because, of course, what happened on November 3rd determined who was in the building 6 blocks away. And that certainly determines a lot of what the policy that we are going to see that'll happen over these next about 100 days. There was so much discussion coming into November 3rd, whether or not Texas was going to turn blue. I don't have to tell anyone in this room that that did not happen. Millions and millions and millions of dollars were spent, particularly in those Texas House races, trying to flip 9 seats to see if the Democrats could take over the Texas House for the first time since 2003. That did not happen. So what we have seen where there were no changes in our Texas congressional delegation, and we have 36 members there and still a big majority of Republicans. Our Senate stayed solidly Republican with Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick leading the Senate, 18 Republicans there out of 31. And then, of course, the Texas House kept the majority Republican, 83-67. Once it became evident, the polls closed at 7. By about 9 o'clock that night, it was obvious the Republicans were going to keep the House. And by then, the speaker's race, because we knew we were going to need a new Speaker of the House, the speaker's race was on. By the next day, Dade Phelan, a Republican from Southeast Texas, so just south of a lot of you, announced that he had the votes and the commitments of his 149 colleagues to be the next Speaker of the House. That held, and on the first day of session, he did announce, or he was elected by his peers to be the Speaker of the House. He has picked his committee chairman, he has picked his priorities, and the Texas House, still solidly Republican, is up and running. So of course, just the broad overview of the Texas legislature, which y'all know, it's 140 days every 2 years. We're only one of 5 states that still meets every other year. The reason we meet every other year is because the people that wrote the Texas Constitution said, we want you to go to Austin. We want you to be there for 140 days. We want you to pass the budget, pass the laws, and then we want you to go home. We don't want you to be full-time legislators. We don't want that to be your full-time job. We want you to go back and live in the community. So we have maintained that in Texas, again, really one of 5 states that does that. But it does make, of course, for interesting odd numbered years. By the Constitution, we start the legislature the second Tuesday of every odd numbered year in January. We started January 12th this year. 140 days in will be sine die, which for all of us who work in the legislature is the best day because it's the last day. And then the filing deadline is 60 days in. So that means March 12th will be the last day really to file bills without some special permissions. So just by way of example, of course, we don't have the final numbers in for 2021 because the bills are still being filed. Certainly during the ice storm, everybody closed down. So there weren't a lot of bills filed that week. So we are in for craziness for the next 12 days as all of those bills are finalized and filed. But in the last session, there were 7,851 bills that were filed. That's a lot of new bills. Of course, they don't all pass, but from a THA perspective, we track anything that impacts hospitals or could impact hospitals if it were amended really easily. And that was 1,538 bills that we tracked last session. So there is a lot of healthcare that goes on in the Capitol. Now, a lot of you probably know, if you were around my age on Saturday afternoons or Saturday morning cartoons, you certainly heard that this, this is how the legislature, or, this is how bills are made. I recently sat my own children down. I have a junior in high school and a 7th grader in middle school. They were looking at me make a PowerPoint. They had never seen this. So I made them watch the cartoon because I feel like it's a rite of passage to understand, obviously, how civics works in the United States. But the little guy sits there and he's the bill and he goes to the House and he goes to the Congress and then the president signs him and he's going to be a law someday. So, that's certainly what we all learned. What we all navigate in down here looks a whole lot more like this. Was a little more complicated than the cartoon and our 8th grade Texas history lessons led us to believe. So this is, we're kind of still in the beginning of the blue period where the committees are still starting to work. We had a slow beginning thanks to COVID, but we're really starting to ramp up into that. So we're kind of going to get into the probably the 3rd or 4th box into blue is where we are. And then we're going to go real fast down to that orange box where things can become law, which will happen in June. And then, of course, this session, on top of all of that, we have 2 other huge things that are going to be a significant part of what we see during those 140 days. Obviously, COVID is going to impact a lot of the way we are meeting and the way session is happening. And then the ice storm and the reform of ERCOT literally may have knocked everything else off the agenda. That is going to be an excellent question that we will all see how that plays out over the next few weeks. I'm glad to know y'all talked about Senate Bill 1 this morning. Of course, that is crucial in terms of the legislative process. It is the really only bill that has to pass. We have to write a budget. Our legislature, of course, writes a 2-year budget, again, with only one of the 5 states that still meets every other year. We have to write a budget, a 2-year budget. Imagine the challenge of that in your own business. Now imagine trying to write a 2-year budget for the state of Texas. It is an enormous, enormous amount of work. They started obviously over the summer. Coming into session, our Appropriations and Finance committees have started to meet to go through what all of that's going to look like. Of course, in Texas, unlike in DC, we do have balanced budget requirements and we have spending limits. So when the Comptroller tells us how much money we have, that's how much money we have and not a dollar more. So that is what our Appropriation Finance committees are dealing with and grappling with right now to try to figure out what that's going to look like. So right now we know we have a little bit less, not a lot, but a little bit less than we had in 2019 to write the budget. Miraculously, Texans were really spending a lot in online shopping and doing some other stuff while we were all cooped in the house the last year, which ultimately helped us in the long run with revenue. Oil and gas has come back. That's absolutely helped us in terms of what we have in revenue. What we're looking at, they've asked the state agencies to cut some funding throughout the pandemic. That's going to help us go a long way. Of course, we've had a lot of federal dollars from the pandemic. If the state can use as much of that as possible, that helps balance the state's budget. We have a rainy day fund that will have, almost $12 billion in it. That's up to the legislature to determine if they want to use that. They historically have been pretty conservative in terms of what they want to use from the rainy day fund. So that pot of money is there in exigent circumstances, but this may or may not meet that. But of course, what no one knows now is what the impact of that ice storm is going to be and how much, there's estimates of 10 billion, 20 billion, 30 billion. Those are still coming in, what that's going to look like. And so again, the potential impact from the ice storm could be very huge there. Taking it down a notch into the little more weeds of hospitals in terms of what our priorities are going to be this session. Certainly, Texas still has the highest number of uninsured people, both percentage-wise and numbers in the country. We are one of only 13 states that has not at this point figured out a way to take some of those federal dollars that were available under the Affordable Care Act and provide coverage for our uninsured Texans who make low wages. We are still and will continue to ask the legislature to see if they can look at what some of those other conservative states have done, take some of those subsidy dollars and get people enrolled in private insurance. That is a huge issue for our Texas hospitals. HHSC recently put out a document that showed we had a little more than $4 billion in uncompensated care last year at hospitals. So as long as that continues, it's to the advantage not only of the hospitals to have people insured, but it's certainly you get better healthcare when you get routine care instead of just coming to the emergency room by the time something's gone really wrong. We will be asking the legislature to maintain hospital funding. They're not only just maintaining Medicaid funding, which really our Medicaid program treats, people that are enrolled in Medicaid are children, elderly, pregnant women, and the disability community. We want to make sure that the Medicaid funds there stay constant. There are also some additional Medicaid dollars for our trauma hospitals, our rural hospitals, and our safety net hospitals, those that see a lot of uninsured. The budgets right now maintain that funding, and we're going to continue to really strongly advocate for that. Funding for behavioral health care services, certainly during the pandemic, we've all read and seen behavioral health has become, more difficult or more prevalent, more difficult to treat than ever. So we will advocate to allocate additional dollars for behavioral health beds, allow reimbursement beyond 15 days. There's a restriction right now on that. You can't get reimbursed if you treat someone inpatient for more than 15 days. We would like to see the state adjust that with the feds. So I think there's a lot of opportunity in behavioral health. Certainly some of the telehealth options have been significantly helpful in behavioral health, and we'd like to see more of that as well. And then just opportunities that, since the world has changed, I guess it was March 13th, a year ago, when the governor first declared the first emergency related to COVID. So we are literally at a year in to this pandemic. And so we've seen a lot of things change: telehealth, broadband, behavioral health, how hospitals have been reporting COVID and vaccinations. All of those things are going to be issues for us this session. There's a lot of additional issues, and I won't go through all of this list, but of course, the first 4 related to COVID, we know there's legislation on that this session. We will be very intimately involved in those issues. Maybe, we want to ask about some of the dialysis center regulations. A lot of those closed down during the ice storm. All the dialysis patients came to the hospitals when the hospitals were overwhelmed with patients from COVID and the ice storm. So, there's things like that that we've learned from the ice storm, that besides just ERCOT regulation, that we're going to want to be looking at. And then there's just some other issues that have really come about in the last few years that are priorities for hospitals. I mentioned ERCOT reform. That could knock every one of these other things off the list. And I think maybe all of us in the room can agree, if there was one good thing that came out of last year, it was the governor letting us have margaritas to go. So,
Okay, Jennifer, I just have to interrupt. Come on. I was in Longview Saturday, and I pulled into the Starbucks there at the Barron's bookstore shopping lot. If y'all know which one it is. So it's Starbucks, and what is right there by Starbucks? Daiquiris to go. I mean, come on. Serious? And Longview
That's
had it
amazing.
before the governor authorized it too, let me tell you, multiple locations. So it's okay for you people in Travis County. We were way ahead on that one. Way to go, Longview.
So that sign that I put up there's a Mexican restaurant here in Austin. It's right on 6th Street. I drove past it this morning. They had something, I think the sign this morning said something to the effect of, is anyone still not over March of last year? And, now we're here. But, I found, of course, El Arroyo is famous for their sign, but they also were real quick to transition to margaritas to go. So, I'd like to think some good things can come from really difficult times. And, maybe that's one of them, that we can see that happen. Y'all may have talked about this a little bit this morning. I think that absolutely we're going to see some special sessions this year. So while I said we really want them to be gone on May 31st, our legislature will be back down the street at some point in 2021. Really, there's one question and one known. The impact of what COVID is going to do on this session, we have gotten a slower start. Will they be able to finish the budget? That if the budget's not done, we'll have to have a special session to finish the budget. The governor is the only one that can call a special session. He determines what is on the call. So if some of his priorities or some of the issues he believes are important aren't done, he can absolutely call us back. So, we will know a lot more what that looks like when we get to sine die and what the budget looks like. But we know for certain that there will be a special session this fall. Of course, I hope you all got counted by the census when it was happening in the middle of the pandemic. Texas, we already know, is going to pick up 3 seats in Congress because we have grown so quickly across the state. But of course, those 3 seats and all of the other congressional seats, the Texas House and the Texas Senate seats, have to be reapportioned based upon our new The population outcomes from the census because of COVID, of course, all of that was delayed. We are not going to get our census numbers that the legislature needs until September 30th. Usually they're getting them about April. So there will be a special session this fall to redraw those legislative districts. I will just say from a healthcare perspective, I hope we've done all of the healthcare we need to do by then. And the special session is only redistricting, but we just have to cross our fingers and see how that turns out. And then I will just stop there. I'm going to turn it over, but I do just want to say from a hospital perspective, certainly Mary Elizabeth knows this. And for anyone in the room, our hospitals have really done amazing things in the last year to respond to something that they had no idea was going to come on. Who thought a year ago, we were going to be talking about not having enough PPE for anyone? Who thought we were not, once we started to do temperature checks on visitors, we couldn't get thermometers. I mean, those are the minor things, but the things that we have dealt with over the last year in terms of providing care to our communities has been overwhelming. And those people that have been on the front line of that every single day really are heroes. And so from a hospital association perspective, I have to say thank you to our healthcare workers because that has been amazing. So.
So I want to give a shout out to all the chambers and to the businesses in your communities. I think I saw Bob Westbrook sitting over there close to the glass windows at the west end of the room. And Bob Westbrook and the folks in Longview have worked really hard. Restaurants have come forward and they bring food to our hospitals all the time. Last week, Brookshire's grocery store served breakfast to people at the hospitals. And this week, the Tyler Chamber, they have a coffee truck going. I think today it's at UT Tyler. And then tomorrow it'll be at Krista's Health. And just the number of the notes, many churches are writing notes to our healthcare workers. You just can't imagine what that really means. So thank you for bringing that up. So Nora's going to take over next. I just want to remind you, some of you have probably gotten a text from Kelly Eltife and Susan Davis and others reminding us all that it's Kevin Eltife's birthday. Am I right, Henry? Is it today? March 1st? Yes, Henry's back there. March 1st is Kevin Eltife's birthday. So this event usually happened then. Kevin would take us out to dinner. That for those of us working the campaign, Henry, we should go and bill him tonight. But just so you know, Kevin Eltife's not the only one who has a special birthday today. Nora is celebrating her birthday today. And so she said, and you can tell them that I am celebrating. Let me see if I get this right. I am having my 20th celebration of my 30th birthday today. So if you do the math, you'll know that she hit the big 5-0 today. So with that, Nora, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Elizabeth. Thank you so much for having me today. I'll tell you a little bit about who I was as a child. Those of you that remember Schoolhouse Rock, I was so obsessed with the idea that you could make things better for people through the process. And I was little and I didn't really understand that there was only one version of the cartoon. So the point where the bill is sitting on the steps and they don't know if he's going to get vetoed, I would cry. I was so concerned that the bill was going to die. And then I grew up and learned that lots of bills need to die. Actually, most of the bills need to die. So, you get perspective and wisdom on the 20th anniversary of your 30th birthday. I want to ask a couple questions of the audience before I get into the content. How many of you had a telemedicine visit before COVID-19? Okay. How many of you have had a telemedicine visit since COVID-19? So what we're starting to see is we think that about 1 in 5 visits in the long run is going to be a virtual visit. And this is statistics being produced by CMS, other people way smarter than me. What that tells us is this is a permanent shift in the ecosystem. This is not going to go away overnight. It's not a flash, it's not a fad. Happy to know it's not a fad since I've been working on it since 1995, when we were using copper dial-up lines and having to say, oh yeah, we can totally refresh the frame fast enough for that to be clinically appropriate, right, Mary Elizabeth? Right. We were in those meetings. And now I can't say I was 12 when I was in those meetings because she just gave my age away. So what I think I'm going to do for a few minutes here is talk a little bit about where we were and where we're going. And I'm going to talk about legislation in groups rather than throwing a bunch of bill numbers at you, because wouldn't that be annoying? I don't like it when people do that to me. And I didn't do a PowerPoint because literally new telemedicine bills are getting filed every day. And inevitably, I missed the one bill that got filed this morning whose author is in the room. So instead of doing that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about some categories of legislation and sort of what we can expect. prior to the pandemic, what we knew is about maybe 1 in 10 to 1 in 15 Americans had done some telemedicine. Most physicians had not. Most hospitals had some capacity, but a lot of that capacity was teleradiology and pathology and not really interactive with patients in the same sense that we've had to do it during COVID. And then we woke up and everybody had to convert and basically had to do it overnight. And we've been doing a lot of things with the telephone. Governor Abbott has shown amazing leadership. Texas was out of the gate very early. In fact, I was sending, I don't know, Jennifer, if I've ever told you this, I was sending Texas Medical Board announcements about COVID to other states. They were calling me and saying, what are you doing in Texas? We just want to copy it. That's nice. Since we're usually 49th on most lists, it was sort of nice to not be 49th. Since then, what we've done is we sort of pulled back a little bit and said, okay, what worked? What should we keep? How do we take a good approach to keeping it? How do we make sure we're working with our stakeholders, with our state agencies to put some of these things in place? And which of these things are maybe not for keeping because of standard of care reasons or other requirements that you have to do? So I want to start with a pretty significant announcement that if you don't live in my subspace, you might not have seen on Thursday. The new speaker, of course, is designating single number bills. So the budget is always House Bill 1, Senate Bill 1. And then they can reserve 20 to 30, depending on their mood, for things to say this is a priority. Let me give you an example. Broadband, huge issue. House Bill 5, Senate Bill 5. Wow, that's a low number, right? 5, that's exciting. Well, guess what? The telemedicine reform bill filed last week by my champion, Representative Price, is House Bill 4. Never. Let me tell you something. I was the healthcare aide to Governor Perry for 2 cycles. I never had a bill lower than 5. We heard we were on the short list until ERCOT stole all the oxygen, literally, figuratively, out of the room. But that's okay. So the goal of House Bill 4 is to do some really important things. The primary one is to preserve the Medicaid flexibilities for our doctors and hospitals that work with our Medicaid patients. That includes things like audio-only behavioral health services for folks that don't have access to high-speed broadband. That includes services for people with disabilities on our Medicaid waivers. There's a whole list of them. This is an important process. For some of these things, it wasn't that they weren't authorized, it's just that they weren't specifically authorized, so they lived in that gray area. Nobody likes gray areas, especially not right now. We need to make it clear what we're gonna let both our health plans and our fee-for-service providers do with our Medicaid population. The other thing that we discovered is that we needed to unstick some things that got stuck. And I'll give you one example of that just is the sort of thing that gives bureaucracy the bad reputation that it doesn't always deserve. Our Medicaid health plans cannot send text messages to their enrollees. It's legally allowed, but there has never been agreement on the consent form that the client would sign to opt in to get the text messages. And apparently this consent form has gone back and forth between stakeholders and the agency for 5 years. We're done here. It's in the bill. It's got a deadline. I don't mean to look right at Brittani. It's not her section. Don't blame Brittani. But I'll tell you right now, if they produce that form tomorrow, I'll take that section out of the bill. So we found things like this related not just to telemedicine and clinical services, but technology during COVID. We have some health professions, I won't throw them under the bus directly right now, who are still forcing people to sign pieces of paper with ink for consent to treatment. I'm sorry, it's 2021. I'm 50 years old. This needs to stop. Like, I'm just done messing around here. So we are also working on a piece to help rural health clinics be full participants in both ends of a telemedicine transaction. So there's a whole bunch of pieces here. They impact a whole bunch of stakeholders. The bill is still officially at Legislative Council. So if you go read it, please understand that I wrote that in November. And the lawyers have not signed off on it yet. We still don't have a Legislative Council draft. So for those of you that don't work in the business, we have this nonpartisan group of lawyers. have to go over every bill, make sure it fits all the statutes, make sure it's correct. I wrote a draft to give my author to get a final draft, and then we ended up having to file that, which is a very awkward position to be in when you never intended for a document to be public and all of a sudden it's House Bill 4. So this is just how we roll in 2021. We're really, really excited about this bill. We have a really strong Senate Bill 412 with Dr. Dawn Buckingham, who is very, very passionate about underservice to Medicaid patients, that we don't do enough to get services to Medicaid patients. She sees this as a way to do more. So that's really exciting. We also have some really good statistical information on utilization and the fact that this seems to be replacing a lot of in-person services rather than driving utilization way, way up. We like to keep people out of the emergency room, that sort of thing. So that's encouraging. That being said, I have a whole other page of stuff to talk about because House Bill 4 is not the only bill. It's just my favorite. So I'm going to talk about these in some buckets. There are 3 buckets of telemedicine activity in addition to the major piece of legislation that I'm working on. The first is a set of regulatory bills for different health professions, and this covers everything from dyslexia practitioners, speech language pathologists, any profession that converted to virtual health during the pandemic who doesn't feel that their occupational regulation is clear enough is bringing forward legislation to make it really, really clear. So we have some general protection in the law that says the medical board sets a standard and no other health profession can have a stricter standard than that. And that's been in place for a couple of cycles. And that's important because sometimes a professional board will decide to do things that are more of an antitrust violation, trying to chase people out of business by putting rules in place that folks can't comply with. It's generally frowned upon. But telemedicine has felt like a threat. It's felt like outsiders. It's felt like them. It hasn't felt like us to a lot of health professionals in Texas. And now everybody is us and everybody has had to use these technologies. My favorite sub-example of that is music therapy. Music therapy is a Texas Medicaid benefit in some of our waiver programs. The state's biggest music therapy waiver is my neighbor, the provider that runs the biggest group. She's gone 100% telehealth and her outcomes are improved, and she's going to be publishing that data. Now, that is not going to apply to every single thing. So here comes my disclaimer, Mary Elizabeth, that we talked about. I'll be really clear. If somebody comes to you and says, you can do 100% of healthcare with telemedicine, they're trying to sell you something and you should not be buying it. There are standards of care that have to be met, and they are the same as an in-person visit. If you need to look in that child's ear with an otoscope, you need to look in that child's ear with an otoscope. Immunizations, last time I checked, not virtual. Wouldn't that be nice? This would be a good time for that. The practices of the future are going to be hybrid practices, where they're going to be offering telemedicine and telehealth as an integrated component of their service array. Some things will be completely virtual. Behavioral health fits really, really well. We can reach an awful lot of people that way. So that is another bucket of bills around health professions, health professional regulation, service coordination. Oh my goodness, telehealth programs in schools, which we already have had some pretty good success with, but folks want to take that a little bit further. Now let's talk about the big fight. Anybody else in this room a fan of monster movies like Godzilla? Your Godzilla versus King Kong is about to come out, and I have to watch it on my 65-inch television because I'm not going to the movie theater. Very sad about this. I love monster movies. The big fight is over something called payment parity. The idea here is that a healthcare provider should get paid exactly the same for a telemedicine visit as they do for an in-person visit. And as I've said like 6 times, the standard of care is the same. So providers are arguing they should get paid the same. Payers, on the other hand, are saying, why should I pay you the same if you're seeing them from your house as opposed to when you're seeing them in an office that you have to keep up, where you have to pay rent, pay a nurse, pay for storage, pay for parking, pay for overhead. Oh, and by the way, we really don't like the state of Texas in our private contracts telling us what our payment rates should be, as opposed to telling us what we should cover. Both sides have a point. My association, by the way, technically neutral on this particular fight, because for us, that's an antitrust issue. We do not get involved in what people get paid for using our equipment. Whew. So I'm gonna be sitting that one off to the side. Yeah, boy, talk about dodging. But both sides have a point. It's one of those things, I call it Nora's first law of public policy. Two things that seem to cancel each other out can both actually be exactly true at the same time. And we will see how that discussion sort of susses itself out over the course of the session. But that's a big fight, and it's important. It's important to our providers. We don't want them nickeled and dimed. We nickel and dime them enough in other places. Payment should be fair. But the employers are saying, wait a second, my health plan that I hire for my business, I get to decide. The state doesn't get to decide. So that's kind of an interesting conversation. The other important thing for everyone in this room to know about the fight over payment parity is it only impacts about 17% of the market in Texas. Most of our commercial insurance is ERISA, the big 50-state multi-employer plans, and those are regulated by the Department of Labor, and they do not have a payment parity requirement. Early in COVID, we actually tried to get that done nationally. There was a big coalition from my industry. We had good luck in the House. The Senate was not receptive. And their lack of receptivity was, we're not putting additional burdens on businesses when so many of them are closing and suffering. Isn't it frustrating when both sides have a point? This is a tricky, this one's tricky. Yes,
So let me
ma'am.
help you out on that one. Why is this whole conversation around parity and what does it really mean? When COVID happened, and I'm just going to speak from the group that I have. So I have 800 providers in Northeast Texas, doctors in mid-level, across 40 different clinics in 10 counties. And we are on the Epic EHR system, as some of you all know. We purchased the virtual visit piece because we hired some really great doctors that came in from Kaiser Permanente and said, this is the way it's going. We, of course, wanted to be able to offer it to all of our rural areas because y'all know what our health statistics look like. So we invested gazillions of millions on the software and gazillions of hundreds of thousands of dollars in training for all the staff. How many doctors out of those, let's say 3 years ago, it was only 700 doctors, 600 doctors. How many of those doctors were using mid-level visits, were using virtual visits? 3.
I was going to guess 5.
3.
Sounds about right.
And I don't have the statistics, but I would bet, my cost for this trip, that they hadn't done more than 15 or 25 total and they only did those because we were pushing it to make sure it worked. When COVID happened, in 3 weeks, 98% of them had been retrained, as had their staff, and they were all offering everyone virtual visits, and they were booming. And why? Now, they needed to be able to see patients because they needed to be able to get paid. But the only way they were getting paid, Nora, was because there was an emergency edict that said you will pay providers for their virtual visits.
That was an
If
emergency
we
rule
don't
at TDI,
if
correct?
we don't keep that emergency piece in there to say you have to pay them, that's what she's talking about. Because now that COVID's subsiding, the insurance companies are saying, King's X, I don't really need that anymore. They can go back to the office. So that's one side of it. And the other side then is how do you get the foot exams, the immunizations, the blood tests and all that done? And is that now 2 visits versus 1? But that's what she's talking about. And it's all physicians across the state. Well, it's only 17%. It's folks that are into the EHR systems and trying to do that. But it's big money out there. And I say big money, it's access. We now have patients who travel. They pick up and they do a virtual visit. It saves money because they're not going to an emergency center someplace. So it's a good thing, but not my deal either. That's gonna be TMA stuff, so.
It's a very interesting philosophical debate. And I think to close that argument out, one thing that I get the most is someone will call me and say, Blue Cross will not pay me for telemedicine. And after I finish making faces where they can't see me, because hopefully I'm not on a webcam, I say, which Blue Cross? There are 375 flavors of Blue Cross in Texas. Which one are you talking about? Are you talking about their fully insured product? Are you talking about an employer-based product? And we have to drill down. It gets very, very complicated. So it would be nice if everybody was paying by the same rule book. It would certainly administratively simplify things for our providers and our hospitals. Employers are going to have to make a decision here. And I'll just sort of leave it at that. And so for those of y'all that are chamber and business types, that's some food for thought. I want to describe one more great big fight and then I'm going to stop. This one's really good. You ready? Teledentistry. three big things being fought over. Number one, how many hygienists can a dentist remotely supervise? The answer depends on which dentist you ask on which day and which hygienist you ask on which day. Number two, how do you manage direct-to-consumer orthodontia like Smile Direct Club and Invisalign? What is the role of those companies in the dental ecosystem? And then third, unlike the Texas Medical Board, anybody in here a dentist before I step over the line here? I'm checking. Any hands? Okay. So while the Texas Medical Board really went above and beyond to help us do telemedicine and telehealth during the pandemic, which was not their reputation, the Texas Dental Board said, no, you can't do anything. You can't even look at a picture of your existing patients and tell them what to do. So I will tell you, as someone who spent 3 years in crossbite elastics and braces at age 45, if I had been overcompensated the wrong way on my jaw, I could have been hurt. But an orthodontist in Texas couldn't even look at a picture of someone's bite that was their own patient during the pandemic. The dental board said, we're having none of it. Well, guess how much revenue the dental industry lost because they couldn't see their patients at all. That's got to be resolved. We cannot stay in a place where our dentists don't have access to their patient base using technology. New treatment relationships, maybe that's a different discussion. Direct to consumer orthodontia, I think that's actually going to get worked out. I am very, very concerned that we had people going without oral health care, without even having a way to check in with their dentists in a way that was really, really harmful over the past year. And the dental board, I don't know them. They actually won't talk to me. I don't know why. I'm so nice. It's completely strange. I've offered and they just are like, yeah, no, thanks. Fine. You're lost because I'm fabulous. I don't know what's wrong with you. They are going to have it done to them because they have not solved the problem on their own. So despite ERCOT sucking up a lot of the oxygen, the telemedicine and telehealth stuff is COVID related. And we do expect those things to be considered priorities and we do expect them to get resolved. So I expect to be very, very busy. I am happy to share my contact information through Mary Elizabeth. If anything that I've said is of interest to you and you'd like to learn more, I'm available. Just give me a shout. Happy to talk, happy to give you all the details, all the bill numbers, all the things. And with that, I think I will close out and turn it over.
Okay, Brittany, you're on. Medicaid is the never-ending growing population. 65% of the births in the state of Texas are Medicaid. So if you think Medicaid is going away, it's not. If you think that we are not, and yet births are down in the state of Texas, we are not up. And we have an adult population that is growing with uncompensated care. It's all yours, Brittany.
Thank you. So I'm going to stop just a moment and I'm just going to say real quick. So as a girl from Henderson, I just want to say that I'm super excited to be here to talk to you because you talk the way I do. Nora and her phonograms, I heard the WH, my kids are learning phonograms in school right now. And they always say, Mommy, you didn't say that right. And I'm always like, I know. And it's not because I didn't learn them properly. It's that there's something about the way I talk. And so I'm just so glad to be here. So thank you, Mary Elizabeth, for having me. And I'm so glad to be able to talk to a local crowd. I often tell people that I'm from East Texas and they're always like, well, where are you from? And I was like, oh, close to Tyler. And they're like, no, where? And I was like, Henderson. And sometimes they know and sometimes they don't, but they always know Tyler. So I'm glad to know about that. And I will say, I actually did tutoring in the summer in Longview. And my grandfather would take me every, we would go like twice a week. He would always take me and we always drove by Daiquiri Express. For anybody out there that didn't know Daiquiri Express existed, it does exist. And there are multiple locations in Longview and in Gregg County. So anyway, I know they aren't Daiquiri Express, but, or you might be, but anyway, yes, which is what they use now in Austin. Not to say that I've done that. So real quick, we'll transition to Medicaid. I want to start in Medicaid by saying there are two large government-funded healthcare programs. One is Medicaid, and the state of Texas partners with the federal government to administer it. And it is going to be for poor and disabled populations in Texas. And to Mary Elizabeth's point, that population is growing right now in Texas. Before COVID, we had just under 4 million Medicaid enrollees. And today we have over 4 million Medicaid enrollees. We are not expecting that trend due to COVID. The federal government said you typically would roll off of Medicaid, or you would have eligibility either at a 6-month or a 12-month check-in. There is no check-in anymore. So people are not rolling off of Medicaid. An example that is important to recognize is that if you were a pregnant woman 12 months ago in Medicaid or in CHIP, you are still what we call a pregnant woman in Medicaid today. You had a baby, but we never moved you out of the pregnant woman program because the federal government said they're where they are today. This is going to
pay for me to see them on all those wealth things now? We'll talk later.
Yeah. She didn't know that. So the other issue is that you have kids who go at who are disabled, and they go from one Star Kid, we call it our Star Kids program, so it's for disabled children. They move to Star Plus at 21, and they're not moving because they're staying in Star Kids. So Star Kids used to serve kids up till 21 and then they transitioned to an adult kind of provider type, and they're not transitioning. And so that's a little bit of a programmatic problem that we can manage. But the point is that there are some things that, to Nora's point and to Jennifer's point, that will stay the same. And there are some things that can't stay the same. COVID-19 presented, the public health emergency presented a number of issues. But in addition to the COVID-19, like, do you have enough money to buy PPE? Do you have enough money to pay your employees? Do you have the resources that you need? That created we had another problem that was happening. And Mary Elizabeth, when she introduced me, she talked about my previous life. I've only been in state government again since November. But we worked on, we as a state, we're not good Medicaid payers for the most part. And so through the waiver, which is what I direct, it's called the 1115 transformation waiver. It's the way in which we run and authorize our Medicaid managed care programs. So if you hear about a health plan in Medicaid, which is the program for the poor and disabled here in Texas, those are authorized under the 1115. And so our transformation waiver is where we kind of make up for being a poor payer. And we allow for hospitals to participate in these programs and different clinics to participate in these programs, so that if they are a Medicaid provider, they can come in and say, we want to do some things differently. We want to access these funds. And so it's really about local decisions to choose to come in and access those funds in order to support that population. The same with uncompensated care, which was what Jennifer Banda noted, is almost $4 billion. And so we, again, through the 1115, we use funds that are what we call budget neutral. So it's not additional money, it's money that we would have otherwise spent on just Medicaid, but now it's available to the uncompensated care patients who are treated in a healthcare facility. And so those are two different programs. But the one that Mary Elizabeth was talking about, the DSRIP program, the Delivery System Reform Incentive Payment. I know the acronym, but I'm in trouble for always talking in acronyms. So it's set to go away, and its death is nearing very quickly. It is September of this year. And so we were, as a state, the state was planning for it to transition and making plans, and then COVID hit. And when COVID hit, all the deadlines got pushed because everyone was all hands only on COVID. And so when I came on board in November, I had multiple leadership meetings with the governor's office, with the Medicaid office leadership, and they said, we have a problem. And it is the fact that we're going to suck about $3 billion out of the hospital industry in Texas in 9 months. And we have a COVID problem. So we quickly began working on, people coined it different things. For a football metaphor, I'll say it was a Hail Mary. We knew it was going to be a long shot, but we went forward with we went forward as quickly as we possibly could to ask the federal government to help us shore up this $3 billion hole that was going to hit our healthcare providers in September of this year. And so we began conversations with them in November and December, and we said we had COVID. Our cases were going up at the end of November. We had like 3 days at the end of November that they were steadily going up. And so we continued to press the federal government and say, look, we have this big hole that's coming in a revenue cycle. You people are your business. 9 months, $3 billion out of a $30 billion kind of revenue cycle, annual revenue cycle is 10%. And so we were really concerned as we were facing the public health emergency, how we were going to see going through winter without that revenue kind of stabilizing out there in the future. And so January 15th, the federal government, I'll get to this story. January 15th, the federal government approved our request. And in the request, in their approval, they did say district's got to go away. So district is still nearing its term, and we are shifting. And so I will say healthcare providers have a major shift they're going to have to make in the next 8 months. And to Nora's point, we are shifting to utilization and service-based models of care. And so it's not about what you're doing and are you innovative. It's really going to be, it's a really large shift. They know that the money's out there. They know that they will still have to have some local buy-in in order to do it. But they also know that it's going to be tied to utilization. There are going to be benchmarks. There are going to be HIE quality measures because we want everyone to be working toward the or what we call, I apologize for the acronym, health information exchange, where systems are talking and I can log on and see my healthcare record and I can log on and I can chat my doctor and do those kind of text things. So we are going, and I'm going to work on her consent form because I'm going to put it in my HIE strategy document because I have to update that to the federal government. So there are a number of things that are happening that are still major shifts in the economy, major shifts in healthcare. And so I would just say, there's a lot that's happening in that regard, but I would just note that the uncertainty and the way in which everything still shakes out in the next, I would say 3, 6, 9, really 12, if not 24 months, is still unsettling in the healthcare space due to COVID, due to the public health emergency. It has to Nora's point, she's worked on telemedicine since '94. And it took COVID a split second to make it the thing that everybody needed. An ice storm just made Generac stock skyrocket. I lived without electricity for a number of days. I was not on the rolling blackout. I was on the permanent blackout. It was fine, but it was, and I used that. I shouldn't have said that. Anyway, I'm not here to talk about that. Just my personal experience. Traumatic. I know it was traumatic. So I just say all that to say is that everything is still uneasy. And so if you continue to go to your doctor and you continue to hear Medicaid talked about, or if you hear Medicare, so Medicare is for the old people, everybody who got your COVID vaccine. Sorry, that was, Mary Elizabeth's going to get me in all kinds of trouble. My parents are on Medicare. So I say that with love and endearment. But that is, Medicare is what the federal government is working on. My parents call me for Medicare advice and I always tell them, I don't know what to tell you. I work on Medicaid. And so there's just so much change that's happening. And so from a business perspective, from an employer's perspective, you're looking at your plans for your employees and what you're going to do. And there's just still so much change. And so I think now is still a great opportunity to make sure you know what's in your plan, make sure you know what you're paying for and what you're not paying for, but just know that the two biggest federal pieces are still changing. And so as they change, so will a lot of other things as the health plan industry and the HMO industry continues to try to streamline various components, but there will continue to be some changes in that regard. The other thing I just want to note real quick, Jennifer brought up the uncompensated care pool for our hospital providers. So when so for uninsured and uncompensated care that happens in a hospital, they can file that, and we have that up to about $4 billion per year in Texas underneath the 1115 waiver. There's a new program under our January 15th program that is specific for public health providers. And so those public health providers are going to be the local health departments, the public health districts, and your LMHAs or your local mental health authority. Sorry, the acronyms, they get me in trouble. So the Burke Center, the Andrews Center, those are your local mental health authorities in your areas. And so for uninsured and in the first year, their Medicaid, if they have what we call a Medicaid shortfall, where Medicaid again doesn't pay them very well either for their Medicaid patients, they can come in and use local funds, and they can have those matched through our uncompensated care program. That will be for the uninsured, and it will be for the Medicaid populations that they serve. And so if you're on one of those local boards, it will be important, and they'll be presenting this information to you where they're going to want to use their local funds and their general revenue funds in order to get those matched. And so that's a great opportunity that the federal government has provided for us here in Texas, because that is a large population. They serve about 80% on average across the state of uninsured. And so they are a huge provider, and especially as COVID-19 has presented some mental health challenges to people of all ages. We found it to be really important to make sure that our local mental health authorities did receive some funding in order to make sure that they were able to continue those important services. So that is that's the 1115 and some color on some non-1115 waiver issues. So that's kind of my role here. And if you have any questions about Medicaid or where Medicaid's going, I welcome them. I'll do whatever I can to help. I don't know what to do about the ERCOT situation.
All right. But you can show us where the 6 stack replaces are in Longview. So that's all that really matters, Brittany. So
Yes, I do.
Let's just take and kind of pull together some of their thoughts. And then I have I've asked each of you one question. I have time to ask each of you one question. So we are holding them from lunch, but we're going to finish this piece because I think it's really important. If you start at the far end with Brittany, we talk about Medicaid, you can sit there and say, my company, we have an insurance plan. So we're helping our employees out. And that is really great because it's very important for us to be able to provide those insurance coverage for our employees. But we have a lot of small businesses that simply can't afford it, or maybe they're choosing not to do it for whatever reason. So they can fall into the uncompensated care. I call that, we come up with these great names. We call it the UC, uncompensated care. We say it's people who unfortunately can't afford insurance. And so I would just say, Brittany talks a lot about that. They're putting $4 billion in there to try to pull hospitals out of the hole. And why would we say that the state should do that? Now, the state gets money from us and others to match to send it to Washington. So it's, as you know, Ray and Lindsay, their and Tyler used to say, I was playing a shell game with them. Where is the money under which walnut shell? And when you get it back, how much money are you going to get? And has the AG signed off on that kind of stuff? But they have, because it's like going, if you will, to Louisiana, to the racetrack. And what Brittany and Nora and Jennifer have talked about is that there's no one direct payer for healthcare services anymore. We call them pay windows. Nora calls them buckets. We call them waivers. We're developing these programs because, in fact, we have not looked at what the cost of care is out there and how much it's costing us to provide that care and who's paying it. Because I will tell you on that uncompensated care piece, when people come into the hospitals or they come into your doctor's office or to the dentist office, there are people who can't pay for it. And some of these institutions, they have to see those patients. We call that free care. I didn't have to pay for it. And we know that there are some people that like going to get free care who choose to just do it and not carry insurance, but that's not most of the people. So they come in and they get free care. Does anybody get free food at their grocery store or free utilities, even when it's off? Do you get, whatever? We don't. Someone is paying for it. And I would say it is all of us who have commercial insurance, because that commercial insurance product has to pay that provider, whether they're a doctor or a dentist or a hospital, enough to help cover the costs so that they can provide that free care out there. So that's why Medicaid is important to us. There are a lot of people in your community that are accessing it. And we all know that, particularly now with the uninsured number and the unemployment number going up, that we need to embrace Medicaid in a different way than we've done before. People need health care so their kids are well to go to school, so they can get an education, so they can stay in school, be productive, graduate, and get a job. Go to a community college, go to Texas College, make sure that they are job ready out there. Being healthy is a big part of that. A kid with a dental issue, a 7-year-old in a classroom for a teacher in the 2nd grade with an earache, you can say those aren't big medical issues. Try being the teacher or the person that's trying to deal with that, or the parent that's trying to deal with that at 2 a.m. in the morning. That's why virtual visits are so important. But how are we going to pay for those things? And then we get to the Texas Hospital Association that's trying to help feed them and support them with their process. So Nora, Jennifer Banda, would you please? They talked a little bit earlier in the last piece about the 80-20 rule. Remember, where 80% of the budget is already into dedicated funds and stuff, some of that. So they only have 20% to mess around with and decide what they're going to do. Healthcare, education, prisons, DPS, all that's in that dedicated bucket out there. But talk about where those dollars come from in the matching funds and what Medicaid and healthcare really is paying for, because I know you've got those numbers.
All right, specific to healthcare?
Yes.
Okay. So Article 2 is the portion of the budget that where healthcare is budgeted. It is, of course, education and healthcare are the two biggest portions of the budget. Article 2 is healthcare. Article 3 is education. So once you get into Article 2, which is healthcare, the vast percentage of Article 2 is Medicaid. And it is, those dollars that the state has to use to pay into the partnership with the feds, that is Medicaid. So the way Medicaid works overall is it is a 60-40 match rate. Now, the percentage can vary a little bit. It's varying right now because of our public health emergency. But basically, for, every $40 the state puts up, we get $60 back to be $100 in the Medicaid program. So when you are looking at the way we are funding inpatient care in Texas, so when you are admitted to a hospital, most, inpatient and outpatient care in hospitals, and then physicians, dentists, a lot of the other care, the state is putting up that $40. The feds are, giving us the $60 match, and we're paying that out. Then there are a whole lot of other buckets of Medicaid. So it's not just, hospitals are paid inpatient and outpatient, but then we've got a lot of other programs, most of which are under Brittany's purview in the 1115 waiver. Hospitals are getting uncompensated care for treating the uninsured patient and the, the Medicaid, what we're seeing in Medicaid losses. We have the 1115 waiver payment, which is the district payment right now. We have some other add-ons. We could literally do acronyms all day long for healthcare world and acronyms. But there's several other programs there that are helping hospitals get closer to cost in the Medicaid program, because if you just look at the inpatient cost hospitals are getting for a Medicaid patient, it's about 60% of the cost audited by HHSC. 60% of the cost of taking care of that patient is paid by that base Medicaid rate. Of course, you can't do anything very long at 60% of cost. Literally no businesses would be open. So to help mitigate that, we have all these supplemental payments. But the interesting part in the supplemental payments in the hospital world is that the state down the street is not putting up the $40. The state has basically said, We don't have the money to do that. So they have turned to the hospitals. Many of our public hospitals, which are public entities and have taxing authority, because they have taxing authority, said, well, we would sure like to make at least closer to cost. Can we put our tax dollars in to be the $40? And the legislature said, sure. You want to put your own tax dollars in? We would be happy to not have to do it. So we have, since about 1986, had our public hospitals, particularly the big 6 public hospitals in Texas, Parkland being the closest one in your region, that have put up their tax dollars to help draw down those federal dollars to go into Medicaid. Then we have also, in the last 6 to 8 years, created something called a local provider participation fund, another acronym, LPPF. That is where the private hospitals are actually taking some of their own revenue and putting it into a pot and creating that $40 in partnership with the public hospitals to draw down that $60. So we have gotten to a point where the dollars that are flowing into hospitals in Medicaid are more financed at the state level by the hospitals themselves than by the legislature down the street. So it is a patchwork quilt. Would anyone design it like this? No, but it is where we are, that the hospitals really are financing more of their own payments on that state share, that $40 to bring down that $60. So when you try, you know how if you're a good lobbyist, you have that 30-second elevator speech. You can spit your issue out, make your point, get in, get out, run into them in the hallway. Of course, we don't get to do any of that anymore, really. I guess we'll see how all of that. So you got to be able to do it real quick on Zoom right now. But the healthcare financing system is extremely complex.
And we could not do it without the federal match. So I think when they start talking about how much all of this costs, the reason we're doing this Education 101 about finance is because they talk about the big pie number, but the big pie number is made up by some state match, big slice of local match by hospitals, and then some state dollars, and then the match from the federal government. So it's an interesting pie, and it changes all the time. Well, I do want to ask all of you all to make sure when you see County Judge Moran and County Judge Bill Stout, y'all be sure and thank them, because both Gregg County and Smith County have LPPF. That's all you need to remember. You just need to say, thank you for the LPPF program in your county. All your hospitals participate in it. All of them need those revenues. And when you see Brian Hughes and his staff or any of our House members, there's some cleanup bills on LPPF. So you just need to say, please support LPPF bill cleanup. That'll be great. Brittani, very quickly, is it still 80-20? 80% of the money that is spent in Medicaid goes to 20% of the population, which is the adults, and 20% of the money that we spend on Medicaid goes to 80%, which is the kids. Is that about right still? And why is that important?
Pre-COVID, it was about 60-40. So yes, 60% of the funding would actually go to 40%. Again, it goes back to the Medicaid. We've got a lot of healthy kids who are not very expensive, but we have a lot of age blind and disabled children and adults who cost a lot. So yes.
So we need to make sure those prenatal visits are offered out there and those postpartum visits.
Mhm.
Okay, last question to Nora then. Nora, this is a personal story of mine. 4 years ago when we were here, many of you saw me because my daughter had suddenly had an unusual occurrence in her life. She lost her hearing in 24 hours, and many of you heard that story because you were wondering where I'd been, and she couldn't stand up, and she was having a revolting effect with the medicine they gave, and suddenly she was having heart issues. And there was this thing that they attached to the back of her phone where she put her fingers on it, and it gave them an EKG reading. And she's from San Antonio. And I said, you people are crazy in San Antonio. You need to come up to Tyler. We have the best heart hospital ever. She said, I like this. I don't have to go to the emergency room. They're advertised on TV. Nora, what's next on this route?
So let me give you the example that I like to give when I talk about this stuff, because this is one that I think how many of you have children? How many of you had children that got ear infections? How many of you know those children know when to get the ear infection, which is when your car's in the shop and 2 kids already have the flu and your spouse is out of town? It's like a secret pass from baby to baby in the womb. They know, oh, if you're going to do this, this is how it's going to go down. You can now get an FDA cleared otoscope for less than $100 on Amazon. which meets what we call the standard of care for the diagnosis of an ear infection, which is examination of the inner ear with an otoscope. You can send that image via a cell phone to a pediatrician, and then the drone will bring the antibiotics to your house. And if you think I'm joking, you have not met Jeff Bezos and Amazon, because they bought a company called PillPack. And PillPack custom packages your medications and delivers them to your door in little bags, Monday bag, Tuesday bag, Wednesday bag. You're about to see Google, Amazon, Microsoft, all these big tech players are trying to find. This is the last industry where we go to the service. This is it. Well, the service is coming. It's like the Kool-Aid man going through the wall. Whether you like it or not, the service is about to come to your house. So we're about to enter an era of services at home. Some of those things are going to be problems. Not all of it is going to be good. But what we are going to do is be able to liberate parents and workers from the 3 hours it takes for a basic doctor's visit. And we're going to do that with technology, and we're going to do that with devices, and we're going to do it with relationships, because thanks to COVID, your own doctor probably is offering these services in a way that they weren't before. So that's the future that I'm sort of fighting for, is for the mom who's a sandwich. She's got little kids and elderly parents. There's a lot we can do with technology to support both ends of her life. So maybe she can get a little me time while she's in there. This helps keeps families connected who are geographically separate. Some of my favorite tools are for helping families who have a loved one in the nursing home all participate in the nursing home care without having to be there. This is all happening right now.
Right.
Super exciting. Ask me back in 2 years. I'll have more stories for you, I promise. Changing
Great.
every day.
I mean, is this not just the most fantastic panel you've ever heard? Big UT people, big UT people, thank you. #1 basketball team. I know, Brittany, what can I say? There's always a PhD just around the corner for you, and just around the corner, literally from your office. Yeah, in all your spare time. You know, I hope you will see that East Texas is producing some pretty fabulous women who are in pretty fabulous jobs. I didn't tell you where Nora came from. I said, Nora, tell me, where'd you grow up? She said, Plano. She grew up in Plano, was Plano, and it looked a lot like East Texas. And she's only worked for agencies that look a lot like East Texas. So I've sort of adopted her too. So this is a good example of women who have taken on immense challenges. They have done the pathway that we could all do through our chamber. I can guarantee you they've all been involved with chamber activities across the state and in areas where they have been. You know, this afternoon, we're going to hear from, is it this afternoon we're going to hear about redistricting, or tomorrow? Sometime we're going to hear about tomorrow. Thank you. Okay. I'm always on a fast pace, aren't I, Judge? So, but you know, that's kind of been slit. We talked a little bit about the first panel. They mentioned redistricting in here. I really want you to think about redistricting. And it's not because I want to pick and choose how the lines should be drawn, although if someone gave me a pen and a piece of paper, I could do it. I don't need a computer. I know exactly which boxes I won't wear. Yeah, y'all know I do. Okay, so the key though is that it's not just about drawing those lines. That's what gets the big headlines out there. Pat Stacy is going to remind everybody, because I'm going to ask him to do this. Redistrict is more than just redrawing lines for who's going to be voting over the next 10 years. That's going to be pretty darn important. But it also determines how the fundings flow to our state. Those numbers and how we count everybody out there determines how much money flows to the state of Texas, and then how it's divvied up, sometimes down to the census block in the neighborhoods for the city budgets for housing improvements and stuff, Don Warren and others over there. That's how we get those dollars. How well did we count people out there? If we had the school district here, and I'm sure they're here and I'm just not seeing them across there, but school district money depends on that census. And so don't just think who's going to get elected to which office and how many more congressmen are we going to get and where they're going to be, or how are we going to divvy up these lines because we've got to get rid of some House members and because the growth has been along I-35. Think about also what it means in terms of funding, because what you've just heard is that we have a patchwork of funding for healthcare. So the next time y'all drive to Louisiana and you go up there and you decide you're going to place your bet on some horse that you read on a $2 tip sheet that you bought, these ladies are sitting over here and they are looking at those tip sheets all the time and trying to devise those programs and trying to develop those pay windows. And I can guarantee you, every doctor, every nurse, every dentist, every EMS provider, every hospital, everybody is looking at where those pay windows are, because 60 cents out of every dollar is what they're paying us for our largest population in the state of Texas. You can't survive without that. It has been a pleasure to be able to be here with you all today. And thank you all for being a part of this panel. I can't thank you enough. And we have a great present for you all, including a fabulous orange and white umbrella. We're giving those away to every speaker. You know, we've got this new medical school that's coming to Tyler. And so we want all of y'all to carry those orange and white umbrellas. And if anybody says, how did you get that? Just say, because I'm supporting the medical school. That's all you have to say, okay? And with that, I will turn this back. And I think I've given you back about actually 7 minutes of your time before you have lunch. Henry or Kelly, someone, you're going to give them directions. Otherwise, I'm going to tell. I love it. Okay, go out, grab lunch, go wash your hands first. I am a healthcare provider, and we'll see y'all back in here for lunch. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon and welcome back to our next session. We're going to go ahead and get started. A few more housekeeping rules from earlier. Excuse me. Please be sure, just make sure your phones are on silent out of respect for our attendees and the speakers. We also have a phone charging station that's available, compliments of Sabine River Authority. Everybody's got lunch. We're good there. So I would like to make a few announcements and thank some people for attending today. We have Chief Justice Jim Worthen, the 12th Court of Appeals, here with us. Thank you. We have Joanne Hampton, County Commissioner of Smith County. We have Pam Frederick, Mayor of the City of Bullard. We also have J.D. Shipp, Mayor of the City of Gladewater. We have James Wansley, Mayor of the City of White House. We have Don Warren, Mayor of the City of Tyler. We have Broderick McGee, Councilman for the City of Tyler. And Bob Westbrook, also Councilman for the City of Tyler. So thank you all for joining us. And we also, so be sure to notice we have our sponsors. We had those listed there during lunch on our break. We want to thank them for all they did to help make this possible. And we also want to thank our prime sponsor, ABC Auto. So a big thank you to them. We've had a couple of changes to tomorrow's session. So at 8:15 to 9:15, we will have our panel discussion for redistricting. At 9:30, we've actually got another panel discussion regarding Texas Oil and Gas, and Todd Staples is going to join us, the president of the Texas Oil and Gas Association. At 10:20, we will do pictures at the stairwell. And then at 10:30, we do have our Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick coming to speak. So we've got a big day planned. We also want to remind you about our reception at 6 o'clock tonight. We have had quite a few RSVPs for officials and representatives that are going to join us. So you don't want to miss that. It's going to be a good evening. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lindsay Vanderbilt for our next panel discussion. Thank you.
I'm Lindsay Vanderbilt, and I'm the Director of Communications for the East Texas Council of Governments. I am honored to be here today, and I am standing in for the Executive Director, David Cleveland, which many of you may know. He couldn't be here today, and I just wanted to recognize that he has such a passion for broadband. The topic that keeps on coming up today is something that ECOG, through our board, has been seeking funding solutions for since 2009. So it's something our agency is super excited about, to see the momentum happening across the state, and that the COVID-19 has really brought this and kicked it into gear. But today I'd like to welcome 3 of our panelists, all experts in the field. We've got Jennifer Harris, the State Program Director of Connected Nation, Scott McEnaugh, Vice President of TDC2, and Dr. Mickey Slimp is here in person. As you can see, we'll be testing our internet speeds today with some of our panelists have joined us virtually. So I would like to introduce them as the order that they will be speaking. They have about 15 minutes each to speak with you guys. And then we have some prepared questions if we have extra time. But I'll start with Scott McEnaugh. TDC2 is a vendor that ETCOG has partnered with on our rural broadband project, which he's going to speak to you about today. Scott McEnaugh has over 20 years of experience in all aspects of broadband engineering and operations. His strong project management, personnel management, and technical team building skills, combined with a detailed understanding of public and private networks, provide an extremely well-rounded background to the telecommunications industry. Scott received his BSEE from the University of Alabama and developed an in-depth understanding of telecommunications networks. In 2004, he served as a consulting engineer for JDFEC, and in 2015, Scott transitioned to TDC2 as vice president, which focuses on the oversight and management of full service turnkey engineering and OSP construction services for the clients. Next, we'll take it to a state look with Jennifer Harris. She is the state program director for Texas Connected Nation, a national 501c3 nonprofit organization connected to the mission to improve lives by providing innovative solutions that expand access and increase adoption and use of broadband and its related technologies for all people. Jennifer also serves as the governor's Broadband Development Council and represents Texas in the National Communications Information Administration State Board Leaders Network. Finally, we'll take another look at what's happening in East Texas with Dr. Mickey Slimp here on stage. And he's known for setting up and managing broadband connections across Northeast Texas for the past 3 decades. He was recently recruited to the Deep East Texas Council of Governments as a consulting broadband manager. Dr. Slimp has taught classes for Texas A&M at Commerce and at Texarkana, and was a technology leader for Tyler Junior College and is on the adjunct faculty for University of Texas Health Science Center at Tyler. Slim's also an author and the founding director of the Virtual College of Texas. Please help me in welcoming our panelists. All right, Scott, it's on you now.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Glad to be here representing TDC2. We are a full-service design, engineering, and construction firm serving the broadband industries here in Texas and all across the Gulf Coast states. I'm here today representing the East Texas Council of Governments, and we have partnered with the East Texas Council of Governments to provide a broadband plan to enable commercial broadband in all of the counties that the Council of Government serves. And we have a partnership with Design9, which is a company that we've worked with for some time now. And in the process of which we've served over 250 counties, towns, and cities across the nation in enhancing their broadband availability for their commercial and residential needs. Next slide, please. For the East Texas Council of Governments, we have a project which will go to the grassroots level to go to each county and engage with them in identifying their top 3 to 5 projects that would bring commercial broadband to the area. We're looking to develop GIS-based maps of the existing infrastructure, trying to determine which service providers are already in the area and how we might best bring broadband to the areas that are underserved currently. Our goal is to provide 3 to 5 projects per county, which focus on business needs, and we have the ability to add 1 residential project in with our projects in order to help for distance learning, telemedicine, and the things that we've all experienced via this COVID situation that we have, is highlighting the broadband needs that we have. We have a deep understanding that not one size fits all for each of the counties. We have a variety of strategies that we want to employ. We're going to focus on a fiber broadband strategy, but we have got some wireless technologies available to suit the needs of the community. Our goal is to have the short-term strategy for rapid deployment of fiber to the areas. We're going to have free Wi-Fi hotspots in the downtown areas. And also, we're going to try to serve the low and moderate income housing with satellite as an option for some areas that cannot get economically feasible for the fiber. Our goal is to make sure that we find the best public-private partnership model for the situation that we have in each county. We want to make sure that we identify who's going to own the infrastructure, who's going to provide the fiscal oversight to make sure the project is well managed, and then which ISPs or WISP or service providers with the best partners in order to provide this broadband to the communities. The strategies we're developing will be encompassing all the different technologies that are available to suit the needs of the community. Our goal is to identify and map the existing assets that are available in each community, identify the best technology solutions, whether it be fiber or wireless or combination of the two. Our goal is to bring 3 to 5 projects per county to enhance the ability of broadband to serve the commercial and residential needs. We're going to go through and develop the best cost estimates, make the most affordable networks that we possibly can using public and private partnerships. And we're going to recommend financing strategies and legal considerations based on the available grants and loans and other financial incentives that are available in the market. David Cleveland is our leader in this scenario. The East Texas Council of Governments has been working on this for a number of years, and we've finally pulled this together in order to serve the needs of the communities. And I appreciate the time to speak with you this morning.
Thank you, Scott. I'd just like to add, working at ECOG for many years and being connected to this project, the Council of Governments is here to serve the local elected officials in the area. We're bringing all of them together to discuss these top 3 to 5 projects. If you have ideas for projects, that's who you need to let know what's important to your communities. Our team is making, we've had several regional forums, brought out this plan among our boards, and have the county judges on board that are helping us identify these projects. We have just found over the years that you really, to attain these large funds that are going to be needed to fund broadband, you've got to have a plan in place. You can't just seek the funds. And that's what this project is all about. It's about creating that strategic plan, getting those shovel-ready projects together so that our team can, once this plan is in place, we can go after other funding opportunities to help make this happen. And just to let you know, the strategic planning project, it came in 2019, a grant from EDA. It was about $375,000, and with matching funds, it's a total of $536,000. So we've got TDC2, these brilliant team of engineers on board that are helping do the mapping, bring this together. You'll hear from Dr. Mickey Slimp in just a moment. This project is for the East Texas Council of Governments region. He's got exciting things happening in the deep East Texas Council region. I know that might be confusing to those not in the COG world. We're in the East Texas region. Just south of us is Deep East. That's Lufkin, Nacogdoches. You can speak a little bit more on that, Dr. Slimp, but we wanted to put the information out there about the strategic planning grant and the planning that is taking place right now with the local elected officials in the region. Okay, Jennifer, I think you're up next. We just would love to hear what the state of broadband is, what's happening in the legislature, all the exciting things happening on this topic today.
Sounds good. Thank you, Lindsay. It's so great to be here today. I wish I could see you all in person. Hopefully soon enough, we'll be able to really all gather in person again. I wanted to start a little bit and say a bit about Connected Nation. We are a national 501c3 nonprofit focused on broadband. Our goal is to have all Americans and then all Texans connected to broadband and to be able to use broadband and related technologies to improve their lives. We've been around for 20 years now. We actually celebrated our 20th anniversary on February 13th. All we've ever done is broadband, and we do that, in a holistic way, focusing on the access piece. So physical access, adoption, so making sure that folks are subscribing to broadband, and then use. So how are we using broadband? Are we using it for school? Are we using it to work from home? Are we using it for telehealth? How are we able to use broadband to improve our lives? And so in Texas currently, our program is being funded by the Texas Rural Funders, which is a group of private community and health conversion foundations that came together to really focus on rural Texas. And so they've asked Connected Nation to come into Texas and do three things. One of the big things they've asked us to do is do broadband mapping for the entire state. So as you can see, the map that is on the screen right now is a reflection of where physical access to broadband is that 25.3 minimum broadband speed that is considered broadband. Many of us would love to have more than 25.3. Many of us would love to even have 25.3. You can see when you look at the map there, I know it may be small to see, but we can definitely see that East Texas, both the East Texas COG and Deep East Texas COG regions show up pretty white as far as that physical connectivity being available at the home. So broadband mapping, we've done that for the whole state. It's available at 4 different speed tiers, so you can really understand what's going on statewide. We've also done it by county, so you can actually click on each county and see what connectivity is like at 4 speed tiers and actually get home counts so that you understand how many homes are lacking that connectivity. And we also have an interactive map that you can use, GIS interactive map that you can zoom in on neighborhoods, your own home. You can see what providers are available at your home. So many other tools on the interactive map. So if that's something that interests you, please reach out to me after this presentation. I'm happy to give you a walkthrough of that interactive map. And one more tool that is available on our website is that we do have a list of current internet providers by county that's available for download. There's a PDF version and an Excel version if that's helpful to anyone, so that you can see who providers are currently in each of the counties in the state of Texas. So the second thing that we're focused on in Texas is really working directly with rural communities. We've been given funding to work with 27 rural communities across the state. 3 of those communities are in the East Texas COG region. Rains County and Anderson County, we started working with prior to COVID. So Rains County in November of 2019 and Anderson County in March of 2020, right before the world changed. That was our last kickoff meeting that we had fully in person with a community was in Anderson County. And then we kicked off virtually just a couple weeks ago with Harrison County. And so we're working with those communities to really understand what's going on as far as access, adoption, and use, and work with them to build local level community technology action plans. So if you have questions about any of those, once again, please reach out to me after this presentation. I'm happy to talk about any of those. And then I'll go through a little bit of this data and then talk about the legislative piece, which public policy is the third thing that we're really working on statewide in Texas right now. So as you can see with that map reflected there, a little over 96% of homes in Texas do have physical access at that 25.3 speed. However, that leaves over 300,000 households that don't have that connectivity. May not sound like a lot, but if you look at that people-wise, that's almost 900,000 Texans, which would be like the entire state of South Dakota not having broadband. And so this is just that minimum speed, that 25.3 speed, that inside our state, we have an entire state's worth of folks that don't have that physical access, couldn't connect to broadband if they wanted to. So really, we do have a significant problem here. You can see on the map that, connectivity follows the I-35 corridor, and we have pockets of connectivity in Amarillo proper, in Lubbock, in Midland and Odessa, and El Paso and parts of the valley. But really, we see East Texas is really suffering as far as that physical connectivity to the home. Next slide. But here's where we get into an even more complicated topic to really talk about. And I think what a lot of us have witnessed during the pandemic is, well, physical connectivity may not be there, but if it is, are we subscribing? Unfortunately, over 30% of Texas households don't subscribe to broadband. So you saw in the previous slide that we have about 96% of households that have physical availability. However, only about 68% of Texans are subscribing. So obviously the 4% without physical accessibility couldn't subscribe. But between that 96 and the 68%, we've got something else going on. It could be that it's too costly. It could be that there's lack of a device. It could be just not having interest in broadband. And it could be lack of digital skills that we don't know how to use broadband. And so that's why we're not subscribing. Texas, unfortunately, ranks 35th among other states and territories as far as adoption or subscribing to broadband in the home. And we don't even meet the national average. So this is something that we really need to work on as a state. You know, if we think about companies that want to be able to provide broadband, obviously it costs a lot of money for the infrastructure and the upkeep and the service cost. But if they don't think anyone's going to subscribe, why would they be putting the infrastructure there? So one of the things that we can do is really, figure out what is driving Texans to not subscribe to broadband, and whether it is digital literacy skills or the cost is too high or whatever it may be. Understanding what those barriers are to subscription really are going to help solve that supply and demand situation a little bit better. If we knew that 80% of Texans were going to subscribe, it would make a lot more sense to build infrastructure in high cost areas. But if we know that in some high cost areas, only 50% of residents are going to subscribe, well, then we might not even get to a break even point. So something that we definitely need to think about as a state. On the next slide, I'll highlight that this really is a statewide problem. So the National Digital Inclusion Alliance, who really focuses on this piece, every year they do a study on communities of 65,000 or more. So to be sure, rural communities are not included in this list, but of communities that are at least 65,000 or higher, 4 of the top 5 in the entire country as far as not subscribing to broadband are in Texas. And you can see on that list there, Tyler comes in at 4th. Longview is 68th out of the entire country. We can really see that it's a statewide problem. As far as subscribing, it's not just rural, it's not suburban, it's not urban, it's really everywhere that we struggle with subscribing. So something that we really need to work on as a state is to figure out how we can get to that national average and then increase beyond that national average as far as who's subscribing to broadband. On the legislative piece, it is a pretty exciting time. I think most folks saw that a few weeks ago, Governor Abbott named broadband as an emergency item, which means that broadband bills can get a little bit more priority and can be heard sooner than they would have been otherwise. So that's really, really exciting. We've got some good East Texas leadership on broadband with Senator Nichols and Representative Ashby. They have filed bills and then got to refile bills because they were given priority numbers. So the bills to really follow are going to be HB 5 and SB 5, which I think are going to be pretty inclusive of most of the broadband policy that's going to go on during the legislative session. The conversation is going to focus around a state broadband plan. Texas is one of only 6 states that doesn't have a plan. Every state that borders us has a plan, and even Puerto Rico has a state broadband plan, and they're not a state. So definitely time for the state of Texas to look at something like that as far as planning. And then definitely we're going to also be talking about a state broadband office. Many states, about 3/4 of states, either have designated an agency to oversee broadband, and to be clear, not in a regulatory way, but in a coordinating way, or they've created a broadband office in their state to really be that neutral resource on broadband for providers, for communities, for elected officials, and even for residents to call as far as having just that resource on broadband. And then the third piece I think that we're really going to talk about is whether some sort of funding makes sense for the state of Texas. Many other states do have grant programs that coincide with the dollars available from the federal government. So I do expect we're going to see a lot of conversation around that piece. And really all of those things depend on good data. So having good data to inform all those decisions is going to be really, really crucial. You can't have a good plan if you don't have good data. You can't know where to spend money through a grant program if you don't have good data. So all of those are really going to be the big topics. I think we're going to see other public policy initiatives that kind of get unearthed as we continue to talk about this. One of the things about a state broadband plan is if it's done in a comprehensive way with a lot of stakeholder involvement, we're probably going to come up with a lot of public policy ideas and solutions that can be implemented pretty immediately. And then as long as we have that plan to track the progress of those public policy ideas, we'll be able to see if they're working. So it really is an exciting time for Texas to start really engaging on broadband in all of these ways. And so I'm looking forward to following it, and really excited that we have East Texas leadership on this issue.
Fantastic, Jennifer. I love the data. I love seeing that Texas is on this and moving forward, and we've got to keep up with Puerto Rico. Dr. Slump, you have so much experience in this field. You've been talking broadband for decades. Let's see what's going on with what you've been working on.
Yeah, it has been a while. I've been working with broadband since, I guess, the early 1990s, working on things. I was with UT Health for the last 15 years. It's kind of interesting. I retired from UT Health in October, and I've forgotten that I was a doctor since then. Haven't heard that title much in a little while. But working before that with Tyler Junior College for about another 15 years as they were putting in their fiber optics on campus in the 90s and stuff. And so it's been really interesting to watch the growth and to watch areas that have not grown in this aspect and to see what's going on. As you saw in the map that Jennifer showed, we are behind. We hate to think of Texas as being behind in anything. And particularly as East Texans, we like to think of ourselves as innovators and such. But we are still lacking in that basic connection. That whole wide area you saw going basically from Beaumont north to Texarkana is an area with dense rural population, but limited internet. And so we have some highlights in the Tyler area. We have some in the Longview area. We have some highlights in Texarkana. We have some in Lufkin. But then we have 20, 30, even 40 counties out there that are unserved when it comes to broadband. And it's really interesting because you see what it has done to us in terms of education, in terms of medicine. And it was just really interesting to hear Nora and the panel a while ago talking about telemedicine opportunities in East Texas. A lot of you know David Lakey. Dr. Lakey has worked with UT Health System and with our campus in Tyler for a number of years. And he put out a report back in 2016 looking at the medical needs of our region and low medical outcomes. One of the reasons we've gotten the med school coming is because we have the worst medical outcomes in a number of areas, not only in the state, but in the country in a lot of aspects. We have some of the poorest college attendance rates in the state. And this is directly related to our communication in the region. These areas that have poor health outcomes, these areas that we have good high school completion rates, but the areas that have poor college continuation and completion rates, you can look exactly at the broadband connectivity and the medical statistics and the educational statistics. You can look at the working employment statistics, and they all parallel. And so this is something that it really has impacted us completely. You can't have rural healthcare anymore wanting to do telehealth without having a connection. I was in Shelby County the other day talking to the assistant city manager at one of the towns there in Center. And I said, how many MDs do you have now? He says, we've got one for the county. Said, we've got several physician assistants, nurse practitioners, but only one MD for the county. How are you going to do medicine there? People cannot pack up quite often. We talked about having to take 3 hours to go see the doctor. Try taking a day, day and a half, 2 days to see a specialist. And so we have to get this built into the region if we ever want to progress. What are we seeing happening in our areas, in our rural communities? Tyler's growing, Longview's growing, but you go to the other counties around us and you're seeing a decline in population. people go, we talk about people not having college or going to college, but they do go to college. And what happens when they're finished? They move out of the area. There's not the opportunity here for them. And our kids now are entrepreneurial as heck. They can find work with a couple of pairs of sticks and a computer. But if they don't have a connection, they can't do that. And so that's why it's so important. Mom and dad don't even want to send their kids to college because they know that means that they're gone. They're not coming back. And so, we've got to have those connections come out and do something for us to improve these things. A couple of things good are happening, though. I don't want to be all dire in everything. We've had some good things happening. E-rate expansion. E-rate's the funds that are used for K through 12 connectivity. It's not accessible by colleges except in an indirect fashion. But K through 12 wise, we've got a couple of collaboratives in our region, Region 7 Service Center. We've got a group called SuperNet that's based out of UT Health and out of Hawkins ISD and some of the other ISDs. And they've gotten a pretty good expansion to make gig connections throughout the region and have expanded the number of schools. That reaches all the way over to Panola County, up north of us, several counties, goes over into Henderson County. So they've done a good job with that. Our co-ops, and I want to really push, we think about our corporations and stuff, our major providers, our telcos, they're important to this operation, but the business model that you need, we discovered it with electricity, we discovered it with water supplies. You have to have something that returns your profits and your funds back into the community on a regional wide basis if you're going to reach all homes. And that's one of the hard things. We've got East Tex Co-op out of Henderson. We've got E-Tex out of Gilmer. We've got Peoples out of Quitman. All of these are very strong companies. Now they're about to be hit with a major thing potentially after this legislative session. One of the main funds that they've accessed is the Universal Access Fund. They're in danger of losing that. And so that's not directly broadband, that's for telephone service, but that's been a mainstay of their businesses for a number of years, and it doesn't apply to broadband. So hopefully somehow in this session, something will happen to let that broadband access and stuff be tied into that. But that's going to be a hit to our region if that doesn't happen. We're looking in, and I've been working in Deep East Texas, which basically starts at Center, goes south to Dewberry, which nobody knows where that is, just north of I-10 in Orange, Texas, and goes over to Crockett, that area. And that area has just received some funding through the Rural Development Opportunity Fund, and that's a subsidized fund. There's another project some folks have talked about, Starlink, that's a satellite-based network that's going out there. They've received some funds. We looked at our region. We did get $1 million in grants to do planning for our regions. Likewise, like Scott did, we got an engineering firm to work with us on that. And it's going to take about $400 million to $500 million to reach our entire region. The rural development funds have supplied the first $100 million. So we've got to start on it. We've got requests for grants in for our area for another little over another 100 million. We don't know how we'll do for those, but we're hoping that will do well. And we'll hear about that in the next few months. The feds are going to come up with some other big plans. You've heard about the stimulus bills. You've heard about the infrastructure bills. I'm hoping that as a region, we'll see 300 to 400 million come into the region based on those between ETCOG, DETCOG, and the ARCTEX Council of Governments up in Texarkana. This fund is needed. One of the best things that the state can do again, I think, and this is my own personal opinion, North Carolina set up a program where when they have federal funds available, the state took their limited money and they made that available as a match. So whatever local community could get federal funding, the state anteed up some funds to help with a match on that. And I'm hoping that's something that we can look at as a state to make that happen. Some other positive things, of course, the medical school at UT is an absolutely wonderful thing. This is going to give us the opportunity to serve these underserved areas. We're going to be able to provide more medical practitioners out in the areas. I'm working with another project in Tyler. We're looking at adverse childhood experiences and how that's impacted our area and what we can do about that. So having new psychiatric residents at UT Health is going to be a big boon to working towards the solutions needed there. But our problem's not just in Tyler, and our problem's not just in Longview. It goes to these other counties throughout Detcog, and it goes to these other counties throughout, I said Detcog, and it goes through the counties in Detcog and Arctex. And so we've got this whole regional facility that we need to be looking at. The other really good thing, and you heard some of it this morning, we finally have some bipartisan support for this. Now we're going to come up with different solutions between the parties, but I've seen a lot of positive energy. Folks saying, okay, we need to talk about this and we need to come up with some common solutions. Every side has some good ideas. And every side has a solution that works. We just have to come up with a way to get behind the right ones and make them happen. Efforts needed, regional planning and mapping, like Jennifer said. I won't do much about that because she's already covered that well. Dig once policies. I don't know if you've heard of that, but we're putting roads in. Cities are putting in city streets, sewers, things like that. It's expensive to lay fiber. And every time we have a storm, you see ice coming and tearing down wires. You see wind blowing things down, trees coming out, and so your power's out and your cable's out and stuff like that. We need to get these things underground. And so when we're laying highways, when the Department of Transportation's digging to put a new road in, repave things, when we're putting in sewer lines, we need to go ahead and lay the conduit and put fiber in those things, and then come up with deals to make those accessible. I've talked to Donna, I've talked to Benny down at the city about this a little bit, and he recognizes the need to do that and stuff, that we've got to get conduit laid. The funding things, again, we've got support for that. The CARES Act, we've talked about. You can use CARES Act money for broadband. And so particularly if you have excess funds that you haven't figured out how to use, that's something that can be rolled over into this. Senator Cornyn was really adamant towards the end of the last round of CARES Act that we needed to be using it in fashions like this. The Accessible Affordable Internet for All Act is out there now, being underused, which for people who are on food, students who have the food subsidies and things like that, they can get a subsidy each month to help pay for their internet services. And so those things need to be used. Workforce training is another area I'm hoping that we can jump into as an opportunity for us. We do have petroleum workers who aren't working now. They'll probably come back some, but a lot of those same skills can be used to put in trenches, to lay fiber optics. I'm hoping in one of the proposals I'm planning to put in here pretty soon is a request for a training facility for people to lay fiber, dig ditches, do the splicing and stuff like that. So I'm hoping that we could do some of that in this area and get some of our other folks working in those areas. Assuring that we all have broadband. I talked a little bit about the dollars we're talking about. This is what we found for Deep East Texas, $400 million to $500 million. But from that investment for those rural counties, all rural counties down there, we saw a $2 billion return on investment. You're talking about East Texas, a little bit wealthier area, you're talking $4 to $5 billion. And I'm guesstimating that. Scott might be able to give me better numbers on that. But, you're talking about a major return on investment here if we can get these funds going. What we did with UT and the medical school, I see that as something that we should be doing for broadband. We need an investment just similar to what we got, and we need the coalition building. We need the collaboration to get broadband for East Texas, just like we did to get a med school. The impact's going to be similar. The advancements to people are going to be lifelong. And so, Lindsay, I'm excited to see us working in this area.
Wow. Fantastic. I saw, Scott, you kind of leaned in when Dr. Slim said that. Did you have something you'd like to say?
No, I think that he's exactly right. The return on investment is huge. Broadband is such an enabler for everything from education to medicine to big corporations expanding into our rural regions and bringing economic development along with it. So there's just no end to the benefits that we can see by expanding broadband in our areas.
Excellent. I have a question for Jennifer. What else should Texas be doing from a legislative point to spur rural broadband growth and affordability for businesses and teleworking purposes?
So I think, pretty much already, I guess I answered the question before you asked the question, but really it's focusing on those big picture best practices. So they're really thinking about a state broadband plan with measurable goals. And then making sure that we're checking in to make sure that we're meeting those goals, I think is key. I mean, a plan and you create goals and then you don't ever look at it again. Well, that's not much of a plan. We need a plan that we keep revisiting. And so that we make sure that we know what's going on and having that good data. And then really just coordinating at the state level in a way that we haven't done before, but I do see coming in the future for Texas. I think those are all the critical pieces that will really get us going, and then to help identify those other public policy pieces. I think all of us have some ideas on what small changes or large changes could be, but I think teasing those out through a state broadband planning process, through stakeholder involvement and questions and engagement, I think is really going to identify which of those public policy pieces that we want to tackle first and make the most sense for Texas. Obviously, we can look at what's worked well in other states, but Texas is different. So we need to learn from them, but then do it how we want to do it as Texans.
Excellent. You heard, Jennifer, about some of the projects that are underway, the plans that are underway. What advice would you give these local leaders that have been working on these projects? How do we not recreate the wheel, and how do we coordinate to make sure that we're all moving the same direction as the state would like us to?
So definitely back to the data piece, really understanding what's going on in a community from that physical access piece that we've all mentioned here on the panel, but then also understanding the adoption piece and what are barriers that are preventing folks from actually subscribing. And then really understanding, whether our communities know how to use broadband. Mickey mentioned, the workforce training. I think workforce training extends beyond just the repurposing workers who can help, build out broadband infrastructure, but making sure that we have folks that know how to work remotely online or to do jobs that involve a computer. I think we all assume now that students coming out of high school know how to use the internet and know how to use a computer to do jobs. And I think many of them probably know how to use a smartphone. But do they know how to apply for a job online? Would they know how to do data entry? Would they know how to do all of those things? I'm not sure. So we need to make sure that we're investigating that in our communities and make sure that we're providing the right kind of training opportunities at the local level so that when we do have broadband, people A, want to subscribe, and B, know how to use it.
Excellent. This question's for anybody, just signal if you'd like to answer. Based on what you see, what's top 2 or 3 strategies or objectives that we ought to be pursuing to bring rural broadband standards to what our businesses need? Dr. Slint?
I think looking at a couple of things. One of the elements is we talk about we need to reach our rural areas with connectivity. So having a conversation earlier, I think it was with Phil, that we can no longer rely on having a connection. If you're in the hospital building business and you have a connection and a backhoe cuts through a fiber optic line and someone's in surgery, you're in trouble. If you're in education now and you're connected by a line and something happens and a power outage or something like that hits, you're out of school. We need 2 connections. We need 3 connections everywhere that we are. The Starlink project is satellite. That's going to be, we don't know what the latency on that's going to be yet. They're experimenting with that. We don't know what the connection's going to be. Phil knows better what the latency is. And I think it's going to be better than that, Phil, to tell you the truth. But we need that connection, and then we need hardwired connection. We need other connections at the same time. What we find is the cost, if you can't afford internet, internet is not accessible. And we all know the benefits of capitalism. If you don't have competition, you don't have capitalism. And so we need 2 or 3 options in an area so that prices come down. If you're in some of the counties around us, if you're in Cherokee County, you may be paying 4, 5, even 10 times what you're paying for broadband as what you're paying in Dallas. And so, you pay 25, you pay 60, 70, $160 for 25 megabit for some of the satellite downlinks now. And, you get 100 megabit, you get even a gig connection in our urban areas for $40, maybe even less. And so this is one of the things that's a problem when you want to have a business come to town. You've got to have connectivity. There's some good opportunities now. There are EDA grants out there now that we're trying to encourage our counties to work with. I know that David's been working on this in ETCOG that we're trying to get people to go after to do that last mile and stuff like that. The CapEx funding for putting in broadband is one thing, and that's where I think we can partner with these grants and stuff to get that capital funding in to get them going. You've got to get the operating funding, and that's where you've got to build the business model to keep that going. And that's the challenge you get after the fact. But we've got an opportunity right now to get that CapEx in place. And that's why I push doing shared funding with the state, pushing the Fed funding, looking at what we do. One of the great things that I saw with the medical center was they, in their development process, they looked at private donors coming up with, tens and even $100 million are coming close to it. Matt could tell me the exact dollars, I think. But, we need to be looking at our private partners and looking at those folks who can invest in our community and our collaboration of investors and saying, hey, we need to be coming up with private funds to do a lot of this. We don't need to necessarily just rely on the federal government or even the state government. We've got private folks who can handle this. We've got some companies coming to Austin who will really benefit from broadband everywhere. If we're going to have cars driving through East Texas without drivers, I don't want them going off the street when they run out of a connection. We need to have those hundreds of millions of dollars of investment here from private entities. And so I think we as a group, our community as a whole, our elected officials, yes, they need to look at legislation, but they also need to use their leverage to go after these folks who are investing in Texas, who are looking at our state to provide them a ground for workers and for their businesses. As storms, we've had so many storms down on the coast. We've got prime real estate in East Texas for those places to relocate. But we've got to have the connectivity there for it to happen.
So true. We've heard so much about the reasons we need broadband, the telework, the medicine, great Netflix speeds, are there what's the negative side? What's the downside to better connectivity in our area?
Get your kids out of your room.
Well, I do, you've mentioned, and Jennifer mentioned, I think everyone's concerned about affordability when it does get here. And we're of course concerned about that over our business communities as chamber members. What can we do on the local end to bring about more affordable costs?
Jennifer could probably speak to that.
You're up, Jennifer.
Well, it's one of those things, as was discussed, as a private sector good, we have seen, historically, if there's more competition, that costs come down. But I think there are a lot of things that we can look at. Just recently passed and pretty soon to be eligible for, there's the emergency broadband benefit that's being administered by the FCC. That's going to be $50 per family that can go toward a broadband subscription. And so programs like that at the federal level, potentially programs at the state level that might be created that can help with families that might not be able to afford broadband for whatever reason can combine with, obviously having more providers there available, in the private sector and, the market. I think it's going to take a lot of little things kind of working together to make sure that we can tackle that affordability problem. And then knowing that sometimes it's not just the affordability of broadband, but the affordability of a device. If a household can't afford to have a device to access broadband, even if they could actually afford, if they have the $50 from the FCC a month for a $60 subscription, but they can't afford a device, then they're still probably not going to subscribe. So thinking about it even more broadly, making sure that device affordability and device accessibility is there too.
Excellent points. Are there any other comments that any of you would like to make before we?
I think in terms of the affordability, the competition is important. I think one of the things we haven't really talked about too much is how do you tackle this as a region or a broader area? And, the business model for broadband is tough because it is definitely a have and a have not situation. Your cost is directly equated to how hard it is to reach you. So if you're out in the countryside, you're running a half mile of fiber to get to your place for one family or two families, you've got a heck of a lot more cost than you've got when you've got 100 families within a square mile. And so, dealing with that is how do we come up with models? That's why I do, for rural areas, I do push a co-op model. Again, that's my push, not the DETCOG's push. But I think that, having that model where you do base what happens with the local person on the whole community so that everybody gets served within the community, and you come up with a more flat cost structure that everybody can deal with, and you cover those costs. I think that's beneficial in those areas. What we have right now in urban areas, you've got the nice situation where you can kind of say, okay, we've got this targeted area we can hit. We know we've got our full return on investments. We can give stock dividends to our investors and stuff like that. That's a nice thing if you've got the population, but it never worked with electricity. And it's the same thing here. It's a utility now. And we have to think of broadband as a necessary utility that everyone has a right to have. And so until we can get to there, we're going to continue to have problems with it.
Scott, from your engineering perspective, you have any feedback on the planning with our rural nature in the region?
Just that we should be looking at a lot of different areas. One thing that we could do legislatively is that if there's been talk off and on about when open trenches for whether it be sewer or water or other utilities, I think it's really important that we try to make sure that we add in a broadband component so that we can be laying in conduits so that broadband can be added into those areas, just like any other utility expansion. So I think one of the things that we can do is get behind those efforts and make sure that we let our legislators know that it's important that we expand broadband at the same rate that we spend all the other utilities.
Excellent point. I want to thank all of you for your time, for your expertise, and for all of the work that you're putting in on this initiative. We look forward to much more connectivity and beating Puerto Rico. Dr. Slimp, your gift is here. And for our virtual partners, we promise we'll be getting your gifts to you soon.
See you guys.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming back and being part of this next panel discussion. So all of our panels this morning have touched on education in one way or another, whether it was through funding and budget or broadband. So we've got a very distinguished panel up here. So we have with us Commissioner Mike Morath. He was appointed by Governor Abbott and took office as Commissioner of Education in January 2016 and was unanimously confirmed by the Texas Senate, the 85th Legislature, in March of 2017. As commissioner, he heads the Texas Education Agency, which oversees pre-kindergarten through high school, enrolled in both traditional independent school districts and public charter schools. Prior to becoming the state's education commissioner, Mr. Morath served on the Dallas Independent School District Board of Trustees for more than 4 years. Also, we have with us is John Harchuk, Vice President of Policy for 2036. So prior to joining Texas 2036, John served as Deputy Policy Director and Deputy Budget Director for Governor Greg Abbott. During his 3 sessions in the Abbott administration, John played leading roles in policy development, legislative strategy, and coalition building for school finance reform, property taxes, and other state fiscal and budgetary matters. His work culminated in the passage of House Bill 3, which overhauled the tax and education systems in Texas. John also led teams focused on innovation for long-term structural issues facing the state, including healthcare, pensions, water, and infrastructure. Thank you all for joining us today. And y'all have been quite busy here since last year this time. So I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Morath if you'd like to get us started. And like I said, we've heard about education, bits and pieces from all our different panels this morning. So we definitely want to hear it from you.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. Thank you. And it's great to see everybody. It has been a year that we did not plan for in Texas public education. What I would expect to be speaking about, if you'd asked me a year and a half ago at a panel like this, was the implementation of House Bill 3, the largest, most sweeping overhaul of the public education system, the landscape of public education that in modern times. That resulted in a $4.4 billion net infusion year over year in spending in public ed, but we now spend more than $70 billion a year on public education in the state of Texas. And per pupil spending all in is now above $13,000. It involved significant reforms of teaching and instruction practices. We have 33,000 teachers today going through reading academies, a 1-year fellowship on how to execute the science-based literacy practices to get all of their kids, all of our youngest learners, exactly where we want them to be. The structural changes were gargantuan and deeply focused on equity, ensuring that every child in Texas, no matter where they live, no matter what their zip code, what their family situation, is prepared for success coming out of our schools. This was a very good thing. And then on March 12th, I was sitting in a room on the campus of Rice University doing a meeting with some folks. And by that afternoon, I had talked to 100 superintendents in Houston. By the next day, I talked to 900 superintendents around the state. Then following day, which was a Saturday, I was on the phone with all of them. The Sunday, also on the phone with all of them. And thus began our experience with COVID as a source of disruption. It has been a nonstop sea of challenges for our educators all over the state of Texas, the impacts of which we are really only beginning to understand. And most of those impacts are bad, although some of them will be good. The challenges that we face collectively in public education, the challenges of the achievement gaps that existed before COVID by race, by class, they've all gotten worse in the last year. We did a beginning of year assessment. This was an optional beginning of year assessment that students took. About 750,000 Texas students participated in that. And this would have been administered in September of the current school year. So right at the beginning of this school year. What that assessment showed that students started this school year roughly 3.2 months behind in reading and math from where they normally start a school year. And of course, students always lose some ground in summer. So if you're thinking about the difference between the end of the year and the beginning of the year, there's usually some degree of summer slide. And in fact, House Bill 3 incorporated a financial structure to address that systemically, which is a very big deal. But the level of initial summer slide was massively exacerbated by COVID. And in fact, despite the heroic efforts of our school leaders, our principals, our teachers all over the state of Texas, if you think about the time that was involved in the closures that started in mid-March and fast forward that to the September snapshot, what the data shows us is that the average student in Texas did not advance at all academically during that time period. That's was the beginning of this school year. We today have still 44% of students learning in a remote learning environment statewide. So 44% of 5.5 million souls are participating in school, but not in the classroom. Zoomies. We have roomies and zoomies this year. It's a whole new terminology set that we've had to learn. And we have reason to believe that the level of instruction, the level of academic gain the kids are making today is materially better than they did in the 3.5 months that happened with the initial school closures in March. But we don't actually know. And anecdotal evidence would lead us to believe that there's not every student is experiencing this year the same way. You have some students that are back in school with some disruptions because school leaders have had to deal with quarantines. They've had, even when places where there's no remote instruction, the virus is not stopped at any geographic boundary. And so there's some disruption of the normal learning process, even when everyone is still back in the classroom as normal. The remote learners, however, it would appear that some children in a remote learning setting are actually doing quite well, even better than normal. But that sum appears to be a pretty small percentage of the roughly 2.5 million kids that are experiencing remote instruction. There are some for whom remote instruction appears to be largely consistent with the level of academic gain they made in previous years. But we believe that the majority of students that are learning remotely this year are learning at a slower rate than they normally do. We don't know, we won't know until STAR is administered at the end of the school year. And STAR serves us many purposes, but at the very least, we can get a sense of prioritizing investments for the kids who need it the most. But what we do know is that a lot of bad is happening, and in fact, happening as we speak. There's a truism, a cliche that what do you do if you're in a hole? Well, the first thing you need to do is put down the shovel. But we still have 44% of our kids who are in a remote learning setting. And if you choose a remote learning setting because you think it's in the best educational interest of your kids, great. But if you're choosing it for health reasons and you're sacrificing education, this is what we want to try to avoid as quickly as possible. We set up a set of rules in the spring, or in the summer rather, that says we will fully fund remote instruction. We had used a bunch of emergency authority. We've done a lot of things that we certainly didn't plan on ahead of time. And the rules say that we'll fully fund remote instruction, but you need to make sure you offer parents who want an on-campus experience, on-campus instruction as well. And at the time, that was very controversial. People didn't know, are we going to set up a situation where the virus gets much worse because schools are open and kids are learning? What we have now come to see from the public health data is that school is quite possibly the safest congregate setting that exists in all of civilized land. Fauci noted that kids are less likely to get the virus, contract it while they're at school than they are in general community settings. And the work that our administrators have done specifically, whether it's masking, whether it's social distancing, ventilation, has also done a very effective job at keeping staff safe throughout this period. And safe is, of course, safe's a relative term during a pandemic, but the health-related disruption from having kids on school appears to be de minimis. And in fact, there may even be some evidence that having kids in school reduces health risk. in a community, which would have been a jarring research finding if people made that suggestion 10 months ago, because frankly, if you want to spread the flu, there's nothing more effective than opening an elementary school. So we know that by and large, our people are safe in school, and we know that unfortunately far too few of our students are learning in a campus environment. So we're still working on trying to encourage people to be in a school environment. The question that we have for the next several years is going to be, what are we going to do to help make up for lost time, make up for lost learning opportunities for so many of our kids? There was a study that TEA did before my arrival on kids who came to the state of Texas post-Hurricane Katrina. And what that study showed that was after 4 years of intense intervention, the students caught up with state averages in reading, and they never caught up in math. That's a 4-year intervention span for a far smaller number of kids than what we're talking about now. In Argentina, there was a teacher strike in the early 1980s for about 90 days. The schools were out, schools were closed, kids were doing what kids do when school isn't in session. The kids came back, they picked up right where they left off. There was no change in the system of public education in Argentina as a result of that strike. Economists have studied that for decades, and what they found was that the kids had massively worse outcomes than the kids that missed the strike. They achieved at lower levels academically, they graduated from high school at lower rates, they obtained post-secondary credentials at lower rates, they had lower wage data. Economists have actually been able to track a 20-year decline relative in the GDP of Argentina because of an 88-day teacher strike. So we have a much longer than 88-day disruption. So the degree of work that we're going to have to engage in to keep our economy on the track that it was on before and to honor our moral commitment to children. It is a degree of changes that House Bill 3 actually sets a lot of the groundwork for, to push us aggressively in this direction, because House Bill 3 at its core was a bill designed to reduce the achievement gap, to raise outcomes for kids. It's a very impressive piece of legislation, but we are going to have to adjust faster than we've ever adjusted before, at a scale that we've never adjusted before. And failure is not an option. Our kids require us to do this. So we think that there's several key things that we're going to have to do. And at its core, we have to talk about the instructional experience for students. This is, you can go in Austin, you can spend a great deal of time talking about public education and never once talk about what it is kids are actually learning while they're in the classroom. And this is, in fact, what is the most important thing, is the nature of the content interaction students have. If I read a passage, if the passage that is in front of me is 2 to 3 grade levels below what I need to be reading, then my expectations are inherently lowered. So the nature of the instructional experience that our students are exposed to, we have to be very significantly focused on this. And when you think about it, if you have a classroom full of 20 kids, and in a normal year, I'm going to do a little visual aid here, and I'm not sure it's going to add anything to it. So in a normal year, if you have your kids coming in, this is where you want them to be, and the bulk of your kids come in, then this is what I teach to. What happens if all of them come in down here? It is a normal human reaction for me to come down to this level and meet them there. And if that is what we do, we know exactly what will happen. Those kids will never catch up. If all we spend time on is remedial education, if we take the 3rd graders next year and give them mostly 2nd grade content, then of course don't expect them to be prepared for 4th grade at the end of the year. So we have to spend a lot of time and energy systematically talking about the nature of the instructional experience kids have, and ensure that we provide supports to our teachers to differentiate the nature of the lessons. And some of those supports are instructional resources that they use. Some of them is the time that we splice the day up. If can I have a protected block of 45 minutes that is guaranteed grade level exposure, and then another block that's 45 minutes after that that's remedial and independent study. These are things that our school leaders all over the state of Texas are going to have to think through as to how to change the practices that they're engaged in. And does that necessarily cost a lot of money? No, but it is very difficult to do because there's a lot of operational changes that you've got to think through. If you do that and you double down on support for our teachers, train the heck out of our teachers on how to facilitate differentiated instruction, maybe even deploy the teachers differently to different classrooms. I see Superintendent Longview ISD in the back of the room, and he can tell you exactly which one of his teachers can get 2.5 years worth of gain in 1 year. So can you deploy those teachers to the kids that are the most far behind to get them to accelerate? Can you set them up in a co-teaching model so they spread that goodness, that magic, that efficacy to their peers? This sort of structure and support that we provide to teachers is going to be more critical now than it's ever been before. And it's always been critical because the teacher in the classroom is the single most important in-school factor that drives student outcomes. And last but not least, if we think long and hard and get very serious about the instructional experience our kids have, and very serious about the structure, the staffing models, the supports that we provide to our teachers. You got good content, you got good teaching, then you just need more of it. We have a 260-day work year. We have a 172-day school calendar. There's a lot of daylight in between those two numbers. You got 7 hours a day, most schools are open. You got, I don't know, 18 hours a day, most humans are awake. The questions are, where do we start helping give our kids more than we ever have before? Because if all we do moving forward is all we've ever done, we will get the same results that we always have. And that is neither morally nor economically acceptable for our kids. So we are blessed in Texas. We have a lot of very gifted school leaders all over the state of Texas. But they have faced challenges this year that nobody trains you for in your doctoral program in the schools of education. I don't know how many school superintendents were experts in public health this year, could talk about RNA-related vaccines, but they've had to become experts at so many areas. So we are certainly lucky to have this kind of leadership around the state, but it is going to take our concerted effort in a system with 5.5 million souls that we are educating, 700,000 souls that we are employing, and 1,200 independent entities, all making local decisions the best way they see fit to make sure that every single kid has memorized their times tables at the end of 3rd grade, and every single kid can leave high school with both the academic preparation and the character to be productive members of society. This is very difficult work. So anyways, we have been very busy. We, the collective we, certainly us at TEA and all of our educators around the state for the last year, and we are going to continue to be busy given what we're going to have to do.
Thank you. That is some sobering information. I believe we all have either children, grandchildren that are in our public schools here in Texas, and we have some work to make up. So thank you. I will turn it over to you, John.
Well, thank you. It is an honor to be on stage with you, Commissioner Morath. I am just so appreciative of the impact you've had on the lives of millions, and it's not an underestimate of Texas children. I know that I have a new baby at home and one that's just starting to run around her preschool, and I am personally feel so blessed that the education system that they will walk into in a few years is one that you have helped guide this state through. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're a tough act to follow, but I'll do my best. Hi, my name is John Harchuk. I'm the Vice President of Policy for Texas 2036. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with Texas 2036, we are a new nonprofit, nonpartisan think tank that's focused on using data as a lever for building civic demand for good government change. And so we were founded by civic leader Tom Luce out of Dallas. Our CEO is former Secretary of Education Margaret Spellings. And I joined Texas 2036 because of the work on House Bill 3, where I saw what was possible when you had the business community, the education community, the broader civic community come together around objective facts, and didn't matter what party you're a part of. You wanted to solve a problem to make the world a better place and make Texas what it needed to be. And so I went to Texas 2036 because we have, I guess, 15 years between now and our bicentennial. And we want to make sure that Texas is the best place to live, raise a family, grow your business for the next century of Texas greatness. So last session was monumental. I think 2019 met or exceeded every hope you could ever have in House Bill 3. That is one heck of a bill. And there is so much in there that y'all are probably familiar with. The commissioner walked through some of it, but generationally impactful reforms in how we treat our teachers so that they can make $100,000 if they're in the a rural or high needs classroom. A real focus on early education and equity gaps, and focusing on what comes next after you leave your high school. So this real focus on owning the post-graduation outcomes of high school students, because we know that there's so much more than just getting a high school diploma now that's necessary for kids to reach their full potential. And then COVID happened. And where we're at right now, I think there was a lot of optimism right after the 2019 session, and now there's a lot of concern. We recently did some polling in mid-January of Texans across the state about how do you feel about things, and we looked at, healthcare, we looked at government spending, but with regards to education, I mean, 90% of Texans are concerned about pandemic learning loss. And, I think in this room, it's probably 100%. 94% of Texans were concerned about what our reading scores were looking like. And that was before the pandemic. And 83% were concerned about the disparities that we're experiencing based off of race, ethnicity, income. And so the good news is that there are solutions available, solutions that are popular, solutions that can make a big dent. The commissioner talked about how we already have 33,000 teachers in the reading academies right now. That is wonderful. Those are among the best things that we're going to have in terms of closing our third grade reading gap that we have for many of our kids. We're also seeing a lot of support for issues like expanding access to high quality tutoring. In this, the state of Tennessee has been an early leader, and they've rolled out some programs that have, at least in a small scale pilot, had huge impacts. And this is specifically, I believe, an allowable use of the federal stimulus funds. And importantly, 71% of Texans support using all available tools, including standardized testing, to measure student performance and address learning loss. We need to know where we stand with our kids if we want to make things better. And everyone knows that the learning loss has occurred. It's not just so we can have a talking point like, X, weeks of learning loss. No, we need to know what is working and what isn't working. And we know that there's been so much harm out there, and it's been disproportionately shared. But there are also going to be innovations that come out of this, programs like the commissioner described that are going to let us know, truly innovative paths to advancing and closing gaps. And the sooner we can quantify what's working, the sooner we can scale that so that we can have the Argentina scenario that he was discussing before. The phrase you hear a lot, we can't let a 2-year health crisis become a generational economic impact. And I think that, we need to make sure we use all tools available when we're looking at that. So we are getting a lot of money from the federal government right now. And that's can be a scary thing at times. For those of y'all who recall, we got a lot of money in 2009, and then it wasn't there in 2011. And the state budget was impacted by that. So there are a lot of strings attached whenever you get the federal government's support. We're going to be diving in on that, but it's, right now looking like $18 billion, maybe more. 13 billion is what's currently in the ARPA funds, the $1.9 trillion plan that's likely to pass in the next couple weeks. That's a lot. So when we look at the history of what Texas has experienced in the 2009, it's important that we look at strategies that can be scaled up and scaled down based off of the support or the ability to maintain the funding, but also that deliver that high value ROI to taxpayers. So, there are so many evidence-based strategies that are already embedded in House Bill 3. It is amazing that even this early in session, the legislature has already come together and said, we're going to fund that. Like, there's no question. House Bill 3 is going to be fully funded at this point. I think that is a huge stress relief lifted off the education community to know that the support is going to be there. But there's so much more we need to do to target the COVID-19 learning loss. And we need to do it in a scalable and sustainable way. The commissioner already talked about classroom time and improving the quality of that time. I will never be able to compete with you in the ability to describe that, so I'm going to move on. But we also know that House Bill 3 stopped at a certain point. It was all about getting kids graduated from high school, ready for college or career or the military. And then there's almost a handing of the baton that was everyone expected to happen in 2021. Like the chatter around the Capitol was that this was going to be the higher ed session, and other things intervened. The data is there to show that Texans are ready for reforms for community colleges, four-year universities, and workforce training programs, because they know what many of y'all in this room know, which is that a high school diploma is often not enough to make it economically anymore. And we have a limited amount of state resources, and we need to prioritize those resources, not just towards, good post-secondary programs, but the ones that have the best ROI, so that kids, regardless of where they live, and regardless of what background they come from, have the best chance of achieving their full potential. So we recently launched an initiative called Aim Higher Texas. And this is a coalition that includes the founding partners included the Commit Partnership out of Dallas, the Dallas Regional Chamber, the Texas Rural Funders, the Greater Houston Partnership, Texas Association of Community College, and the United Ways of Texas. That's all about focusing on this next step. Because what we found is that, Texas, the economy has been incredible, right? But there are warning signs, blinking yellow, sometimes red, that we don't necessarily have the right skills in the pipeline for employers. And there are difficulties that are facing individuals across the state, frankly. So, for the state economy to continue to grow, we need to start thinking about what are the skills mix, what are the credentials mix that employers need in the future, and then how do we back map into our education system to make sure that we can achieve that. Today, employers say that 46% of the jobs that there aren't the necessary skills in the marketplace to fill. And at the same time, only 56% of Texas households are earning living wages. That disconnect is real for both sides of the equation. And, we can help solve that. We also know that in the future, 71% of jobs will require a post-secondary credential of some sort. But today, only 23% of Texas kids are earning a college degree. And Texas ranks last among the peer states that we compete with economically in terms of the percentage of the population getting a post-secondary credential, any at all. We're only at 44%. It's just a massive disconnect there. We have a lot of work to do. So focusing in, we know that Texas need more four-year degrees. We also need more degrees and certifications that are aligned with the workforce demands, so that we can fill those jobs that, the employers in this community, so that you have the labor force, regardless of where you are in the state, to meet the demand. Frankly, that begins with updating our education and workforce technology systems. And I must, as might sound redundant at this point, but applaud Commissioner Morath for his work on the tri-agency initiative, which the governor launched back in, I believe, 2016 and refreshed weeks before the pandemic broke out. That was all about making sure that TEA, which has been a true leader in this space, is aligning its efforts with the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board and the Texas Workforce Commission. So all the money that we're getting is used efficiently and effectively towards that end demand, because we all talk about you hand off the baton at some point. But all of what we're trying to do with education and, whether it's a primary school or post-secondary or these workforce training programs, we just want to make sure that government is giving people the opportunity to live up to their full potential. And there's so much work left to do in that. I'll stop here, but there's roles regardless of what, where you are in your life that you can help play in this. Especially for the employer community and the chambers. I think that there needs to be a civic demand for streamlining and efficient calculation of do these programs work, and if they do, how do we scale them? Because there's so much innovation happening and so much innovation possible, and the disruption that the pandemic has caused has also caused some creativity out there, and we need to know which one of those creative options are working, because there's so much potential spread out across the state. So excited to work with you all to help realize that full potential.
Thank you very much. I don't know if any of you have gone out to look at the 2036 website, but there is some fantastic information out there that pertains really to all of our policy points that we've brought here. So I recommend go out there and take a look at that. It's very enlightening. So now it's time for some questions that people have submitted. And one of them has been, the districts are offering multiple types of instruction. Families are frustrated, teachers are frustrated. What are we doing to get that information? How are we getting that information back to you so you know what to do with it?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there's, it's kind of as everything in education, a very complicated topic area, but the teachers right now, students right now across the state of Texas, we think are experiencing fundamentally four different choices in terms of how instruction is delivered. One is what we refer to as concurrent instruction. This is a teacher that is simultaneously teaching kids that are in the classroom and kids that are remote. The roomies and zoomies all happen at the same time, all intermixed. A second version of that is what we think of as split scheduling. So a teacher is responsible for both in-person and remote instruction, but they don't happen at the same time. The scheduling splits it up. The third version is the teacher gets to specialize. I'm doing only in-person instruction. My colleague across the hall, he or she is doing remote instruction. The last is where you sort of lump your teachers together by specialty. And so you can think of a full-time virtual academy versus full-time on-campus instruction. The overwhelming majority of teachers in the state of Texas are experiencing concurrent instruction at the moment, and it is totally untenable. We really think it's pretty terrible for all parties involved. The teachers essentially have to think about any presentation you've ever had to give. You think for a 1-hour presentation, I probably need 2 hours of preparation. Well, that means that the teachers that are doing remote and instruction in person simultaneously, they got 7 hours a day that they're teaching roomies and zoomies simultaneously. So they just need to work a 21-hour workday and they'll be fine. So and of course, for the students, it's not particularly effective either. The nature of the curricular experience needs to be varied. It needs a degree of specialization. The work that I do to speak to a room full of 200 people in person or 100 people in person is very different than if you're setting up a remote experience for those folks to sort of guide some of that lesson themselves. You asked basically, what do we know about this? Unfortunately, what we know is very little. We'll get our summative evaluation of student performance with the STAR test at the end of the year. But if none of the remote learners come on campus to get results, it's gonna be hard for us to evaluate the efficacy of their remote learning experience over the course of the year. Our data systems are not necessarily real time, so we will generally have a sense of remote versus in-person kids, but we synthesize all that in September. So I have actually an exceptional item into the legislature to make it real time for only $2 million, believe it or not.
Great value.
I'm sorry.
It's a great value.
Yeah, it is. It's great value for $2 million. Only $2 million. I can get you real-time student data. So we'll get you guys all undercoding here before I get you off the lot today. So the challenges associated with actually operationalizing these changes for our district leaders is very, very difficult. Do you imagine if I'm in a fairly small rural school district, I have one teacher teaching my section of first grade. Well, how am I going to have that teacher specialize with roomies while someone else does Zoomies? I don't even have two teachers I can split. So what we're looking at and what we've been talking to legislature about is sort of the future of remote instruction. What rules should be allowed? What information should be coming back? How do we set up a system of continuous improvement that can drive information then you can iterate on and have improvement in action plannings? These are I think a key policy area for the legislature. We have a bunch of hot sports opinions on that we've accumulated over the course of the year because we've collectively learned a ton, and we're trying to share that information with legislative leaders as it comes up. To the extent that we already have authority to gather data, we do that and try to disseminate that as broadly as we can.
Another question we had is, are there required education interventions for students who may be falling behind, especially Texas' most vulnerable students?
So it's another great question. So the statutory framework has something referred to as accelerated instruction. So this is the idea that a student who might be behind needs to grow more over the course of the year than a student who's on grade level. Accelerated instruction typically triggers based upon some diagnostic of where the kid is. So in pre-kindergarten through second grade, there's a series of local diagnostics that are sometimes used, sometimes not. They're supposed to be used everywhere, but the fidelity of implementation varies from district to district. From grades 3 up, we look at STAR testing data, and a student who is not at grade level on the STAR test is entitled to receive accelerated supports subsequent to that. But the statute's actually relatively silent on what accelerated instruction means. This is probably an area worthy of some degree of policymaking attention, because we know that tutoring works, but tutoring means a lot of things to a lot of people. And the tutoring that has been shown to work is a dosage, as it were, that's at least 3 sessions per week, 30 minutes per session. You try to keep a consistent tutor. They're using a curriculum for the tutoring session that's aligned to the content that the student needs to know, both that grade level and before. They're actually looking at performance data, diagnostic data over the course of the year for the student and adjusting practice. The tutors are trained and supported. So that really does work. You can get 5 more months out of a school year with that kind of approach to tutoring. If you set your program up right, you can, recruit just good folks in the community to help you do that. They can be, obviously retired teachers are really effective at that because they're skilled educators, but you have, just folks who are educated and love kids. If you can give them the kinds of support they need, it's, dealing with little humans is complicated. Anybody who's a parent in the room knows this. But if you only have 1 at a time, it's a lot easier than if you have 20 at a time. So this is the reason why structured tutoring programs can be very effective. I think adding some structure to those accelerated learning requirements and adding support specifically to help our districts implement that. So, is there a platform? Is there a curricular system that they can plug into, and then they can get, folks from the local church, YMCA, whatever, that can volunteer and plug in, retired educators that can plug in. This would make it much more effective. To some extent, John mentioned our peers in Tennessee. They've actually created a pretty good model for this. So we're looking at what they've done and are trying to figure out if there's a way for us to scale. Now, Tennessee has about almost 1 million kids, and we have 5.5 million. We've got a huge degree of diversity regionally in our sort of our markets and our ability to support this. But we still think that there's work that we can do from Austin that will help our school districts do this work better than they might without our help.
John, this question is for you. So I know you had said you thought 2021 was going to be a higher education session. Now we've got COVID. Things have changed. We've got budget issues, and we've heard about those this morning. So what do you think we can get accomplished this session? And what do we need to work together on post 2021 that will get us set for 2023?
I think we have a very fluid situation at the Capitol right now. And there's been a lot of talk about how the legislature will have limited bandwidth to pass. There are going to be as many bills, if not more, filed this session as there have been in past sessions. And the conventional wisdom is that they're going to be passing a lot fewer of them. But that doesn't mean they're not going to pass bills, and that doesn't mean they're not going to tackle some of the most important issues out there. And the things we're talking about, those are the most important issues right now, right? How are kids going to learn? How are folks, we have twice the unemployment rate that we had this time last year. How are we going to get those people back to work? How are we going to have sustained economic growth for decades to come? Those questions are not the ones that get pushed off to 2023. Those are the questions we need to solve now, because if we don't, it's going to make it a heck of a lot harder to solve in 2023. And, we do have a lot of short-term money coming in from the federal government that's going to allow us, if we put it towards smart, evidence-based, scalable programs, to solve problems, or at least start paying the down payment towards solving problems that otherwise would be impossible in 2023 if you just tried to start from scratch. So in my mind, we just need to not let the foot off the gas. When y'all are talking to your legislators while you're here, you make sure that you continue to emphasize that there are priorities of the community, and you'd like to see them done.
We can do that. As far as getting students back into school, into the roomies, what are we seeing comparatively, the roomies versus the Zoomies, for social and mental well-being? Are we doing anything there for the
So
mental
again,
aspect?
quantitatively, I don't have good insights to share. Qualitatively, the feedback that we're getting from our educators all over the state of Texas is that our Zoomies are experiencing much higher levels of stress, trauma, the emotional weakness than normal. I had to share an anecdote I had with the superintendents very early on in the school year, when it was still kind of an open question as to whether or not in-person school was going to be a significant health risk. And he calls me and he says, "We've got to force the issue. We got to be more aggressive getting our kids on campus." Had one of our girls commit suicide over the weekend. I had a bad breakup with her boyfriend, and this is him telling me. He says, "I don't know about the what ifs, but I do know that she wasn't in our building. I do know that we could not lay hands on her. I know that we could not do what we would normally do to help her." And that kind of experience is happening writ large all over the state. Speaking with some of our leaders on the prevention and response to child abuse, they're indicating that the cases that they're seeing this year are nothing like they've ever seen before. Again, I don't have good quantitative data, but the qualitative data seems to be pretty clear that it's particularly difficult for our remote learners, and we got to get them back in school as quickly as we can.
Earlier, you had mentioned the STAR test, and hearing from some superintendents, they want the STAR test. They've got to know where they stand. What about these families that will not send their children to school for the STAR test? We really need to know where they stand. How are we going to interpret that data as well, and figure out what's going on with them?
Well, I mean, we will have this assessment that comes at the end of the year, and for kids who sit for it, we'll have an accurate piece of information about their level of literacy or numeracy over the course of the year relative to grade level expectations. This is what STAR test is designed to do. And for kids who don't have that, we don't have that insight into them. What this means is that sussing out the efficacy of remote instruction for any individual campus, for any individual district, will be next to impossible. But as long as we have a sufficient sample statewide, we will be able to suss out those patterns on a statewide basis, and potentially even regionally. I never want to second guess the health decisions that families make. That people are dealing with a lot during the pandemic. But it is incumbent upon us, and then as a result, our school systems are actively working to ensure that the testing environment will be
safest possible thing imaginable for families so that they don't necessarily have to make a choice between health and diagnostic academic information. If they want the diagnostic information, they'll be able to do that. And so we have school districts that are saying, hey, all right, we'll set up a Saturday experience. If you want to come in, you can come in just one at a time. There's, wings of schools that are being preserved just for this. They're partnering with churches to have other sort of testing locations to do that. We've added a lot of flexibility to the constraints of actually executing the test, a lot more time and some essentially some funding flexibility for what happens with the rest of school while folks are conducting these assessments. So we try to support our school districts to get this, but I mean, we're not going to go around to people's houses and yank them out of their houses. This is America. If a parent doesn't want it, then they don't want it. We just want to make sure that to the extent that they want to benefit from this information, that they have a safe option to do so.
So what are you seeing? I know we've kind of talked about the younger age school children. We had seniors that graduated last year. We've got some more coming this year. Not everyone is set for, the college path. We've got those that are going to go directly into the workforce. What are we doing for those with the, to get them prepared? Are those programs still happening within the schools to prepare them for the workforce?
Yeah, for the ones that have already graduated, that's where we need to put a lot of attention. And there's some really great things that are already underway that the Higher Education Coordinating Board has been using some of the federal stimulus dollars to do some upskill, reskill programs, get those folks that have some college, no degree back into a program, make sure that the financial aid or the child, or I guess young adults, economic circumstances aren't standing in the way of getting that credential. We also just need to really think about all the different pathways that a young adult can take to get a workforce valuable credential. There are so many paths, whether it's, yes, you can go through a 4-year degree, but we have an incredibly robust system of community colleges in the state in every corner that if, they are low cost to the student and do not leave, the same student debt concerns. And if properly maximized, that people really recognize the value that they could get out of that, could play a huge role in shaping the workforce needs. And some of them across the state are fully optimized and just setting incredible examples. We also need to look at what private sector training and private sector credentials and apprenticeships and things like that, there are, and this is a crazy thing that I don't think a lot of people realize. If you go on Coursera and take a Google training course to become an IT support specialist, it will take you 3 months out of your life and cost you about $150. And when you graduate, you can make $70,000.
Wow.
Like, there is innovation happening out there today. And so, I mean, it's just kind of an all of the above approach. We can't let the foot off the gas at the state level. We need to make sure that, all those recent graduates that out there can, and even the ones that graduated years ago, because it's going to take lifelong learning at a certain point with all the disruptions that have happened and will happen with automation in the future.
And I'll say that at the K-12 angle, our schools are doing pretty amazing work at ramping up and expanding aligned, what we refer to as CTE, or career and technical education programs, what I think is vocational. I reflect on my own experience in Texas, graduated from Garland High School with an IB diploma, which is this very rigorous international baccalaureate. It's a lot. It's like getting a mini liberal arts degree while you're in high school. But at the same time, I had 3 years of computer science and a year of typing. Don't sleep on the year of typing. It just saved me a year of my life. So that's what you would think of as vocational training. That's actually was probably more valuable to me in dollar terms than the IB diploma was, because I sold a software company in my 30s. The work that our schools are doing to build sort of what you would think of as aligned career pathways for and vocational training pathways for kids, so that as they come out of the system, they're prepared for college and careers, whatever option they should so choose. It's good work, and there's a lot of emphasis in supporting that. To put in dollar terms, we get from the federal government about $120 million a year to support vocational training. The legislature spends $2.5 billion a year on career and technology education. So the state commitment to CTE is pretty significant.
Yeah, I think that the House Bill 3 did a ton to not just focus in on CTE, but the college and career bonuses really put an emphasis. When, for those of y'all who aren't familiar with the career ready bonuses, any high school senior who graduates with the test score and an actual credential of value in the marketplace, their school district, depending on the type of student, will get $3,000 for.
Yeah, it's $2,000 if they're a special education student, $3,000 if they're and then in addition $3,000 if they're middle income, and $5,000 if they're low income.
Yeah, so real money, putting money towards the goals of this workforce alignment efforts.
Okay, we've got about a few minutes left here. So I heard someone ask Commissioner Morath a very good question, and I think as leaders, we need to evaluate our positives and our weaknesses. So how would you grade yourself? And what did you do well, and what do you wish you could have done a little better?
Well, I feel like there's some superintendents in the room. I feel like I should ask them. It's a turnabout is fair play. They should grade me, since we have to do an A through F rating on school districts. We have attempted to be as responsive as possible throughout the crisis. So we've tried to communicate regularly, effectively, and broadly through multiple channels. We've tried to make rule adjustments as rapidly as we can. Sometimes we could anticipate things and do them in advance. Sometimes we didn't. So there's a few things that I think we did a pretty good job anticipating and set the stage for success for our local leaders. And there's a few places where it just took us longer than we would have liked to deploy resources. So as an overall, I'll give myself a B, I think, on that. But in some areas, maybe we scored an A. In some areas, we probably scored an F. So it's kind of depends on the operational area.
And where do you see us going in terms of workforce in the future? What do you see as an opportunity for Texas and East Texas?
I think the real opportunity is to be able to have in all 254 counties a completely aligned education, K-12, community college, post-secondary, and private sector credential system that lets each individual, regardless of their background, achieve their full potential. And that really starts with a lot of the work that the commissioner's already been doing, frankly, with your colleagues, the coordinating board and the workforce commission. The 2020 tri-agency effort that I referenced earlier, it didn't get headlines. There were other things that were filling the headlines last year. But it really is some truly foundational work that I think the legislature is hopefully ready to build on this session and fund some of these strategies, because the sooner that they get their computer systems aligned and know what works, what interventions provide the taxpayer the best value, the more we're going to be able to meet the employer demand at the other side of this. Because we know that there has been a lot of job loss that's happened in the last year, and we know that a lot of those jobs, frankly, aren't going to come back, right? There's a study out of Chicago, I think, that said 40% of COVID-related job losses are going to be permanent. And that's on top of what we know is coming in the next few years with artificial intelligence and automation and things like that, where a lot of jobs that have historically been good paying jobs are just not going to be there. So, we don't have the luxury of time to wait to achieve the full vision of what workforce alignment would need to look like. We need to start taking those steps today, because they don't happen overnight. I think that's one thing that the commissioner and I were chatting about earlier. When you make wholesale education reforms, it may be years before you see the impacts. And workforce might get you there a little bit faster, but this stuff doesn't happen overnight. And so it's important that we all, regardless of where you're at, continue to press for action, because if we wait, it's going to take even longer.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to say thank you to both of you for what you are doing for our state, for our future. I said earlier this morning, our students, they're the future of our cities. We're going to be dependent on them. So we want them educated and strong and to have the values of what it takes to move us forward. So I appreciate all that you're doing. I thank you that my son has been in school since August and in person. I also mentioned this weekend, he had to read 60 pages of Hamlet, and my husband had to deal with that, and I did not. And so, I had to hear about it, but he really had to deal with it. And I'm thankful he had that opportunity to be in school and have that. So thank you. Thank you for your time. We have some gifts for you, and we just appreciate all you had to
Thank you
say.
very much.
Thank you.
All right, let's get started. We've done a great job of running on schedule and even ahead of schedule today. Let's get started on our last panel here. We have had really a dynamite set of panels, speakers, and moderators throughout today, and our upcoming speaker is no exception. Ruth Hughes was sworn in as the 113th Texas Secretary of State on August 19th, 2019. Secretary Hughes is one of 6 state officials named by the Texas Constitution to form the executive department of our state. And by the way, a little Texas trivia for you here. Texas' first Secretary of State, granted as a republic, not as one of the 50 states, was Stephen F. Austin. The namesake of this very hotel, and of course, a university is named in East Texas for him. So thought y'all should know that. But in addition to serving as our state's chief elections officer, Secretary Hughes is also senior advisor and liaison to the governor on border and Mexican affairs, and is also the state's chief international protocol officer. Prior to her appointment, Secretary Hughes worked as a licensed attorney and was a small business owner. She recently served as chair and commissioner representing employers at the Texas Workforce Commission. And Secretary Hughes previously served at the Office of the Texas Attorney General as the Director of Defense Litigation, where she was responsible for the successful management and oversight of the civil litigation divisions representing agencies across the state. Secretary Hughes, thank you for joining us. You have the floor.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. What a great looking group, and what an honor to be in a room with other humans. I really appreciate all of you taking the time for this very important gathering. And I see some familiar faces from having gone to different events in East Texas, and it's just always a pleasure. I think I had the opportunity to speak to this group when I was the chair of the Workforce Commission last round, and always really look forward to it. And Keith Ingram, who's joining me here today, is our Director of Elections, and you'll be hearing a little bit more from him as well. But I wanted to give you just a brief overview of some of the things that my office does, although you heard some of them there in the bio. I do want to start by thanking Senator Hughes, who spells his name with an E, so people don't confuse us. Him and his team have done such a great job. I want to thank them for putting this event together and really for his leadership. You all are so well represented. He really is everywhere in making sure that the needs of your community are heard loud and clear here in Austin. And of course, I want to thank all of you at the East Texas Coalition. The work that you do is so important in making sure that your priorities and your needs are heard at the Capitol and are part of the decision-making process. So I can't thank you enough for your advocacy. You may have heard this morning that our state received the Governor's Cup for the 9th time. And I mentioned that, first of all, because I'm so proud of all of our state. And I think that by itself deserves a little round of applause. honestly. So such great news. That's something that we don't take for granted. We certainly don't sit on our, rest on our laurels here in Texas. And the work that happens in your area of the state is a large contributor to our state's success. Governor Abbott has really worked very hard and continues to work hard to create a very friendly, business-friendly ecosystem where we have low taxes, reasonable regulations. Businesses know that we really want to work to create the right climate to allow you to thrive and to continue to grow and expand and really stay out of your way. We know small businesses are the backbone of our economy, and so we're just very excited for all of the success stories across our state, even in spite of the many challenges, unexpected challenges that we faced in 2020 and that we continue to face in 2021. So I mention all that because one of the duties of my office is, we like to say business starts here at the Secretary of State's office. And that's because we really are the state's filing cabinet. Back when Stephen F. Austin was the Secretary of State, if you go to the Capitol, you'll see that our office, our reception area, is open to the public. So please know you can open that door and come in anytime. You'll see these large vault doors that now house our conference room and our offices. They were literally where the business documents were filed. Of course, we've evolved since then. We've got the Rudder building here on Congress, but all that to just put in perspective that every business filing in the state happens in my office. We commission notaries. We work with apostils. There's a series of, if you're looking to see if a trademark name has been taken, you can research that on our website. So the website is sos.texas.gov. And you can Google it at your leisure. We have some brochures up here if you want to have that handy. But please know that if you have any questions or anything we can guide you with respect to business filings, that's something you can reach out to us, either get information online or reach out to us so we can assist you. We want to make sure that any questions you have that we can assist with, we can answer for you. So that's just part of some of the work that we do in the office. You also heard the Chief International Protocol Officer. We have about 110 consul generals from other countries here in our state. Most of them are in Houston, but their role really is to make sure that their respective countries know about the opportunities that are here in Texas, as well as working with their nationals and processing visas and things like that. And so I mention that because whether you have interest in a particular country or whether they're looking for investments and trying to figure out, what is a good place to go, that's another role that we sometimes serve in, is playing being a liaison to make some of those connections. And we're so happy to do that. And it's so easy to do that because it's so easy to sell Texas. And certainly East Texas, you have, of course, agribusiness, health, manufacturing, logistics, transportation. You've got all kinds of great companies, Kamutsa, Eastman, Chemical, Dana Corporation, the list goes on, Trinity Rail, I could keep going, but it's really just an example of how important you are to our state and to our success. And so anything we can do to facilitate in any of those roles, please know that we're a resource for you for that. And, I know that East Texas actually contributes $57.5 billion regionally GDP annually, and you're responsible for 500,000 Texan jobs, so please know that we may be here in Austin, but we know how important you all are to our state. And so the other area, of course, that I serve in is as the Chief Election Officer. And in that role, we have the oversight over the elections divisions. I know you're going to hear a little bit more detail about that here in a minute, but essentially in Texas, we have a bottom-up system. So the role of our office, even in statute, is to assist and advise, and then local administrators across our state are responsible for running their local elections. So we have 254 counties across the state. I've had the opportunity to meet with the election administrators in East Texas back when we could meet in person. And since then, and really to the credit of our elections division, they started having weekly webinars so that as we got ready for elections and we were in the midst of the pandemic and getting a lot of different, information as far as what to do for health and safety, and yet also doing our very best to keep our economy open, keep our businesses open, and make sure that our elections were going to proceed as they needed to. think, we can all agree that voting is one of the most sacred aspects of our democracy. And so we are very committed to the integrity of our electoral process. And so we've worked very closely with all the counties across the state. I can tell you, I had the opportunity to be in Smith County during early voting to kind of observe the electoral process. And I was so inspired just to see the commitment of all the workers, all the volunteers, many volunteers that I think we thought we might have a shortage of because of the pandemic. And instead, many of them said that while they were concerned about whether it was a health risk, they also realized it was the most important time for them to volunteer and the most important time for them to participate. So I am such a proud Texan. I'm so proud of our state for the work that was done during the election, not only with all of the security protocol that was put in place. In fact, last legislative session, ESAs were required. So election security assessments or audits. Keith will correct me what the A was for. But the point is that all of their security systems were subjected to an audit. And then we had money for remediation to fix any problems that they could find or that they may have found through this process. And so I'm very proud to say that that's something that as a state we undertook and was well underway even before the pandemic. And so we felt good about the systems and the processes that were put in place. And that's just an example of how our legislature provides us with those tools so that we can make sure that we protect the integrity of our electoral process. Of course, PPE and masks and social distancing were an entire new component of the voting experience this year. But again, election administrators really rose to that challenge and met that task head on and made sure that that did not interfere with making sure that everyone was able to cast their votes. So we had an electoral college on December 14th here in Texas. Thankfully, it did not get the attention that other electoral colleges did. Obviously, can't really and I think we just take that for granted in Texas that we know that we get the work done. So we had an electoral college to get through. The 38 electors showed up. We got the job done. Everybody went home, and Texas was able to be counted in this important process. Similarly, we had the opportunity to convene the opening of the House session until a speaker was selected. And so I had the opportunity to do that recently. And it's just another example of Texans showing up, coming in, getting the work done and proceeding. And that's what we're continuing to do now. And all of you are such a tremendous part of that. So thank you for your commitment to our state and your commitment to making sure that we know what you need, what resources are important to you and how we can help you. We know that every region in Texas is different. One size does not fit all. And so we really pride ourselves in hearing from you. And I thank you for that. I want you to know we're committed to getting things right and to being a resource for you. So please don't hesitate to reach out if there's anything my office can do. As I mentioned, we have a few flyers here. And with that, I think I'll turn it back over. Thank you.
We have a gift bag here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gifts from East Texas and yes, an umbrella. So
thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah, if you need to get a picture. Yeah. Thank you. Keith, if you'll join me up here. Thank you, Secretary Hughes. So as the Secretary mentioned, Keith is the Director of Elections and here, I think the Elections Division, is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And so we're gonna delve into that because, well, there haven't been any questions about election issues over the last 6 months, right?
I haven't heard any, I don't know.
But a little background on Keith. He has served as the Director of the Elections Division for the Texas Office of the Secretary of State since January 2012. So there's a few elections that have gone by over the years for you. Keith has also had the honor of working for Governor Rick Perry as his appointments manager. And for over 18 years, his legal career has involved counseling corporations and individuals on matters ranging from commercial matters to employment law, to personal injury, to products liability issues.
He also possesses a JD degree as well as a BA in political science and history. So definitely this is his field. And so looking forward to getting into this discussion here. Just to kick things off, kind of explain what your role is with Secretary of State's office and what exactly that looks like as the director.
Sure. So I'm the director of the Elections Division. The law makes the Secretary of State the chief election official for the state of Texas, and the law specifically provides for a division of the office to help her with that responsibility. And so that's the division that I direct. And we have in our division, we've got 3 areas. We've got the administration and voter registration, all under the rubric of TEAM, Texas Election Administration Management. And so they work with counties to input voter registration data, to deal with the candidate management, the election night returns, all of that stuff. And then we've got the legal section. It's always important to have a good set of lawyers, and they assist and advise election officials with election questions. They also answer internal questions that come from the administration section of our office. And then we have the election funds management, and they get to pass out money. We've got 3 main sets of dollars that we pass out. Number 1 is for primary elections. We help fund the primary elections. And so we work with political party chairs in each county to put on the primary. And then we have the Chapter 19 funds, and those are voter registration money that replaced the poll tax back in 1965. And we have federal dollars, Help America Vote Act dollars primarily, but we also distributed about 400 million, or not 400 million, about 30 million in CARES Act money this last year.
Great. So talk about the biggest differences that you have in administering an effective and fair election in urban counties versus the mid-sized or small cities and counties that we have represented here.
As y'all probably know, Texas is very large. Texas is a huge state, and it has 254 counties. We've got about 100 counties that have more than 20,000 in population, but 154 that have less than that. So Texas is very diverse. We go from Loving County with 100 voters to Harris County with over 2 million voters. And Texans can be proud of the fact that an effective, safe, secure election is held in all 254 of those counties every election day. The challenges, obviously, for Harris County and Houston are different than they are for Reeves County. I mean, they're just not the same thing. But Reeves County might not have as much resources as Harris County, but it doesn't need as many resources as Harris County. They've got fewer polling places they're going to have to put on. They've got fewer voters that they're going to have to prepare for. So the challenges, they're just different. We found in our election security assessment process that a large number of small counties don't have full-time IT support. They've got a nephew that helps them when they need to install some software. And that's just the case for a whole lot of small counties. And so that's a completely different challenge than Harris County, which has, a huge IT division and unlimited resources, it seems. And making sure that the smaller counties have an effective support system is something that our office is very committed to. We've hired, with some of the federal money that we've been given, we've hired 2 election security trainers, and their job is to help those smaller counties be the IT system for them, so that they can help them answer normal questions, to show them how to turn on automatic software updates, so that they feel like they've got the same opportunity to be protected as the larger counties do.
On the topic of election security, obviously there's been a lot of news over the past few months on various systems that are used. What protocol does Texas have in evaluating those systems, and just what does that look like before deciding to use something for an election?
Sure. We've got, we require, before a system comes to Texas, a voting system, that they are certified by the Election Assistance Commission at the federal level. And the Election Assistance Commission, they evaluate voting systems for a variety of things. They do the full source code review. They do drop tests, humidity tests. They do a whole range of technical testing that we don't have the resources or the time for. But we do have a Texas-specific certification, and it's a 2-day certification that it requires the system to function legally in Texas. In other words, is this voting system suitable for use in Texas elections? And keep in mind what I was just saying about the counties, that we've got a whole lot of small rural counties, and we need the voting systems that we certify to function equally well in those counties as it does in Dallas and Tarrant County. And so it's a very robust exam that we've got a mixture of lawyers and technical examiners, and they go after the equipment. They try to make it fail. And I don't know if y'all heard, but there was a voting company last year that was much in the news, Dominion Voting Systems, and they came to Texas for certification 3 times, and 3 times they have failed because their system, not that it's insecure, not that there's problems with vote switching, but their system is just so complicated. They've got so many components that it would never work for a Texas election for I don't know if y'all know this, but poll workers are usually of a certain age. And for them to put together that much equipment would really be challenging. And so it just wouldn't work for Texas elections. And it was too easy to make the systems fail, hardware failures.
Thanks for that, Keith. The other challenge we saw in 2020 was a dramatic increase in mail-in voting. And so you've got the non-technical side of things. And of course, mail-in voting seems to lend itself to fraudulent activity. You're not overseeing nearly as much of that process officially. What differences does that cause? What challenges does that bring to Secretary of State's office and to elections? How did y'all work through some of those challenges in 2020, and are there improvements that we could make going forward?
So actually in Texas in 2020, there was not a large increase in the use of mail ballots. We had about the same number of mail ballots that we had in 2016. And so we have in Texas a very robust system that the ballot board is the one that reviews the mail ballots and the applications and compares the signatures. And the ballot board is bipartisan. And so it requires members from both the Republicans as well as the Democrats. And we have a very interested set of partisan poll watchers who are very much in the ballot board activity. I don't know if y'all heard this last election, Tarrant County had a problem with some of their mail ballots. They had a fuzzy barcode, and so they couldn't be read by the scanners when they came back. And so Tarrant County had to massively ramp up their ballot board with members from both the Republican and Democratic parties, and then process by hand several thousand, 16,000 mail ballots. And so that's just a huge time-consuming process. And of course, it got everybody's attention in Tarrant County. But Hyder Garcia, the election administrator there, had such a transparent, open process that after the first couple of days, the poll watchers quit coming because it was just boring, mundane work. But the ballot board did their job and did it well, and that's what we expect in Texas.
Do we count our mail-in ballots prior to the election, or do those begin, as some states did around the country, on election day?
Man, the legislature in Texas is so forward-thinking in this regard. Thank goodness. Big counties that have more than 100,000, they get to start processing their mail ballots, not counting the votes, but processing the ballots as much as 20 days before the election. The smaller counties can start doing it after early voting closes on Friday before the election. And we encouraged every county to start as early as possible and to get as much done before election day as possible so that they could handle the election day volume of mail and still report the results in a timely manner. And I'm happy to report that we had one of the earliest election night reporting nights that I've had since I've been in this job. We were going home by 1:30, and that's just unheard of. We usually stay there till 3 or 4. And that's a testament to the counties and the ballot boards and the work that they did preparing those ballots before election day.
Well, congratulations on that. The allegations of fraudulent activity that East Texans and Americans saw in cities like Atlanta and Philadelphia, does Texas just do a heck of a better job than those other jurisdictions? And what is it that we're doing that helps us maintain that electoral integrity?
There are a robust set of checks and balances in the election system in Texas. And so we've got, like I said, on the ballot board, we've got bipartisan representation. It's the same thing in the polling places, and it's the same thing at central count. So we've got, in addition to partisan poll watchers, we have bipartisan workers in each of those areas who sort of keep an eye on each other. And then just a robust set of chain of custody measures to make sure that everything is accounted for. And then we've got a requirement in law that we have a central count plan. And the main feature of the central count plan that each county is supposed to have, and it's supposed to be available for inspection to any of you that want to see it, is to reconcile the number of voters who checked in with the number of votes that are counted that night. And so that's just a foundational thing that they've got to get right. And if there's some sort of discrepancy, they got to run it down until it's fixed and figured out, and they can't go home until it is. So it's a very important that the law be followed. And when the secretary was talking about election security assessments, the main feature of the election security assessments is to make sure that each county's election office is following state law in all of those chain of custody requirements. You know, for instance, in the counties that use paper ballots, which I'm happy to report is all but 86 now in Texas, they're required to keep track of the ballot stock. So they know how many blank ballots they issued. Those blank ballots all have a unique serial number on them. And then those blank ballots are accounted for on the back end as well as the voted ballots, so that there's not a possibility of injecting votes into the stream.
On the kind of switching topics here, from the end of the process, but the beginning and dealing with voter registration, voter rolls. What does the Secretary of State's office do to ensure that those who are on the rolls are supposed to be on the rolls?
We have a comprehensive and robust list maintenance process. I'm convinced that we do one of the better jobs in the nation on list maintenance, and it's because we've got better data. The legislature back in 2013 passed a bill called HB 2512, and it allows us to get full nines of Social Security numbers out of the driver's license file. And what that means is that we can match first name, last name, date of birth, and full nine of social, and have a really good idea that that's the same person. We get information from the Bureau of Vital Statistics every week regarding people who have died in Texas, and we separate that out by county and send it to the voter registrars for them to investigate and remove the deceased persons. Any strong match deceased that we come across, we cancel at the state level. We also get information from the DPS about felony convictions, and we match those and send them out to the counties, and so those folks get removed. We get information from jury clerks for persons who claim in jury service that they're not a citizen and therefore not eligible to serve on the jury. And we get that information. Again, we send it out to the counties, and they send a notice of examination to prove citizenship or get canceled. What else? We have an address confirmation. So when people move, we send them an address confirmation, put them in suspense for 2 federal elections, and then remove them after that. So we've got a lot of list maintenance that occurs on a weekly basis, some that occurs on a monthly basis, and some, like the address confirmations, that occur basically every 2 years in a large way. But we also get information from something called ERIC. I don't know if y'all have ever heard of ERIC, but it's the Electronic Registration Information Center. And they give us information on people who move in state and people who move to new states, so that we have the opportunity to make sure they're not registered in more than one place.
In that process, so y'all send information back to the county level. So then it is the county's responsibility to make sure that the lists are cleaned up at the local level. Is there follow-up that's done from the Secretary of State's office to make sure that that actually gets done?
how does that work?
We have very little oversight into what the counties actually do with regard to the matches that we send them. We send information to the counties and it's on their dashboard when they get to work in the morning as a task to work. And they tell us that the task is either worked or not worked. And we do keep up with that. But when they say that a task has been cleared and a deceased person stays on the roll, that's up to the county. We have very much a bottom-up system here in Texas, and the counties are in charge of voter registration. There are obviously legislative efforts to change that structure even as we speak.
I know in my, because I'm a little bit of a political junkie, some of my favorite times of year are election night. And that's when I spend the most of the time on the Secretary of State's website. But one of the questions I have about the numbers that you see there, what I always wonder why the numbers on the SOS website don't match what maybe I'm getting from Texas Tribune or the New York Times or whatever might be tracking numbers as well. How does that work on election night, and what numbers are getting loaded in?
So the election night reporting that we host is directly from the counties. The counties enter numbers into our system and they're reflected on our page. Sometimes we've got numbers from a county that don't match what that county's got in that race on their own website. And so, alert observers will let us know of this in real time. And we will call the county and say, what's the deal? It looks like you've got a data entry error. And sure enough, they did, and they fix it. So what we get is only what comes from the counties. The Texas Tribune, for instance, they get it from us, but they also go to all the county websites and get information from them. And if they've got more updated numbers on the county website, which is generally the case, the counties take care of it themselves before they give it to us, then that's why their numbers are going to be a little bit ahead of us, usually.
Gotcha. I've always wondered that, and now I've got you here where I could ask you that.
Yeah, we're at the mercy of the counties on that. And we've got some things in the pipeline. We're trying to get the counties to move to a common data format so that we can get uploads, and it would fix the data entry errors that we get and make it faster, and it make it better for the county. So if we can get there, we're going to test it this November for the constitutional amendment election.
Fantastic. Just a couple more questions here for you, Keith. So we have a bottom-up system for Texas elections. What do local communities need to do when they're dealing with challenges or they're facing an issue where they think something needs to be taken care of? Do they handle that with their local county administrator, or is that something that is that an area where they would go to the Secretary of State Elections Division? What's the best path for someone who's seeking to take care of a local issue that they see as a local issue?
Right. That kind of depends on what the issue is. If somebody is having a hard time getting a question answered from their local election official, then by all means call our office. That's what we're here for. If we encourage people to pay attention, and if you see something that looks suspicious or that you think probably shouldn't be going on, then we have an election law complaint form on our website, and we will take as many of those as you send to us. We've referred about 40 matters over to the Attorney General since this last election, and we're happy always to entertain an election law complaint if you think something is going on. But by and large, most questions that you have regarding the election process or your voter registration are best answered at the county level. If you call us, we're going to send you right back to the county to get the question answered.
Not that this is something that we want, but what does the future of voting look like in the state of Texas? Is online voting going to be entertained? What do we think? What do we think is around the corner?
I expect elections in Texas to look a lot like they do now for a good long while. A lot of the counties have purchased new voting equipment since 2016, and that voting equipment has got a lifespan of 10 to 15 years. And so the elections are going to continue on the way they are. As far as innovations or electronic voting or over the internet voting, I doubt very seriously that we'll see anything like that anytime soon. It would have to be done in a way that we could guarantee the security, and frankly, I don't see how we could do that. You know, there's some talk, West Virginia's got military voting program that they do over the internet with the blockchain. I'm going to have to watch it for a while before I put my trust in the blockchain.
Well, Keith, we appreciate it very much. Thank you for your time. Thank you for answers to these questions. And I think that wraps us up. So.
And anybody that has any question anytime, just give me a call. I answer the phone. My office phone rings simultaneously with my mobile phone, and unless I'm asleep, I'll answer it. So don't hesitate to call.
All right, before we let you go, I've been tasked with a couple of announcements. One is that we have some updates to the agenda for tomorrow. I'm not going to read those off to you, but just take note of that. And then I believe we are adjourned for the next couple of hours. Please return here at 6 o'clock for the reception. I don't know if people are visiting the Capitol or not, but I think that time is available for those visits if desired. But please come back here at 6. Please take your personal items with you as you leave. And thank you again.